I had to just soak this in. Word to my former gaffer, Don Carlo. The last guy, Italian manager that won 2 trophies in his first season for us. People, we're fucking back. This is horrible, by the way. Aesthetics, I hear it. Madam, we are back. Chelsea is officially great again. Where do I even fucking start? First and foremost and firstly, let's keep it frank, no Lampard. What a performance from the boys. Nobody put a foot wrong. From the first 2 minutes of the game, I looked at my sexy camerawoman and I said, babes, we got this. We're getting the job done. And these man delivered. Malo Gusto was at right back, Reece James out in midfield. I tweeted at the time, we've won a Champions League with Ryan Bertrand debuting at left wing at the Allianz Arena in 2012, and you man are crying about Reece James in midfield? Don't worry, we got this. Oh, you're a brown envelope, CB. Ever since you met Vinny Jr., you've switched up. Ever since you met the players. Oh, I heard that sometimes. I'm going to just switch it up. I'm in my mafioso bag right now, you feel me? But as I was saying, you lot was all crying. I said, believe. Bunch of cocks. Oh, PSG, take it easy on us, por favor. Cocks. Oh, who lost now? Maresca done the line up against us. Cocks. Which way do you want me to bang your wife today? Should we do it dogs? Side juke with the foot up like this? Or should we just let her ride me? You cocks. This is what I'm talking about. What a performance all around. Malo Gusto for me was exceptional. He's had a difficult tournament. The last final he started was the Conference League final. Albeit Reece James wasn't in midfield, but he was under a lot of pressure and we knew he needed to deliver. He knew he needed to deliver. And what a fucking game he had. Especially the assist that he got. He's skinning Nuno Mendes. He's skinning him easy. They told me he's the best left back in the world. I laughed at them. I told them Cucurella is the real deal. I looked you man's favourite footballers in the eyes and told them the other day, Cucurella is better than Nuno Mendes. They laughed at me, scoffed. Please, they told me. Lightest of works. He got moved to by Gusto today. But look, João Pedro, what a performance. Up the Chelsea every time, people. João Pedro, what a performance once again. Do you know what it is? I said it at the time. We have an option with João Pedro where he can drop in, combine play, drift out wide, and he can also go in behind and shrug off defenders. And then he got some composure to finish. What a fucking finish today. But he ain't even the man of the hour right now. Cole Palmer, man. Listen, the people was so mad at you, bro, at the start of the year. Rightfully so, in my opinion, because you was a shell of yourself. You, right now, I can say it on my chest. It's so crazy. Let me even hit my cigar when I say this. Like a show. Cole Palmer. Cigars are fucking dead, man. I don't know why guys get this. This is an Italian man flex. Cole Palmer, you are officially the best player in the world. Facts. Any Chelsea fan who thinks otherwise, like I said, you're cocks. Which way should we bang you? Which way should we bang your wives? Dogs, side jokes, or should we let her ride? If you don't agree on your Chelsea that Cole Palmer is the best player in the world after he just moved to the Ballon d'Or winner Dembele, these PSG fans locked up the whole Times Square banging their drums. Ici c'est Paris, ici c'est Paris. The whole stadium was quiet. No PSG fans made a noise. I couldn't hear nothing from them. Paris, ils sont morts. Paris, ils sont morts. We moved to you, man. But like I said, Cole Palmer, best player in the world, we can say it with my chest. Chelsea, best team in the world, I can say it with my chest. A lot of people got onto me throughout the whole season because I've been rating Rob Sanchez. A lot of man got onto me because I was rating Rob Sanchez. I hope now you've seen the light and you've seen this guy's the real deal. Golden Glove performance. We have Sky Sports, Sky Cover saying make Chelsea great again. We have touched the globe. This has been a beautiful experience, which I'll touch on later. But listen, Enzo Maresca, another one. Fam, I'll be honest with you. Let's
stop it there. You're doing Enzo Maresca prop. I had to draw the line there. I haven't watched that video since the actual final, since we dropped that. Look how happy I was, man. Look how happy I am. And hopefully, I plan to do this again a second time. No, I'm not carrying on. No. Your lips are saucy or crazy. Come on, guys. You might not even mad. But anyway, guys, I woke up this week. You know, it's Monday. I just come from swimming. That's why I'm a bit dry. I had a swim session. You know what I'm saying? The grannies are going ham in the gym, in the swimming pool, bro. They're doing laps. I'm here breathing, gasping for air. Them man are doing laps easy. After my slim session, I've come here, but I woke up today feeling happy, feeling confident, feeling a way I haven't felt since that video was dropped. I feel like, and guys, I do want to preface that we are currently in enemy territory. There's a time and a place to be a cock. Today isn't one of them. Okay? Today isn't one of them. I'm feeling very, very confident about my boys, but I don't want to do too much in the intro because we've got a very good show ahead. We've got Junior, PSG, and Spurs, so we have to cook him double. Obviously, MCGA meeting, the MCGA family will come true later. We got the FA Cup draw today as well. That's going to come true. So let's actually break down this PSG game. Without further ado, chat, you know you have to give a warm welcome to the special guest Junior in the building. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you for having me on.
No worries, man. Thank you for coming on.
No worries.
I was told by DSK that you may potentially cook me. That's what he told me. And, you know, he knows my capabilities. I don't get cooked, you know. So for him to say that, I said, whoa, okay, this is a guest I must take seriously. You know, that's why I went to the gym before this session. I had to get my mind right because I don't know. I watched one of your videos. Actually, and this wasn't the energy of somebody who could potentially cook me. But before we get into all of that, introduce yourself to the people. Let people know who you are. Do you know what I'm saying? A lot of the audience already know you. So for those who don't.
Yeah, no worries. I'm Junior. I am a PSG fan. And as you stated, well, Spurs is my prem team. All right. I'm in the UK. I live in London. So, you know, I got to be part of the, you know, the banter and whatnot. And so I chose Spurs as my club. You know, I know the cook session, the roast session is going to come. But all I'll say is I chose Spurs. Not for the glory, but for the passion. But as for PSG, I was born in France. I grew up in Canada, hence my accent, and I started supporting PSG in 2013. Hence the reason for this kit. And there's also other symbolic meanings for this kit. Is that this is the kit. Fortunately, in that 2013-14 season, Mbappe scored at the Parc des Princes. I don't know what those you guys went through. So that's why it's also symbolic for that day. And that's why tomorrow we need to get our get back. However, I will go and say the last few times we've met in the Champions League, the team from Paris has gone through. That's all I'll go and say.
Come on, man. That's the old days. That's the old days. We don't need to talk about that. That's the old days. But I didn't know you're actually French. Tu parles français et tout?
Ouais, je suis né en France. J'ai déménagé au Canada quand j'étais jeune. So I moved to Canada when I was young, when I was 3. But I went to like French school in Canada, so I speak French. French is my first language. Funnily enough, now my English is probably better than my French now. But yeah, funnily enough, French is my first language.
So you're in London full time, yeah?
Yeah, I'm studying currently in London. But yeah, I'm in London.
We might have to go to the home game together.
Hey, if you can find tickets, I'll be there.
For sure. Well, it drops tomorrow, so fingers crossed I get some. But yeah, let's make that happen.
No worries, man.
Let's get all the pleasantries out the way. Let's get straight into business. So I was going through your socials. I don't really want to search your socials like that because I wanted to just be blindsided. I took because DSK told me. I said, oh, okay. I don't want to go through. You know, usually what I do is if we're having a head-to-head, I'll go and search for your weaknesses. Ooh, what terrible takes do you have? And I'll put it on the screen. But I didn't want to do that. The only thing I watched, prior to the videos I already know of you, was your Monaco reaction video.
We're going to get smacked.
Can you guys hear the video, chat?
Beaten, battered, disciplined against Chelsea Football Club in the round of 16 of the Champions League. What is going to happen in these next 2 weeks? If PSG play the level that we've been playing at recently, we are getting smacked home and away against Chelsea Football Club. And I'm saying it now so that at least I've got records of it. Okay? for my future self, so that when I come back and we get knocked out, I'm gonna say, I told you so. So this is a message for future me. All right, when we get knocked out 2 weeks time against Chelsea, I'm gonna go and say, I told you so. Because what is going to happen against Chelsea Football Club? Oh my goodness, miser de madre mia. I don't think there's been times where I've gone into games where I'm like, I know we're getting smacked. We are getting smacked. Listen, at first I thought Fugazi okay, Monaco okay. At one point, when are we going to kick off the season? When are we going to kick off the season? Because right now I'm going to go and say, if I'm being completely honest, if I was a neutral, Chelsea have the better chance of beating PSG than PSG have beating Chelsea.
Wow.
Plain and simple as. This was an embarrassing performance. A generational stinker on our part. Oh my goodness. I was going and saying, I thought that the level of football that I saw across both legs against Monaco was the worst level of football I've seen PSG play in the last 2 years. But of course, leave it up to PSG to go and one-up themselves, because what I saw over the course of 90 minutes, madre mia, misère de misère, purée.
Obviously, guys, check out his TikTok page as well, yeah. JUNIOR.NKANABASSI, yeah. But what I've gathered here, correct me if I'm wrong, you've accepted defeat. You know what's coming. I don't really have to do
pause. I've not accepted defeat, all right? Everything I said, first and foremost, that video was reactionary. It was right after the loss. You know how we be. You know, after a loss, you're not thinking straight. You're not thinking straight. For good and for worse times.
I saw us drop points to Burnley. I saw us lose to Arsenal. Even after the Arsenal game, 2 days later, I said we're gonna beat PSG. We have to get it done. That's the difference. I'm not reactionary. That to be reactionary, everyone's reactionary. But for you to say we are losing home and away, I have more faith in Chelsea beating us than we have beaten Chelsea. You know that you understand the food chain. Because I've told you, I've told the PSG fans, I got bare French cousins and stuff, they're PSG fans. I told them, guys, there's a food chain. You guys are our little bros. We got 2 Champions League. You got your first Champions League. 100%. 100%.
Hold on. Again, last 2 times we've played each other, what's the record? In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think in the Champions League, PSG have beaten Chelsea more often than not. We got the record on you guys.
Well, that doesn't mean nothing.
Hold on. How can you sun somebody if we've beaten you more often than you've beaten us? You can't wait.
Okay. And I ask you, in those years that you beat us, what did it lead to?
Oh, it's like me going and saying the years that you beat us in the Champions League, what did it lead to?
No, because it holds so much weight to you, right?
Oh, hold on. I'm just saying. In direct confrontations in the Champions League, we've got your number. We're okay. I said, going back to the video, I said, if we play like we did against Monaco, that doesn't mean we're going to go and play like we did against Monaco. All right, if we turn up, we can beat you guys. And also, you have to do humble gimmick. Against Liverpool last year, nobody believed in us, especially here in England. And after what was happened, bang, 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 1-2, we knocked Liverpool out. Aston Villa, in fairness, I think most people as being Villa. And Arsenal, same thing. People doubted, is this team really good? Can they match the Premier League intensity? And then, within 3 minutes, Ousmane Dembele had the Mickey Mouse clubhouse, all right? The Emirates silenced. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but we're not the same. Stop using Arsenal as the we're not the same. You know what?
Okay, then I'll go back.
Let me just ask you a question. Genuinely, yeah. Let's take our fan hats off here before we get into this. Do you actually think PSG is a bigger club than Chelsea, a football club?
I'll answer your question with a question. Do you think that Chelsea is the biggest club in London?
100%.
So you think you're bigger than Arsenal?
Yes, 100%.
By a lot or by a little?
We've won everything there is to win. We have 2 Champions Leagues. We got 2 Europa Leagues. We've even beat them in a European final. They have none of that.
But
that's a whole different. Every trophy they have, we have. We have multiple trophies that they don't have. So I don't think that's a conversation. But let's get Arsenal out of the way. Do you think you're a bigger club than Chelsea?
I think I would actually probably agree with your point, or I think it's a debate. But I think we're bigger than you guys, though. I think we're bigger than you guys. So I think we've won more trophies than you guys overall. I mean, you guys. The reason I was comparing you guys to Arsenal is that Arsenal, yes, you've got more, European international success. undoubtedly, compared to them. However, ultimately, they've still got a bigger trophy cabinet than you guys. I think Arsenal, you guys currently have what, like, in your entire career existence, what, like 30 odd trophies? Arsenal 48. PSG has more than Arsenal. So we've got, at the minimum, I can go and say like 15
Look
trophies.
at the league you're in.
And then okay. So
honest.
when Arsenal, when you guys were going and winning trophies back in the 70s and 80s and whatnot, you're gonna go and say that title is worth more than us. Ultimately, PSG play in a professional league. You mean I'm not going and saying I agree that a modern Premier League title is worth more than a modern league title, but to go and say that, oh my goodness, like exactly, all of a sudden they mean absolutely nothing. So that basically mean that what PSG basically only ever won their first proper trophy last season? Is that what in the Champions League?
No, but to be in terms of when you actually got your respect across the world, yeah, it happened last year. Up until then, you were pretenders. You were the guys that everyone hoped would do it or were predicted to do it, and you never got the job done. So let's not read that history.
So winning the Champions League is for
any
club, or is it for PSG?
That's what solidified your reputation, but you only got one of them. You need to realize teams like PSG, the league that you're in, winning the league, you know better than anyone. You're a fan of that club. Winning the league doesn't mean nothing. To determine your season is based on your European success, right?
To a certain degree, yes, I would agree.
Right. So up until last season, that's when you guys actually got your respect as, oh, PSG, they're a big team, whatever. But up until that point, you were in the same boat as Atletico Madrid.
Okay, so then you don't respect Atletico Madrid or Arsenal then?
You're bigger than Atletico Madrid. No question.
I agree.
I won't even look at their direction. But you were in that same tier up until last year when you won the Champions League. Congratulations.
No. Okay. So coming back to answer your question about which club is bigger between you guys and us, the thing I would go and say is I think just trophies alone isn't the only metric by which you go and you look at how big a club is. If that was the metric, then you can make the case that, unless you believe it, that what Liverpool is bigger than Barcelona then, potentially, because they've got more Champions Leagues than Barcelona, or that Bayern, for example, is bigger than more AC Milan, right? I think there's other factors that come into play. There's fan base, there's legends that have gone through the club, recent success. I'd also go and argue commercial viability, so how good they've been, commercially, marketing-wise, all those aspects. Okay, when you go and you look at those aspects, fan base, I think PSG have a bigger fan base. If you go and you look on, for example, it's not the most, I think a better way to rephrase this would be popularity. PSG currently is a more popular club than Chelsea. If you look on basically most social media platforms, PSG has a bigger following on Instagram, on TikTok, YouTube. All of them have a bigger following, or a more popular club than you guys. If you want to look at, for example, how much money you make commercially, or you guys are struggling to, get sponsors on the front of your kits and whatnot, whilst we're signing multi-million-dollar deals, and we're one of the top 5.
Issue.
Pardon?
That's an ownership issue. That's not the.
Okay, but I would also go and say that has to do with the success of the club, right? If you're really like Barcelona, for example, recently, I'd say why their stature has diminished relatively is the fact that they're a financial ruin currently, right? It's not just that, but PSG, in terms of a brand and the marketing, is huge. Arguably, you can go and say a top 3 club in the last couple of seasons. I go in, for example, I'm assuming you're in London. You're based in London.
Yeah.
Okay. PSG, for example, has a PSG store in London. How many other clubs? How many Arsenal? Chelsea?
You guys brand yourselves very well.
So branding is also another aspect.
It plays a part, but you only have 35 million fans. Yeah. We have 100 million.
Okay. I know where you're getting that number from. Where is that number from? What's your source?
Okay, so because this is where I've searched. Key figures of Chelsea's global following include approximately 136,000. Hold on. Look, we got here over 100 million.
Yeah, but check the sources on the site, because where were they quoting their number from? What site did they go and how did it determine the fan base? I think the biggest, because it's the one thing is that it's difficult to determine specifically how many fans there are. Right? Because what exactly do you classify as a fan? For example, I watch Arsenal games, right? To watch on Arsenal. I tune in basically every single week to go and watch them. You know what? Every once in a while, I'll tune into their social media page to go and see what they're going on. But I would never consider myself an Arsenal fan. However, what about the person who's a 50-year-old in the corporate world and whatnot, watches one Arsenal game a year and whatnot, but says they're an Arsenal fan? How do you determine things? I think the best way to go and look, especially today, and that's why I said popularity, PSG is a more popular club. And I think the best way and a very good way of measuring how popular a club is would be to look on how
you guys like what. Well, this is why that argument is a bit flawed, because you're trendy. It's like, for example, you're mentioning having clubs, stores, XYZ. I see loads of Inter Miami kits. Inter Miami are not a huge team, but because of the branding, they do well. Because of the stars you have at the club, which is a testament to your club. But you have to factor in the fact that you're a trendy football club. It's not like people casually wear PSG kits, but they're not fans of PSG. No one's tuning into PSG on a weekly basis. Aside from Champions League, they're not tuning into PSG games. That's a fact. I used to have a PSG kit just of the fact that it's PSG. They have Jordan collab. Yeah, I'd rock it. Nobody was actually like fashion-wise. It's not really.
Of course, that thing in isolation won't necessarily make you bigger. But if, for example, a lot of people are repping you and talk about you, it goes and shows that you've got influence at the very least, right? Like how often do you go and you buy a Nottingham Forest shirt? Okay, right? You go and you talked about Champions League, so on and so forth. Nottingham Forest have won more than PSG. Would you go and say Nottingham Forest is a bigger club than PSG?
No, but I don't wait.
Listen, if your key metric, you're
one of your. But my key metric isn't solely like it has to be something relevant.
You would agree that it's not just trophies, right? Because you came up and said that because you've got 2 Champions Leagues and PSG
got bigger European heritage than you. Fact, you can say that. So do Aston Villa.
Villa only have one as well.
But bigger club, I don't know. But you can, to be honest, they are.
No, but okay, so then all that.
They got 2
so you think
Nottingham?
You think Nottingham Forest is a bigger club than PSG?
Yeah, you just got a better brand.
Okay, so I'll go and ask them. Do you think that Liverpool is a bigger club than Barca?
Yeah.
You think Bayern is a bigger club than Barca?
Yeah.
And you think AC Milan is a bigger club than Barca?
Yeah.
Okay, so Barcelona is what? Not even a top 3 club of all time because they've got less Champions Leagues.
Yeah, firstly,
as in, if you want to go and believe that, fine.
Fine. I'm just using the Barca argument with me. I don't know if you know this, but Chelsea and Barcelona consider. I
know.
So I don't care to say that. But AC Milan has a serious team. The 1989-1990s team that Ancelotti played in is regarded one of the best football teams of all time. It actually changed Italian football when I was perceived worldwide. So AC Milan have that. They've also have the legend factor. They've had bad boys play for them. I know Barcelona have as well. And they've won more Champions League titles. You can't argue that. Obviously, we're basing this a lot based on what they are now. Same with Nottingham Forest, what they are now. But what Nottingham Forest were doing at the time was great stuff. Same with AC Milan. It was great stuff. They fell off. But let's not discredit the fact that they've fallen off now, that they are not bigger clubs.
Okay, I want to see based on this argument then. So what's the second biggest club in London?
Second biggest club in London.
Mm-hmm. And I'll choose your words.
I'll give it to Arsenal.
Okay, why Arsenal? Okay, but Spurs have a bigger European legacy than Arsenal. Spurs have more European.
Not really, though. Arsenal won Intertoto Cup.
Spurs have won that as well. Spurs have won that as well.
And they've won the Cup Winners' Cup as well.
Yeah, Spurs have a bigger European legacy than Arsenal. There's no debating that. If you want, I can come and look at what they've gone and won. But Spurs have a bigger international pedigree than Arsenal. So and listen, this is me going and saying Spurs is my team, but as much as it pains me to say, Arsenal are a bigger club. But based on your metrics, then you'd have to go and say that Spurs is the second biggest club in London.
That's not a problem for me either way.
Okay, but then as in if that's your metric of how you determine club size, then okay, fine.
No, but you need to realize, teams in the same league there's more criteria that matter, because then
that was your initial claim, though. Your initial claim
I hear you, because we're not in the same league.
Okay,
but then the only way we can measure each other at the end of the day is through what we're doing in Europe. Teams like Arsenal and Spurs and Chelsea, yes, obviously Champions League titles come to play, European trophies come into play, but there's also domestic competitions and league titles and everything that you can factor in.
Okay, so now, how do you determine 2 teams from different leagues? And
Champions League. That's the only way we can do it. That's the only way we can do it.
Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem then. So then Marseille are bigger than Arsenal.
I don't have a problem with that either.
Okay, as in that's all I'm going and saying then.
Marseille were bigger than you until last year.
As in, okay, I get your criteria. What I will commend your consistency. You're being consistent, but like as even though I'm a PSG fan, I hate Arsenal more. Like I despise Arsenal because of the fan base. But
Yeah.
I think it's ridiculous to go and see that Marseille is bigger than Arsenal. But if you're going using your metric, then all of a sudden, the Marseille bigger. Then yeah, somebody said here in the chat.
Porto as well.
So they're all bigger than Arsenal. So if you're just basing it solely off of like European trophies won and European success, then as in I wouldn't necessarily agree. I think trophies are a big contributor and would play into it, but it's not the only thing. So then that means that what here in England, you'd go and say that what you guys are just as big as United all time.
We're up there. They're bigger than us, though. We're up there, though. They're bigger than us. I think we're third, and I think we're the third biggest team in the country.
So you think City's bigger than Arsenal?
100%. What the fuck? City win one more, they overtake us. By the way.
Let's say City were to win the Champions League this season, they'd be able to become Chelsea, just like
that. Yeah,
they
overtake us. They got more league titles.
Okay, I mean, as in, I think your criteria there is it's one dimensional. It's flawed in that I don't think just European trophies alone determine the size of a club. But if that's what you want to go and argue, then okay. So then that means that you go and say that if PSG, let's say, were to go and beat win the Champions League again this season, they'd also ultimately be bigger than basically most English teams then.
Yeah.
So they go and be like as big as what? Especially because now you're talking about clubs from a different countries, then they'd be just as big as United then.
Who?
PSG. If we won another Champions, because United only have what two you have three Champions
They've got
Leagues.
3, so you wouldn't be bigger than them. No.
So that one standpoint. So for you, clubs like Villa,
but you need to also factor in they have a bigger fan base. Man United have the biggest fan base in the world. That's why I think
but the problem is, so then you would agree that there's not just one metric. If you agree that it should be trophies and fans, why not look at, for example, legends of the game, legends that have gone through the club? Even though I'd go and say that Liverpool have one more Champions Leagues than Barca, I think that there's more legends that have gone through Barca.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you what I get. Why for me, why I don't really care for the legends thing. Legends plays a big role, but for example, R9 played for Barcelona and Real Madrid. He didn't win them no Champions Leagues. He didn't contribute to their legacy like that. Our only Ballon d'Or winner to play for us was Shevchenko. He done fuck all for us. Messi came to your club. Messi did nothing for you.
Okay, but
so legends Beckham came there. He done nothing for you.
Legends of your club are a huge reason, for example, for fans to begin with. As in, I'm not sure what your personal circumstances for, supporting Chelsea, but a lot of the Chelsea fans that I know back in Canada and whatnot started supporting Chelsea. People who are of my age, born in the early 2000s-ish and whatnot, late 90s, started supporting them because of Drogba, right? Doesn't even matter regardless of what they won and didn't and whatnot. How many people do you know are Arsenal fans because of Thierry Henry? Players ultimately, especially when you're young.
Look at the names of the people you're naming. They're contributing to the team's legacy. Don't just start naming guys for the sake of naming guys.
The point I'm making, though, is that players coming to the club, legends of the game, are huge reasons as to also why they go and win, right? Regardless of what you want to go and say, the fact that, for example, would you go and say that all of a sudden what Neymar at PSG is a diddly squat because ultimately he didn't win the
Champions League. Put you guys on. Neymar changed you guys' lives.
Okay, but what did he do more than, for example, a Messi?
He took them to a Champions League final. You guys you never were in a Champions League final ever. He brought you to your first ever Champions League final. Can't take that away from him.
Okay, so then just those factors alone. I think players going through your club, obviously it's also what they've done.
Who are the PSG legends for your club?
So specifically legends of PSG, not just legends of the game overall. Because if we said legends of football
not
overall,
of the game,
then I could move on. Okay, so people like, I don't know how granular you want my list to go and be, because I could name even like people like older heads and whatnot that have also come through and play for PSG.
I feel like you're searching it up.
No. I'm just trying to think, because I don't want to go and say, for example, somebody like a David Ginola, who also played at Newcastle and Spurs, but I don't think most people would think
No, that's a legend. That's not.
Oh,
That's
okay.
that.
If it's people like that, people like Mbappe, Neymar, Zlatan, Cavani, Dembele, Verratti, Ronaldinho, Gigi Kocha, Thiago Silva, George Weah, I said David Ginola, Marquinhos, I said Zlatan already. Obviously,
That's your top 10, though. That's your top 10, yeah? Say that again. Like, let's go through that again.
Neymar, Messi. No, okay. Neymar, Mbappe, Zlatan, Marquinhos, Thiago Silva, Ronaldinho, David Ginola, Rai, and then for older heads, you might not know, but Susic as well. And these are like older PSG players. What's his name? Mustafa Ben Taleb as well. Might not know him. Those would go and say are PSG legends.
Right. So this is what's so funny about this, yeah. And this is also what determines what's a bigger club. I'm so happy you fell into my trap here. So your legends, you mentioned Ronaldinho in your top 10 of legends, won no trophies for your club. Verratti, who you rose, no European VVS for your club. I'm going to name my top 10, and you're going to see the difference for what our legends brought to the table and what your legends brought to the table.
No, hold on.
That just tells you everything.
Okay. No, if that's the game you want to play, then I could basically just start going and saying the entire PSG 2025.
And that's only one squad. And that's one squad.
But then I'll go and say that. Okay, if that's the game you want to play, I'll go and ask how many of your players have won a sextuple at your club. If that's the game you want to play, no. If that's the game you want to play,
what you're doing,
your club,
my bro, what you're doing is deflecting now. Because look, my top Chelsea legends, yeah, no particular order. John Terry, 5 Premier League titles, 1 Champions League, 1 European trophy, Europa League. So 2 European trophies, 5 league titles. I can write you Frank Lampard. He's won me a Champions League, 4 titles, 2nd in Ballon d'Or podium for us. I can write you N'Golo Kante. He won us a Europa League, a Champions League, league titles. And while he played for the club, won a World Cup. I can write you Eden Hazard. So, you know what I'm saying? Zola, Ruud Gullit. I can write you guys, Drogba, Czech. These men have all won stuff at a high level. You're talking about guys that just look good in the kit. And then it's like, I understand, obviously.
Okay, I think the best thing to do here.
Chelsea walked so PSG could run. You need to also remember that. We're the original Uyu babies. So you guys.
I think the best thing to do. Let's go and do. Let's say a combined all-time legends of the club, not the legends of the game. Legends of the club. PSG, Chelsea combined 11 all time. Right, for what they've done and the levels they reached. Okay.
All right, cool. This is what we're going to do, yeah? I'm going to get up the lineup builder. We're going to do legends. Then we'll do right now. And then once we do the right now squad, we'll go into previewing the game and all of that. So, cool. Now, don't get it twisted. I think you guys have now, are you doing your club legends or players that just played for you and they
if I do hold on, if I start doing players that have played for me, like we like
that's what I'm saying. That's why I want to make it clear.
Oh yeah, I'll make it better for you guys. I'll do legends of the club, because if that's the case, I can start saying Messi, Sergio Ramos, Buffon, but we'll be kind. Legends of PSG.
Peter Cech has to go and go.
Oh, you think Peter Cech is a better keeper than Donnarumma?
Real talk. This stream can go left very fast. Listen, be mindful of what you're saying.
No.
Donnarumma, the same Donnarumma that was stripping in multiple years in the Champions League knockouts. Let's not pretend like we didn't see that. That Benzema one embarrassing him. You're trying to say right now Donnarumma is better than Peter Cech.
That's like me going and saying. Look at Petr Cech, his finals at Arsenal. Then, like, if that's the game we keep on going.
We're talking about Chelsea. He holds the record for the least goals conceded, most clean sheets in Premier League history, most clean sheets in a season. Like, do you know who we're talking about right now? This is like Donnarumma.
I'll go and say how many times has Petr Cech won a Golden Glove? All right, and in an international competition as a keeper, because Donnarumma's done it in 2021.
He played for Czech Republic. He played for Czech Republic, bro.
Is that Donnarumma's fault?
But do you know that Peter Cech is won best European goalkeeper 4 times? 2008, 2012, 2007, 2005. You know he won goalkeeper of the year in 2000 and 2005.
Because we need to go on. Because we need to go on.
Do you know he made Euros team of the tournament in 2004?
Oh, I mean, Donnarumma made in 2021 the year wasn't the best player, but let's move on. We'll be kind. I'll give you
Donnarumma over Czech. Hey, no, we need to cut these guys up tomorrow.
Right back. I mean, I think this is pretty obvious here.
Who's your right back?
Hakimi's better than Chelsea. I'm not even up for the debate here. Hakimi gets in.
I swear.
Hakimi gets in. Don't.
I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, yeah, Reece James is better than Hakimi.
Oh God. Oh my goodness.
What? Why is this even like a debate?
Mr. I can't stay fit. Mister, I can't get a run again.
Reece James has been fit all season and he was fit last season too. That's a lazy narrative. No, you're trying to tell me Reece James.
Listen, respect Reece James, then. I think he's a very good player. He's not better than Hakimi. He is not a better right. Hakimi last season dropped the greatest individual right back season of all time. Of all time.
What? He's not even better than Dani Alves. He's not even better than
in terms of single season, this guy, if you go and you look, for example, this guy had 9 goal contributions in the Champions League. This guy was up in terms of big chances created, as a right back.
Doing GA for right back.
But also he's also contributing defensively as well. He also did his job defensively.
So
there is no way.
Hakimi had a good season.
People like legitimately.
Is Hakimi better than?
Yeah.
Is Hakimi better than Ivanovic or Aspilicueta?
Please, buddy, be serious. Be serious. Put Hakimi at right back and let's move on to center backs.
I'll let you have Hakimi because I'm going to argue throughout all of this. Center backs, Carvalho or John Terry.
Say your two.
John Terry and Carvalho.
I think John Terry gets in, but Thiago Silva gets in.
Chelsea Thiago Silva gets in.
He was better at PSG. What?
Chelsea Thiago Silva gets in because he won.
No, he was better at PSG. He was a better player at PSG.
He was a winner at Chelsea.
He was a better player at PSG. Thiago Silva is a bigger legend at PSG.
Oh, he's not there. Ashley Cole left back. That's not even a debate.
Nuno Mendes is a better. Nuno Mendes is a
better.
Okay, you want to go? Let's what they want. Let's go what they want then. I simply go and ask. Drop Ashley Cole sextuple on the table. Let's start talking. In fact, I'm not even going to say as a footballer.
You're a mutant, bro. You're like them guys that shit on the old era. I've realized what you are, bro.
Big respects. Nuno Mendes is a better Ashley Cole. Nuno Mendes is a better Ashley Cole. What aspect do you think Ashley Cole's better than? What aspect do you think he's better? A better football player. As in you're picking, not even remove like the trophies and the success and all of that. Let's go and say you need to pick up a 5-a-side team or an 8-a-side team, 9-a-side, whatever it is. Who you're picking Ashley Cole over Nuno Mendes. As a footballer, Cacho. What aspect is Ashley Cole better than him?
What are you talking? You know, I can't lie. This for me, yeah. I'm so happy you suggested to be done this because now I'm seeing the bull nolly. Oh. This is mad. What you're doing right now is mad.
First, big respects to Ashley Cole is a generation player, one of the best left backs to ever do it. But was Ashley Cole when he was playing? Was he ever in contention? Oh my goodness, this guy is already one of the best left backs of all time. This season, people are saying what Nuno Mendes is doing.
What are you talking about? Yes, they were saying that. I lived it.
Nuno Mendes is in conversations with Marcelo and Roberto Carlos. He's not in discussion with Ashley Cole. Stop this.
Ashley Cole was there and in debates with them, man. What are you talking about? All right, bro. How old are you, Junior? How old are you?
22.
See, you don't know what the fuck you're saying, bro. You don't know what you're saying. Real talk, I can't lie. You're going mad. Firstly, Ashley Cole was in FIFA Pro 11s. He was in UEFA Teams of the Year. He was a multiple PFA Teams of the Year. I think he was in the squad maybe at least 4 times. He went invincible with Arsenal. He went invincible with Arsenal. He won a
Champions
Champions League. Which, bro, like, what are we doing? Like, seriously, like the Premier League Hall of Fame. This is actually cool. The Donnarumma check stuff, cool, whatever. Now you're trying to do like, come on, man, come on. And I rate like you're basically trying to argue that Nuno Mendes is one of the best left backs of all time. Because Ashley Cole's top 3 left backs of all time.
It's not ridiculous to say.
The only left backs I will put over Ashley Cole is Maldini, Roberto Carlos, and Marcelo. But Roberto Carlos
as a footballer,
yeah, but Roberto Carlos and Marcelo can't defend like Ashley Cole could. Maldini couldn't go forward like Ashley Cole could.
Okay.
So what are we doing?
I'd say in both aspects. The only place where I'd say the two are relative is maybe defensively. Nuno Mendes is miles clear of Ashley Cole offensively. It's not. It's not a debate.
Real talk, yeah. Nuno Mendes got cooked by Gusto. Don't ever try and rise Ashley Cole. No, real talk. Man is trying to rise Ashley Cole, yeah? Nuno Mendes over Ashley Cole. Nuno Mendes broad day in a final, 35 degrees. The sun was out. There were civilians everywhere. He got cooked by Nuno. Like, come on. Gusto cooked him.
This is the game we're going to start playing.
Not a winger. Not Cole Palmer. Even Cole Palmer done him, but not even really Cole Palmer done him. Not a bad boy winger, not Neymar Jr. We all saw it broad day. Civilians were there, children were there. I saw little babies crying. These French kids were crying. Gusto cooked Nuno Mendes, and you're gonna come here and argue me that Nuno Mendes is better than Ashley Cole, brother? You're going mad. You're going mad.
So if I go and I find a performance where Ashley Cole was absolutely getting cooked in torch at Roma and whatnot,
you give me a worse final performance than what Nuno Mendes done. Man got cooked by Gusto.
Okay, if you want to go, okay, give me a final performance where Ashley Cole was as good as Nuno Mendes was. If, for example, in the Nations League final against Lamine Yamal, you can't go and say, "Oh, Lamine Yamal is statistically
one of the best dribblers." Pardon? You're rising Nations League.
I'm not saying
both Champions League finals that he played in, the one he lost and the one he won. Go watch his performances. Like, do you know that Leo Messi never scored against Ashley Cole, right?
Oh, I mean,
6 games. 6 games. He never scored against Ashley Cole.
Because right now, a single time he's not scored. That's like me going saying Lamine Yamal's never scored when he's played against Nuno Mendes.
How many times has he played Nuno Mendes? Once.
4. No, he's played him. What?
He played this season.
This season, he played him in the Nations League, and he played him twice in 2023, 2024, 4 times. He's never scored.
So when he was 15?
16, 17.
15 going on 16. 23, 24. He was
okay, well, then that's like me going and saying, well, Nuno Mendes is 23. Like, Nuno Mendes currently, can you agree on this at the very least? Nuno Mendes, at his age, at 23, is a better player than Ashley Cole was at 23.
No, sorry. At 23, Ashley Cole was invincible.
Oh my gosh. Nuno Mendes is the most decorated player at his age, currently, in the history of the game, currently.
That's an empty stat. No one cares about stats like that. That's like saying, oh, did you know Pedro Neto, has scored the most goals on Fridays than anyone in the league this season?
No, it's not.
You know what I'm saying? Those stats don't mean shit.
It's not because it's going and saying if he continues at his pace, he can go and retire as the most decorated football in the history. If he continues at the pace that he's winning trophies at, he is the most decorated player at his currently at 23. He's won more trophies than any other player has at the exact same point. It's like that's like going and saying, for example,
hold on. Oh, you said the first. Go ahead.
That's like going and saying, the stats of, for example, like when Holland goes and beats the record of, he's the quickest player to get to 50 Champions League goals. That's like saying, it's a Fugazi stat. That's basically what that's the exact equivalent stat.
At all. And it's very funny that trophies matter now, because you spent the first 20 minutes of the stream telling me how trophies didn't matter. But now all of a sudden trophies matter. Look what Ronaldo said. This is prime Ronaldo in 2016. Yeah? At this point, he's won how many? He won 2014, 16, 2008. He's got 3 Champions Leagues on his belt. He said out of his own mouth, Ashley Cole's the toughest opponent he's ever faced. That's Ronaldo in his prime. Now we just mentioned how Messi never scored against Ashley Cole. So the two arguably greatest players of that generation are both saying Ashley Cole's a problem. But you want to come and rise me Nuno Mendes in an era where wingers are the worst they've ever been. Let's also factor in this is the worst era of wingers we've had in this whole century.
Okay, hold on. If you want to go
in this century, 100%. What? Look at the best. Who are the best wingers in the world right now?
Lamine Yamal.
Mbappe. Don't get twisted. I think Mbappe is not a winger right now. Lamine Yamal is special. Don't get it twisted. Lamine Yamal is a special talent. What we're seeing as a teenager, whatever. Why Lamine Yamal stands out so much right now is because this era of wingers are fucking shit.
If you're comparing it to like arguably the greatest ever wingers of era, it would like the mid 2010s, then okay, there's a drop off. But to go and say that what wingers in the early 2000s were miles clear.
Was the microphone moving mad?
Now it is. It was better.
Now it's moving mad. It was good before. I just changed it, but I saw a comment, so that's why I changed it. What about now?
It's better now.
Okay. Was it choppy before though? Before I asked?
It was fine. It sounded.
Oh, okay. I saw a comment. That's why I changed it. My bad. But yeah, as I was saying, yeah, this era of wingers in comparison, like the era that Ashley Cole played in against Robin, Messi, Ronaldo, CR7, bro, the wingers that he had to play against, come on, bro. The fact you're rising Nuno Mendes, what's Nuno Mendes' toughest ever challenge? He couldn't even hack Saka last season. He was struggling.
What do you mean he couldn't catch Saka? What do you mean?
Saka gave him a good game, bro.
Which one? As in what they went band for band? Is that what you're saying? Or like he had him on skates?
Bro, the fact that he went band for band.
I think Nuno Mendes is a better football player than Ashley Cole. And this is not bro.
I'm not letting it slide. There's no way. Bro. I gave you Hakimi. I gotta have Cole. That's crazy. I can't lie. That's crazy. And Nuno has to do a lot more work before he gets there.
Give him 2 years. Nuno Mendes will eclipse anything Ashley Cole ever did. Give him two.
You need to realize, arguing defenders with Chelsea fans is a mistake because we are arguably our history has been a defensive side. We have all the defensive records in the Premier League. Even in the most recent Champions League we won, we had the best defensive record in the knockout stage to win a tournament. So, you need to realize when it comes to defenders, arguing Donnarumma over Czech, that's criminal in itself. The fact Hakimi's there, that's criminal as well. But I'll be real, I think Ivanovic should be there, but I'll let it slide.
Hakimi is better than Ivanovic. Stop! No, that's disgusting. Stop. Wow.
Oh, we got 3 different right backs that we can put there. That's another thing when we factor in who's a bigger club. The fact that we can put multiple players in these positions, I don't think you man can. Aside from Hakimi, who else can you rise? Because I can rise Aspilicueta, I can rise Ivanovic, I can rise Paulo Ferreira, I can rise Reece James.
This point, all doesn't matter. Hakimi's the best amongst all of them. I mean, you put him there. Okay. My question is though, you think legitimately, let's just comparing them player for player, you're doing like a player scouting, right? You think that Ashley Cole is a better, you're going to look at offensively, defensively, blocking at matchups, crossing, all of those aspects, the fundamentals of the game, you think Ashley Cole is better? In which aspects do you think he's better?
I think he's a better 1v1 defender. Clear of him.
I wouldn't say, but I would concede that. I would concede that. Yeah, he might be better there.
I think all the defensive attributes.
I think defending in space though. I think Nuno Mendes is better.
Also, you just need to realize as well, it was a different time. As a fullback, you could go forward.
I could
argue go forward as well. But we were everything that Nuno Mendes could do, Ashley Cole could do and better.
I mean, I would disagree. But then in the same way you're saying it was a different era of football, then I could say the same thing with Nuno Mendes. What's to say that if Nuno Mendes...
But why I'm saying it's a different era, is because now defenders football super positional based now. There's an overemphasis on positional instructions on where certain players need to be on the pitch, etc. So everything's getting spoon-fed to them in the sense where They're not meeting wingers.
Hold on.
Let me land.
Hold on. You could say that about other meaty left backs like Kukurea and
no, but Junior, let me land, bro. Okay. Let me land, bro. He's not coming across wingers who are just have the freedom to express themselves the whole way. That's the era that Ashley Cole was playing in. He would come against CR7, who can get 90 touches in a game, do whatever the fuck he wants. Messi, he could take him on as many times as he wants. He got multiple touches in a game. Same thing with Ian Robin. Same way when Ribery would switch sides. These are the certain levels that he was playing against on a weekly basis. It's not the same where now football, nowadays, the quality of winger isn't the same. As the attackers that they're coming against, aside from Lamine Yamal, what winger is allowed to?
You can't go and say just aside from Lamine Yamal if you put Lamine
That's one player. You're rising one player.
Olise, Saka. That's 3 players right there.
Saka, look at it. From time Saka's name has come up. Oh, no, real talk, bro. From time we've mentioned Saka's name, that's the 3rd winger that came out of your mouth. That tells me everything I need to know. There's levels, bro. There's actual levels, man.
Salah as well. Then, like,
no. Stop.
Did Ashley Cole have a run?
This is the fact that you're trying to argue
against Salah all in a single season. Has Ashley Cole ever done that? All 3 of them, just like that.
Bro, he played CR7 twice. CR7 only scored 1 goal against him, which was in the Champions League final. And SM was playing right back. They moved Ronaldo to left wing because he couldn't hack Ashley Cole. He has never scored against Leo Messi. Never scored against him. You're writing names like Salah and Saka, and bro, look at that levels of footballer. The whole conversation for you is as a footballer. Look at the level of footballers you're arguing.
That's because you're looking at things with hindsight. It's easy for you to go and say that, now because Ashley Cole's retired, he's finished his career. Who's to say now in 20 years when you start talking about Nuno Mendes and what he was able to go and lock up Yamal, we'll go and say,
then we got to wait for that. Up until now, Ashley Cole was ahead of Nuno Mendes.
I think intrinsically as a football player, I think that Nuno Mendes is a better.
Okay, do you want to play this game? Since you want to play that as a footballer game, as a footballer, what Reece James is clear of Hakimi. Reece James can play multiple positions. He can play centre back, right back, midfield, right wing. He's a better ball striker than him. He's better than him defensively. He's better, like 1v1 defending. He's better than him. The only thing Hakimi's got over Reece James is pace. Reece James is clear of him as a footballer.
No. Reece James has never reached the peaks. Reece James has never reached the peaks of what Hakimi's done.
No. We said as a footballer. Give me footballing attributes that Hakimi has over Reece James.
Going forward. 1v1 defending.
Going forward.
Yes.
So wait, Reece James can't go forward?
No, I said that's not what I said. I said you're comparing the two. It's not to go and say Reece James is an excellent player. I think very good and people definitely criminally underrated, right? But I think going forward, you go and look, he's better. Like if you want to go and say Hakimi was basically ever since he was at Inter Milan playing as that wing back, he was the best in the world in contention.
Okay, 1v1 defending. The best left winger of this generation, as in from the 2020s, the decade of the 2020s, the best left winger, Vinicius Jr., said his hardest challenge was Reece James. That's 1v1 defending. In terms of just footballing ability, Reece James is a better set piece taker. Reece James is a better left foot, better weak foot than him. He's a better ball striker than him. He can play multiple positions, multiple systems than him. Like, what are you talking about? Can Hakimi even invert into the midfield?
Yeah. Wow. That's all he does for PSG.
At a higher level than Reece James, though.
Oh, okay. You know what? Let's move on. Let's move on to the midfield, bro. I'm not entertaining this.
At a higher level than Reece James, though.
Hakimi has 2 Reece James in each foot. But let's continue. Let's go on to the midfield.
Oh my God, bro. Cool. Midfield. I want to hear what you
say your midfield 3. However you want to set it up, and I'll go and say my midfield.
I'll be honest. Our midfield has my 3 midfielders that I would choose is Lampard, nailed on. Nobody's got taken Lampard's place. N'Golo Kante, and you could argue one of Fabregas. I'll put Fabregas there, but I also understand that Fabregas didn't win that much for us. But Lampard, either N'Golo Kante or Makelele. Bro, that midfield, you can't like. There's certain positions. I think you will have us when it comes to the wingers and stuff like that. Defenders and midfielders, you can't chat to us.
So what's your midfield 3 and what type of mid? Are you playing 6-8-10? How would you go and play it?
Yeah, Okay, cool. I'll do Frank Lampard, Fabregas, because the version Fabregas had a good. He was running the 6 for us, and I'll do N'Golo Kante. Cash money.
Okay, for my midfield 3, I say it's Verratti. I'd go and say respect Verratti. I wouldn't go into Vitinia, but Vitinia is too young. I'd probably go and say next Thiago Motta. And then for me, he definitely gets in. Neymar at the 10. Neymar gets into that midfield. Neymar at the 10 gets in.
Okay, hold on. Firstly, Verratti's cold. I think Verratti's cold. Verratti cannot light a candle to Frank Lampard. He cannot light a candle to N'Golo Kante.
He's better than Fabregas. He's better than
that version of Fabregas, not Fabregas all time. That version of Fabregas, I would understand. But if you want to play with 10s and you want to do the 4-2-3-1, that's not a problem. 4-2-3-1, my eyesight's bad. Where is it? What the hell? All right, cool. I don't know what's going on. We'll fix it. But then, all right, cool. You want to put Neymar on the 10? That makes life easier for me because I wasn't really in the mood to argue Hazard and Neymar, to be honest with you. All right, cool. So then I'd have to put Hazard as my left winger.
No, Hazard's not getting into that team.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. I'm just putting random. I have to fill it out so I can move the positions. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Wouldn't Hazard be on the other side though?
No, he's a left winger.
That's the.
All right, go on. You can. So who would you?
He's on the right. He's on the right currently. Remember, because you're looking at it from top to bottom. So Hazard's on.
Oh the right. Yeah. You're right.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'd say it's a clean sweep front 3 for PSG.
Okay, what would your front 3 be?
Mbappe on left wing or Ronaldinho. Both of them are better than Hazard. Big respects to Eden Hazard. Big respects. Because if you want to go and say that, okay, yes, he's won titles, but you guys won a Champions League before he got there, and you won one afterwards. Okay, of course he won 2 Europa Leagues, but you think Ronaldo? Okay, fine, no problem.
If we're doing club legends, it has to be Mbappe though. Unless you would have put Mbappe up front.
I could put Mbappe on the right wing.
Over Zola.
Mbappe's a better player than Zola. Don't even.
Wait, hold on. Are we talking about as a footballer? Because
Mbappe could retire today, and he's arguably already a top.
Yeah, he would have a better career.
Mbappe is better than Zola. Stop entertaining this. No, I'm not. Your chat's going crazy.
I want to understand what you're saying. Yeah, because I think comprehension is the most important part when we have these type of conversations. Now, your argument for Nuno Mendes over Ashley Cole was Nuno Mendes as a footballer. So I'm asking you. I'm being very particular with the words I'm saying.
Okay,
yeah?
even as
I want to know how you see the game. Mbappe's had a better career than Zola. Facts, 100%. As a footballer, is Mbappe better than Zola? As a footballer,
yes.
And what attributes does Mbappe have over Zola as a footballer?
Anything going forwards, bar maybe free kicks, or maybe like distribution. Mbappe's better. Stop, bro.
Mbappe can't play in the 10.
Okay, fine. In terms of creation, fine. I'll go and give you.
So he's not a better creator than Zola. He don't have better close ball control than Zola.
Okay, fine. I'll go and give you that, but then I'll go and say bursting, acceleration, finishing, eye for goal, lethalness, all those aspects.
Yeah, he's a goal scorer. That's it.
Bro, I'm not entertaining this. Zola, there is no way I'm entertaining that. Zola, big respect to fucking Zola. He's not better than Mbappe. Stop this gimmick, bro.
Broski. Real talk, yeah. Real talk.
No, Mbappe is
We're talking as a footballer, yeah. Zola's a better passer than him. Zola's better.
If we're going to say as a footballer, then
he's got a better weakness than him.
Then Verratti's better than Lampard. Then, if that's the case, then Verratti's better than Lampard.
Look, Junior. I know you're new here. You're a guest. I understand that, but there's certain things I don't play about. Lampard's the top of that list, isn't it? So what you're doing now.
I'm not disagreeing that Lampard's not there, but if
no,
you want to go
what
and
you just tried to do there with the Lampard, that's where we draw the line, isn't it? I'll be real.
What do you mean? You're trying to say that Zola's better than Mbappe?
You basically just punched me in my face, bro. Those are fighting words, bro. Those are fighting words. Man, I'm trying to disrespect Frank Lampard.
Put Mbappe on the right wing, and we'll move with that.
Oh, like real talk.
Even then, I could go and say Dembele if you want to go on the right wing, then.
No, we can. You want to put Mbappe, you can put Mbappe in it. I'm not like it's not a bad take. No, but look, I agree with you. Mbappe should start in this team if we're doing this combined 11. I also agree with you that Mbappe's had a better career than Zola. Mbappe is not a better footballer than Zola. That's what we're saying.
Monsieur le citoyen, Kylian Mbappé Lotin est un meilleur joueur de foot que Gianfranco Zola. Voilà, c'est bon ou pas?
Non, Timon.
On continue.
Voilà, Timon. He's got a better. If he's better ball-footed than him, he's got a better way to pass than him. He's got better close ball control than him. Like he's a better set piece taker than him. All round footballing attributes, he's better than him. He's just a better goal scorer. If you want to just rate goals and whatever, then calm. He's a better goal scorer than him. No one's taking that away from him. Man, not just disrespecting Zola though.
Grand respect Didier. Voilà, grand respect tonton. Voilà, but Zlatan gets in. George Weah gets in. Big respect.
Zlatan gets in over Drogba. You've lost me there. Real talk, you lost me there.
Drogba is not better than Zlatan. Drogba is not better than George Weah. He's not. He's not better. I could put that belly there if I wanted to. Wish. Oh. If that's the game you want to play, that belly goes in.
Better than Zlatan. What the fuck does Zlatan do?
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Real talk, yeah? Real talk.
Hold on. Okay.
At a club level, what's Zlatan's biggest accomplishment at a club level?
Hold on. Which gimmick do you want to go and play then? Which gimmick? Because if you want to go and say a career achievement, then I could go in here. Yeah, that's Drogba's up above him. But if you want to go and play your player gimmick, let's go. Then Zlatan's better than Drogba.
No, he's not.
Zlatan is a better player than Drogba.
No. Drogba's got better hold-up play than him. He's got better.
I'm not even sure, but I do. I know, actually, no.
He's better than him in the air. Like what we're doing is a better creator than him. He's a better piece taker than him.
Now.
And he's more clutch. And he's more reliable. What? Answer my question. Generally, what has Zlatan achieved at club level? What's his biggest achievement?
Well, winning league titles in basically every single country he's been in, bar England.
Oh my! Real talk.
When it comes to better, okay, you want to go and say that? Hold on. For example, your argument, right? You were going and saying that Ashley Cole was getting into FIFA Pro 11s in a harder era of football. Zlatan was getting into the FIFA Pro 11s, right? Playing at PSG in the arguably the hardest era of football in the mid 2010s with Messi, Ronaldo, Dani Alves, all those he was getting into those teams. I'm sorry, Zlatan is a better football player, but even then, George Weah gets in over Drogba. Like there's no that Belly gets in over Drogba. Stop it.
Belly don't get in over Drogba. Bro.
It's a clean sweep of PSG attackers. If you want to go that, then Mbappe.
Firstly, you know, in his prime, yeah, Zlatan Drogba also made FIFA Pro 11s, and the only time that Zlatan made FIFA Pro 11 was 2013 when Drogba went to Galatasaray when he was 35 years old. There's levels here, bro. Drogba was going to Champions League finals. He was dumping on teams. He's got a better knockout goal record than Ibrahimovic as well in the Champions League. He's not a joke, man. Like, what we doing here? And once again, you're rising me league titles. You're doing this league titles gimmick. You know the best centre-backs of that era were all saying Drogba was the toughest opponents they come against. This is what I'm saying. You're just arguing stuff for the sake of arguing. Do your due diligence. Real talk, do your due diligence, bro. How are you trying to try and say that?
Listen, I'm not here to try to specifically go.
It's not like you're saying their whole careers, which I already think Drogba's ahead of him, their whole careers anyway. But for you to say PSG Zlatan is better than Drogba's legacy at Chelsea, you're going crazy.
Bro, he was his peak as a player. He was at PSG. But even then, I'm not here to go and try to argue. I'm just trying to go and say get as many. I'm saying it's a full sweep of PSG attackers. Whatever but if we do, you take your best ever forwards, your best three, compared to our best three gets in. Right? If you want to go and say Mbappe goes at the 9, Dembele goes on the wing then. There's
No,
no.
wait, hold on. Real talk, yeah. I'm looking at this list. I love this guy to bits. I don't think Ronaldinho should be here. We're giving him. We're doing that because of his name. Ronaldinho is my favorite player. Like that, my chat will tell you. I love off Ronaldinho. I love him to bits. But if we're talking PSG all time, Ronaldinho should not be starting in this team. Let's just be honest. And now it's up to you whether you want to put Mbappe on the left, you want to put Eden Hazard on the left. You like just when those type of discussions come.
Chargers not getting into this team. Sorry.
Hold on. What's with the Hazard agenda? You know,
as a winger, isn't it like Mbappe? So okay, what's the justification for Ronaldinho?
What did Ronaldinho do?
So we're saying what they did at the club. That's what it is. Then okay, if we're basing what they did at the club, that's what we're basing it off of.
Yeah.
Solely.
Yeah.
Okay, well then how come like I could go and say what like Due because he won a sextuple. I don't know that. I am not saying it. You know what? Because I don't want to cause
any. Yeah, no, generally, I get it. It's your first Champions League. You're gassed, all of that, yeah. But that's like me saying, "Oh, let's put Werner in there or Havertz in there because he scored the Champions League final one."
Like, that's why I'm saying it's ridiculous to go and say that. I agree with your point. But if you have an issue with Ronaldinho, then fine. Put Mbappe. I still think okay. Who would you say are Chelsea's best three attackers?
Best or like great? Because best and great are two different things. Zola.
Well, we're doing greatest, right? So what they did at the club.
And I say Drogba
and Hazard.
What the thing is as well, yeah. There's OGs. Well. There's the Peter Osgoods and that, like you know what I'm
saying. We're done with the 80s, bro. We're done with the 70s, bro. Stop. We're done with the 80s. Because if that's
you asking me.
Okay,
did we get Portville? Did we get Portville in the FA Cup? Yes.
What round is this?
Are we home? Right, guys, we're going Wembley. You know.
What round of the FA Cup is it?
Quarterfinal.
Hold on, let me.
We're going Wembley, lads. Portville. I'll take that, man. I'll take that. We're going Wembley. We'll talk about this properly when the MCGA members come. But let's get this out of the way. Now, I want to talk to you about PSG combined with Chelsea right now.
Because listen, I would have hold on before we get onto that. Do you think that you think Drogba was better than George Weah
at PSG?
George Weah won a Ballon d'Or for what he did at PSG, mind you. When he won the Ballon d'Or, he won it at Milan, but it's like when Messi, for example, won it with.
Okay, so he didn't win it. So he didn't win it for PSG.
Wait, hold on. He won it because back then the Ballon d'Or was given on the calendar year. He transferred to Milan and barely played there and then got it. That's like going and saying that what you go and say.
So he won it. He lifted that Ballon d'Or in an AC Milan kit. And you know, that's another thing, yeah. That just shows that how like small of your club is, yeah. If you had a player who,
well then what?
Wait, hold on. If you had a player who got Ballon d'Or level performances and then moved in the summer, then
how many Ballon d'Ors do you guys have at your club then? If let's go and compare that. Let's go and compare it then. Yeah, let's go. If you're going to go and say that, at least how many Ballon d'Or players have you had at your club?
Why you're obviously insecure? You're obviously insecure based on what I said.
You're the one.
Now you're deflecting because Ruud Gullit won a Ballon d'Or.
Hold on, for what he did.
Ruud Gullit won a Ballon d'Or.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Shevchenko won a Ballon d'Or.
I let you land. Let me land. How many of them won a Ballon d'Or for either like they played at the club or they won it whilst they were at the club? For example, Messi won, if you want to go and say, during his eras at PSG, relatively like 2 Ballon d'Ors. When he came to PSG in 2021, off the Copa America, he won a Ballon d'Or. He won it lifting as a PSG player. I won't count that as Messi's Ballon d'Or at PSG. The second one in 2023, that was when he was playing as a PSG player and then left for Inter Miami and won it. Similar to what George Weah did. How many of your players have either done one of those two, where right before they came, lifted the Ballon d'Or as a Chelsea player, or
you're shifting the goalposts like crazy?
No, I'm just asking. I'm asking because Ruud Gullit and Shevchenko both won it whilst they were away and whilst they were in Italy. Both of them.
Okay, Dembele's your only Ballon d'Or winner. Congrats to that.
So what? Messi didn't win a Ballon d'Or at PSG.
We don't talk about Messi here.
No. But did Messi not win a Ballon d'Or at PSG?
We don't talk about Messi here.
And
There's certain rules, like house rules, like that's like I wouldn't come to your house and start like, you know, I'm not gonna put muddy shoes on your canapé and that. Like, you get me? There's certain house rules we have here. Messi doesn't get spoken about here. To be honest,
I would go and say I think George Weah gets it in over Drogba, but you know, move on. If I were to go and say I think if you wanted to go and say you had an issue with Ronaldinho, I go and put Mbappe on the left. I put either Di Maria or Dembele on the right, and then George Weah at the 9.
Di Maria. So why does Di Maria get in over Hazard?
We're gonna play for what they did at the club. If you went and said that Di Maria went and got PSG to a Champions League final.
Oh,
Di Maria in that time span and whatnot was going and winning Copa Americas.
Oh,
you were mentioning how Conte won a World Cup and whatnot. Okay, fine. You won an achievement. I'm very thankful for what he did as a Frenchman as well. But then I go and say the same thing with Di Maria. He won Copa Americas whilst he was with PSG.
Di Maria, I respect Di Maria, but he was a level below Hazard. And this is another thing. You're rising what these men have won. Like, Di Maria was never the best player in his team. And I rate Di Maria. He wasn't you know what I'm trying to say. He wasn't the number one option.
If you have an issue then with Di Maria, but I'm still going and saying that fine. I'll go and solidify my 3. Completely black, totalement Renoir, Mbappe on the left, George Weah at the 9. Mbappe on the left.
Yeah.
George Weah at the 9. And Dembele on the right.
But you're born in 2002, right?
2003.
2003.
Yeah.
But you got George Weah on your team.
No, go on. Finish your point.
Hold on. I just want to understand. I just want to make... You got George Weah on your team who left in 1995.
Does that mean that I can't talk about any players born before?
I'm not saying that, but it's like you're taking away guys that you actually watch play and do things at a high level.
No,
to ride my man you actually didn't see.
Were football games not recorded back in the 90s?
You've gone back and you watched that 94-95 season?
Yes, I've gone back and watched tapes.
You went back and watched the 94. You probably watched YouTube comps. You didn't go on Football here and watch the whole 90.
No. I've gone and watched full 90. I watched PSG versus Bayern Munich where George Weah scored that absolute scream. I've gone back and watched games. If you don't want to believe me, that's up to you.
Okay,
but then that means that I can't go and discuss anything prior to when I was born.
No.
Like, because if we play that game, then that's like going and saying that unless you watch PSG regularly in Ligue 1, then you can't talk about PSG or any other club or by any metric like that. Like I
just think you man, like, it's okay to act. I always feel like if we talk about these conversations, unless we have an older voice or something like that, if you've actually seen man do it at a high level, why are you gonna put somebody that you know you didn't really watch like that? That may have pulled out, don't get it twisted.
No, but the reason I went and put him is because you were objecting to, you said, Zlatan and whatnot. But I'm going
because Drogba was better than Zlatan.
I mean, I disagree, but the point here, I was not trying to go and force and go and say that Zlatan. That was not the point of making that combined 11. It was to go and show that PSG have better players, and that's why I put George Weah in. So my point was to get as many PSG players that we could both agree on to, then force a debate between Zlatan and Drogba. That's why I said George Weah.
Let me ask you about your season so far. Obviously you guys are in a title race. With Le Havre, if I'm not mistaken.
RC Lens. Le Havre was on the other side of the table.
Oh, Lens, sorry, my bad. I'll be honest, I don't really keep up with your shit league. I watch Lyon, and I hate watch Strasbourg sometimes, and that's it. I'll be honest, like I'm not like when I watch stuff, I'll tell you. I'm not the type of guy that pretends I watch stuff to watch stuff. Yeah, I hate what Strasbourg. Yeah.
What's the reason?
Obviously we own them. I don't really like that. We have a section of our fan base who have now become Strasbourg fans and like
But then
want us to sign all their players. And I'm just like,
then
fuck them.
why do you hate? Why do you hate watch them? As in, I just want. What's the reason for the hate? Like, if you're indifferent about it, then you just watch them to see what how they're getting on. But to hate watch them means it's something a bit deeper.
I mean, cool, because we do a thing called, I don't know if you watched the show.
Multi-club
We
ownership.
have a movement called MCGA, Make Chelsea Great Again. So there's multiple members of part of MCGA. Our plan is to get together on how can we do meetings to discuss what can take us to the next level and bring us back to the Chelsea we belong. But obviously, this all came about because we hate our ownership and what our ownership has done to our club. We're not the same club anymore. And that ownership brought Strasbourg and roped us into a multi-club model where we take their managers from them and all of these little random stuff, buy their players, and Megas come in, all of this stuff, Mamadou Sarr. And then we have people in our fan base who join these MCGA meetings who will say, oh, bring me Godot from Strasbourg. He'd be our best winger. I don't want to buy no one else. Oh, give me Panacelli. Oh, Omega's going to cook. All of that. So I hate watch them. I have to.
But Strasbourg are a good team. They're a very good team.
Oh, good for them. And what's crazy is the Strasbourg fans ain't even happy with what's going on there as well.
Yeah, as in I understand it from their perspective because they don't like the club being, getting bought out and whatnot. And I guess maybe understand it from the Chelsea perspective, but from that to go and say that I'm hate watching the other team, what has Strasbourg done specific to you?
You don't get it, bro. We have an ownership.
I can understand why. I could understand, for example, why Strasbourg fans might hate watch Chelsea because they are being bought by you guys. But it's like you guys, the owners, are hate watching.
What brothers? What brothers? Like we're in the same boat.
Yeah, but then why do you hate watch them?
Because if right now Strasbourg have taken more losses than Manchester City. If they continue to take these losses, they're going to have to sell. If they sell, Strasbourg are free. If now we know that Strasbourg can be freed from losses, then Chelsea will know, okay, we can be free too. And then it's light at the end of the tunnel. We're just two slaves wanting to be free. That's what it is. But if they win, the model's working. If they win and win trophies, it's going to continue.
Okay. I mean, fine. I probably wouldn't go as far as to go and say, I'm just thinking if I was in a position, even if I objected to PSG going and owning another club in a multi-club ownership model, I wouldn't go as far as to hate watch the other team unless they owned a rival team or something.
But you don't realize as well, yeah. You don't realize your ownership situation is so different. Imagine your sheikh, I don't know his name, yeah. That it's a Khalifa.
Nasser Khalifi.
Okay, yeah, my man, yeah. Khalifi, not Khalifa, my bad. So now let's say for whatever reason, what is he? UAE, Saudi, what is he? Emirati. Qatari. Okay, let's say Qatar and France get into war. And then Macron goes, okay, yeah, I can't lie. PSG getting stripped from him. And then we ship him to the next man. And the next man's doing all fuckery, blowing money, selling all the best players, buying shit players, wasting all the bread on shit players. We have a £1 billion squad. Look at the 11 that we put out against Wrexham last week. All of this stuff. We bring in novice managers. And then they bring a club model. And they're like, we guys are partnering together. Every manager that comes in at the multi-club is basically being groomed for the Chelsea job in the future. All these players that we're signing are being groomed to potentially come to Chelsea in the future, and we're capped at a certain level because we're tied to this multi-club. You wouldn't hate the multi-club now?
No, I would hate the multi-club, yes, but I wouldn't hate I would hate the owners for what they're doing to the club. I wouldn't hate on Strasbourg, who also got roped into it as well. Right? It's like I'm not sure if you've ever heard the expression "don't hate the player, hate the game." It's like, for example, if you're going into, I don't know, in job interviews, for example, right? I think the job I'm currently applying for jobs and whatnot, it's really like the game is ridiculous, right? That's like me going and hitting on the competition because like if I have an issue, I'm hating the game. I hate the people who go and installed it. So if you want to hate, I agree, and probably guys do, is the ownership at Chelsea. I want to go and extend that hate to Strasbourg. Like, what has Strasbourg done to you?
They are tied to the ownership. If they win,
yeah, but they're victims. They're victims just like you. It's not like if there's anybody that hates the Strasbourg ownership.
Yeah, Rose, Ethan, they don't get it. They're living in luxury, bro. These lot of they got Dembele on 400 bags a week and stuff. They're living good, bro. We're not in the same boat right now. But let's not even get into that. Fuck Strasbourg, bro. Real talk, Joseph. Fuck Strasbourg. But let's talk about your club this season. You're obviously in the title race with Lens. At this point of the season last year, you won the league. What's been going on? You know, you got 2 losses in your last 5 games. It was Rennes you lost to, and Monaco. Obviously, like, what's going on? Chat to us, people. Like,
I think, well, I mean, the easiest thing for me would say would be that the accumulation of games that PSG have had to play as the excuse and whatnot. And I think that plays obviously a part into it. For example, in that last game against Monaco, that Barcola since last season has now played over 100 games. And it just goes to show that we're tired. But I wouldn't go and say that's the biggest thing. I think one of the biggest things is just the hunger and the desire. And then also like the things of injuries. I think that's what's been hampering us the most. I don't think that we're pressing nearly as much. I don't think we've been nearly as intense. The thing that made PSG so great last year was the ferocity and the intensity at which we pressed and how lethal we were also going forwards and whatnot. And I don't think that we see that nearly as much. And some of that is tied to the fact that we're tired, but I also think that another aspect is that we're simply resting on our laurels. And also we're sort of like picking and choosing our games. And so that's why, for example, going back to the video you showed initially me of going and saying that would you lose to you, is that I think we choose our games too often. I think that, for example, in the big games, we'll probably go and turn it on. Against Barca this season, we turned it on, even though I don't think Marseille are that good, but like against Marseille recently, we smacked them 5-0. When we need to go and be there, we'll go and be there. But the issue is for like the smaller teams, the games you're expected to win, the Sportings, the Bilbaos, the Newcastles in the Champions League, we go and say that, okay, we're better than them and we'll go and show it. I think the biggest difference between us this year and last year is that last year we had no mercy for nobody. It didn't matter if we're playing Brest or if we're playing Liverpool, we're going and we're deciding to, we're chopping your heads off regardless. This year, this time round, I think, we're a bit more like Robin Hood FC. We'll go and put a really good performance against Barca, a really good performance against Marseille, but then go and struggle against Rennes, against Monaco and whatnot. I think that's the biggest thing. I think the biggest thing is just
for starters, we've also played a lot of football. Like even at that point that we beat you guys, like using fatigue and all of that, I think is lazy. We're all playing a mad amount of football, especially the teams that went to the Club World Cup and also went to the latter stages like us two. You can't really talk about tiredness and all of that. We've all had a mad schedule. Even looking at your March schedule for leading up to the game, you don't have the amount of games that we have back to back. We're having games every 3 days. Like you've had a break. You can rest your players going into this match. So I don't think that the tiredness plays a part. Now, what I will say that I think is similar is that our levels are kind of the same, where the little teams we take the piss against. Then we have games like Barcelona and Liverpool this season where we dominate, and then we'll go Burnley, Leeds, Sunderland, shit like that. That's where we drop our points. So I get some similarities in that sense. But I'll be honest, hearing PSG fans come and talk about, oh, we're tired and we play so much football and now our feet are hurting and we're just not the same and the intensity and all of this. Like, bro, listen, you're not who you think you are. Like, you guys are pretenders. People actually look at this team with respect. We can't respect this team. This team, at real talk, from time we were letting Gusto cook you, man, and that, bro, like, you're not the team that you think you are. Even you rising with the all-time team of players, you're rising all of these man, you're trying to slap them all in the all-time 11. If they're really all-time bad boys players, why are you scared of Chelsea? We're 5th in the league. Why are you nervous around Chelsea? Where's your chest? That's what I'm not understanding right now. So I've realized, okay, no problem. You're just not the team that you think you are. No problem. We'll go there, slap you up again. I ain't worried about it either way. That's the thing. I'm actually not worried whatsoever. So for you to come here, oh, we're tired. Oh my God, man couldn't even like you're struggling against Newcastle, bro. You're not like that. Like when it comes to the intensity of the Premier League, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, no, it's not about respect your guest. He's my guest. I have respect for him.
Wow.
I don't respect his club and what they're doing. They're being
okay. I think maybe then listen. You first and foremost, you asked me a question. You asked why is our team not as good, and I gave you an answer. I said that I think you could go and use it. And I think there is an aspect of tiredness, but I gave you the big and the principal reason I think is mentality. We're just not up for it. I think it's the biggest thing. It's on us. Right. If you were paying attention to what I was saying, I said that you could use it. And I think that is a factor. I don't think it's the biggest factor. I think the biggest thing is on us. Now, going and looking at it, if you want to go and say, oh, we're going to whatnot, the intensity of this of the Premier League and whatnot, I think even when, for example, you go back and you look at the Club World Cup, even though we got smacked by you guys in the club final and you guys were deserved winners on that day, you guys were way better than us. And we're not congratulations to you guys. I'd go and say that even looking at that, you go and say that for PSG, that was more so a blip in the season because it's not like PSG, for example, up to that point, we're on fraud watch, right? And just got to that stumble and then got completely cooked by an actual proper team. PSG last year, for example, if you go and you look at currently the UEFA's club coefficients, so the clubs that are in the top 8 and whatnot, PSG has been every single team in the top 8. The only ones that, for example, I think you guys are outside of it. You guys are the only ones that are not in the top 10. You got like if you go and you look at the run, we've beaten Bayern Munich, we've beaten Real Madrid, we've beaten Liverpool, we've beaten Arsenal, we've beaten Barcelona, we've beaten every single one of those teams and whatnot. And by this, and in some of those games, 4-0 smacking Real Madrid, beating Barcelona with basically our youth league team, beating Liverpool away at Anfield, and arguably, even though it was, I would go and argue that the tie overall was a lot closer than it should have been, smacking Atletico Madrid, all of these games. So to go and say like when PSG at our best is one of the greatest teams that football has ever gone and seen in terms of the dominance they've had over Europe.
No,
like you hold on, you were talking about the Premier League and whatnot, so on and so forth. They can't match when they come and play against these Premier League teams. Are we forgetting PSG's run to the Champions League final? Honestly, I've gone into this and I will continue to go and say this. The world of football owes a great debt of gratitude. Specifically, England owes a great debt of gratitude to your team, Chelsea Football Club. Because if it wasn't for you guys, if we'd beaten you in the final, oh my goodness, strip Liverpool of the Premier League title, we would have been champions of England. We were at every single Premier League team. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if.
So what does if mean to me?
But the point is, you went and said that, for example, PSG can't hack it against Premier League teams and whatnot. We've shown it last year that we can. We've had no issues going and beating Premier League teams last year. Our entire run ran through Premier League teams and whatnot. So what's your point? Like
bro. Look.
Like I think because PSG's not in the greatest form, you're taking the liberty to go and say that PSG's some minnow.
Your manager ain't like, bro. Look at the things your manager's saying. You lot are going through a crisis. Clearly, when there are problems, it's the head that disconnects first. It's usual. It's a bizarre situation, a sensation, a bad one, but you have to know that it's only one match. You're always looking for the key to understand why you can miss wins, but it's multifactorial. Confidence is not something you can buy. You have to build it day by day. We are in difficulty, but we must keep the hope of change. Brother, look at the way you man are talking. Like, do you not understand? Even the teams you're rising. Oh, we beat Liverpool. You went to penalties. We slapped them 3-1, and then we beat them at home again afterwards. Oh, we beat Barcelona. We slapped them 3-0. Like we beat the Italian champions in Napoli. We beat English champions, Italian champions, French champions, Spanish champions. Like that stuff doesn't really mean nothing. The matter right now, what's going on is from time your coach was even slapping our players, his head was gone. What's going on there now is a confidence issue. Mentally, you man ain't there. You're not there.
Hold on. Is that not what I said? That we're not. I think this year the biggest thing and the reason we've not been as good as we were last year is the mentality thing. But going and saying and making it seem as though now PSG is some fodder for lazy team all of a sudden, I think is completely misproportionate. Right? You want to go and talk about specifically the Champions League campaign and whatnot. Yes, PSG, and I would go and say that I'd be the first one to admit it, that we bottled the top 8. But also, you go and you look at PSG, statistically, if you go and you look at off the stats, had the most difficult Champions League run. You go and you look at it over the last 2 seasons, PSG constantly gets shafted by the teams they have to go and play. That does not excuse the fact that we
finished 23rd. You finished 23rd. Yeah, what did you expect?
Look at the team. No, hold on. The teams we have to play in the league phase. Right? You look at the teams we had to play this year. In fact, as a token to go and show, this year, you look at every single team PSG had to face in the league phase. The only team that did not make it to the round of 16 is Bilbao. Every other team that PSG faced is in the round of 16. How many other clubs can go and say that? As in, that's one thing that, for example, and it's not.
What you're doing is like, because you're not used to winning, you're not used to seeing a good team and winning at this level that you've won at, that now you keep referring back to the old days. You see the thing about the old days? Talk about this season to me. You keep going.
You asked, your initial question was what is going on in your team? Why aren't you guys as good as you are? And I answered it in good faith, right? If you wanted to go and bring up the Twitter arguments and whatnot, then I can go and get onto it. I gave you an honest answer in saying that the reason we're not as good is because of the mentality. But then now you're making it seem as though we're some bum club. I go and taking you guys seriously. You guys can knock us out, right? You guys are a good team. You guys may not be in the best form yourselves, but it's going to be a type game. But now all of a sudden you're making it seem as though we're some doo-doo Fugazi club. Like you guys are going to go and play Nottingham Forest over in a two-legged affair.
I'll be real. I'm more confident of facing you guys than I would to face Leeds back in the Prem.
All right, okay. You see that's
no. I swear to God, I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm not trying to disrespect you.
No. Okay.
I'm not trying to disrespect you. I think what you said, you played a lot of football. I completely understand, but I'm expecting that, seeing the way your manager's speaking publicly, talking about how the players are overconfident, the fact that you lot are struggling the way you lot are struggling. I'm looking at this team, and I swear, I promise you, every Chelsea fan will tell you this. We're more confident going into this game than we are facing Leeds. And Leeds are not a joke. We struggled to beat them twice. They beat us 3-1 away, and we drew at home. We blew a 2-goal lead. So it's not like Leeds are like one random team. For us, it's a tough game. It's a rivalry for us. So it's one of our most fiercest rivals. But I would be more confident facing you guys than Leeds. That's it. And it's very interesting considering you guys are this big team. You 6-2 player. You was talking about. Well, not you personally, but PSG fans were saying this is the best team since Pep Guardiola's Barcelona and all of this stuff. Why do we have this confidence then? Why are you guys nervous? Why is the manager sounding defeated in every presser he does? Why is the squad not clicking? Okay, so I've realized I'm not worried about this team. That's my takeaway. I can't be worried about you guys because it's not showing. But I also factor in the fact that there's injuries. If I'm not mistaken, Ruiz is out, or is he going to be back?
He's not going to be fit for the first leg, that's for sure. And then
so no Ruiz. Is Dembele going to start?
That's the biggest thing. So he came on in the Rennes game, looked all right.
He plays half an hour.
Yeah, we'll see. I think probably he does start on Wednesday. And then João Neves didn't play over the weekend on Friday. But I think he probably will start. So the only real notable absence I'd go and say is Ruiz, and then Dembele is, I'd say, probably like 70-30.
Okay, let's
overall though, this season though, like PSG has gone through injuries. And that's why, I think injuries obviously have play, and I know you guys have had injuries as well. Another thing as well is that, unfortunately, and this is where I go and have to criticize our board, is that we've not done enough to replenish the squad. Right, we've only made 3 transfers since winning everything last year, and basically all of them, bar Dro, who got as an 18-year-old, they've been duds thus far. And the fact that we've had so many injuries, even last year we already had a really small squad, and I would have to admit we were very fortunate that we did not have any major injuries at key points in the season. Whereas this time around, it's not been able to happen. Like, we've not been able to go and play our best squad very often this season and get the rhythm and the consistency going through as we were able to go last season due to the injuries. And that's, I think, is a fault of the upper management, Luis Campos and Luis Enrique, in not doing their due diligence to go and get a big enough squad.
Okay, that's fair. That is fair. I can't lie. You didn't really build on the squad as much as I thought you would have. I thought you would have targeted. I remember when Isak was available, I was thinking, yeah, PSG are all over that. Based on the reports mid-season, stuff like that, like getting a number 9, just stacking the squad. Like, you brought in Zabarini, I don't know if I'm saying his name correctly. I think he's dead too. Yeah, I don't think that's a centre-half you sign after winning the Champions League. I think you guys downgraded in the goal with Chevalier. I don't think he's better than Donnarumma. How do you feel about losing Donnarumma as well?
That's the thing, is there's a very particular... It's bizarre because on the one hand, at the time, obviously, is the logic of why Luis Enrique wanted to get rid of him was that he wanted a better ball-playing keeper. that Donnarumma was excellent on on his line and whatnot, but with the ball at his feet, he's not the best, and also claiming crosses is not the best. And Chevalier, by metrics, was a better keeper with the ball at his feet, and also was an excellent shot stopper. The issue now, and there are two issues, is number one, Donnarumma just come off like the best form of his life and was a key reason why we were able to go and win the Champions League. And after the high of that, getting rid of him, it almost seems like, okay, we've finally been asking for this keeper to go and to be a world beater and whatnot. We get him and we get rid of him. Okay. And then you go and you get Chevalier in those circumstances. And then obviously the move going from Lille to PSG, that's a massive step. And he's just not been able to, he's just not been confident. I still think he's a very good talent and is a keeper for the future. I'd have to go and admit, I think most PSG fans would agree there, is that transfer's been a bust.
Do you think he's better than Sanchez, Chevalier?
Currently? Well, no, he's not even starting for us. It's our backup keeper. So our backup keeper from last season is our current starting keeper.
What's his name? Sudonov or something like that?
Matvei Safonov. He's Russian.
Safonov, yeah. Sorry, I'm not really good at pronunciations. Like, I need to... I'm trying to get into my PR bag, branding. If I swear as well, let me know. Every time I swear, chat from now on, anytime I swear, 5 push-ups. 5 push-ups. But go on,
on the keeper standpoint, we've definitely regressed. He's been better recently.
I think all in all, the squad's regressed. That you reached a very high level, and I understand you wouldn't want to build off it. You want to replace people, like especially do mass exoduses in a case where you've just won 6 trophies in a season. So I understand. However, you downgraded on the keeper. I don't think Zabarini is of the quality of a Champions League winning team. I never saw that in him. I remember we was looking at him at a certain point. He was getting spun by Jackson, him and Huijsen together. I didn't rate either of them.
Bournemouth have done. Honestly, I think this is an aside, but Bournemouth have just completely we need to investigate that club for fraud. What they've done to every Kirkez, whack, Huijsen, whack. It's a Barney, bro. That's fraud. There, we paid 63 million euros for him. They sold them all together for over
million. It's crazy.
Nearly over 170 euros, the 3 of them. Listen, fair enough to them. They got a lot of money, and then
they run it up.
Semenyo's good.
They're up. Yeah, like this is what I'm saying. So you're using your backup keeper now as a starter. You've got a Bournemouth centre back. Goncalo in the books. Like Dembele now, obviously he had a great season, but the injury issues have now come back. That's been something that's followed him his whole career. That's come back. Kvaratskhelia wasn't really a prolific goal scorer at Napoli. He went through a large stretch without scoring, and now he obviously when he signed in January, he hit the ground running. And now you're seeing throughout a full season, he's not a reliable goal scorer. I think you've not really improved or built on what you've done last season. Maybe I'm being like this lazy analysis from me. If it is, please tell me. But that's what I've taken from it.
Well, I don't think your take is the craziest thing. I would go and say, obviously, just by the numbers, we've not gone and recruited much. And as you stated, I'd argue that also currently, obviously, things can change. It's only March. On the keeper side, we definitely regressed. The thing with the center back, though, is that, yes, I'd go and say Zabarni's not great, but we didn't buy him necessarily to be the starting center back. Marquinhos is still there, and he's not old. He's 31, I believe, and he's a center back, so we don't necessarily need him. And even though he's not at the peak that he was, a couple of years ago, he's still a very quality, center back, and was more than good enough for us to go and win the Champions League last year. And apart from that, the team's been pretty much the same. And if you go back and you look at, the great teams, I think what PSG is trying to replicate and what Real Madrid were able to go and do and reach, win back to back Champions League. Their team didn't change all that much. You go and you look at from 2014 to 2018 and whatnot. The only notable major addition was maybe they got Casemiro from Porto. But apart from that, the team stayed pretty similar, and they didn't really make too many big signings. And look what they were able to go and do. So I think there's also a thing of you don't want to change the squad too much. And also a big thing in differentiating from Madrid is that PSG is a really, really young squad, and people don't say that enough. PSG winning the Champions League last year was the second youngest ever squad to go and do it. Doué, Kvara, Barcola, João Neves, Warren Zaire, all these players, Nuno Mendes are all under 25. So the future is bright. The future is definitely ahead of all these players. And even the oldest players on our squad are Marquinhos, who's 31. And I think Ruiz, who's 29. It's a very young squad as well.
But Marquinhos is like his body's 37 though. Like I like Marquinhos. Do you reckon he just still run at a high level?
I think Marquinhos is like I think he's a good center back. I wouldn't say he's a world beater anymore. I think when he was younger he definitely was, but I think he's still good enough for at least a couple more seasons to go and to hold the line for PSG.
I think Pacho is your best center back.
I agree. No issue. I think Pacho is one of the best center backs in the world. I think he's massive.
Agreed. I rated him for a long time still. He's a top centre back. So I want you to put your 11 that you think is going to play, so we just know, so we have an idea of what we should expect. So Chevalier shouldn't be starting, right?
So Safonov in goal. So SAF. Yeah. And then right back Hakimi.
I heard Hakimi's got some sort of legal troubles. Do you reckon that's been affecting performances? I don't really want to get into what the actual charges are on the stream, but like, you reckon
he had a really good game, even though like we lost on Friday. He's actually pretty good, and even the game before, so it doesn't seem to be affecting him, and hopefully it won't, but it doesn't seem to be.
Okay. And Nuno Mendes left back, of course.
Yep.
Now, the pairing, because I've seen you have you could either do Marquinhos and Pachos or Zabarini and Pacho.
So Pacho's definitely getting in, so you can put him first. The thing with the other back, the right center back, is that last game against Monaco, it was a Barney, but I think like Marquinhos is not injured or anything, so I think it's going to be Marquinhos. So Marquinhos is the right center back.
Marquinhos is a trigger, bro. I'll save that question for later. Right. Okay.
And then midfield, it's going to be Vitinia. Then Warren Zaire-Emery.
Fuck me, mate. Do you reckon Zaire-Emery can go to the World Cup? He's played a lot of football this season.
Oh, 100%, yeah. I think he's definitely making it into the squad, and like currently, I think probably his best position, honestly, for the French national team, probably has a good shot of making it as a right back, because obviously Hakimi's been injured and he went to AFCON and whatnot. It's like Zaire-Emery, even statistically, was an excellent right back when he had to do a shift there. So I think if he does get called upon, he might go and be able to do a shift in at right back.
Yeah. And the right Koundé is a suspect as a right back. Because consistency isn't really there. So yeah, to be fair, I think he should. Especially, I think the biggest flaw in France's team right now is the midfield. Rabiot, Kante still getting called up. There's no one that can really control games. Honestly, Tchouaméni, Camavinga are not really someone that would dictate a whole game. I think he's got a good 6 profile, but I think he could do well enough. I think the person they should call up is Boadi, but he's still young. He's 18, I think.
Yeah, I think he's getting called up. Yeah. But also the thing is, though, I mean, Didier Deschamps, I guess if you want to go and say former Chelsea player, throw some ball knowledge there, is a very sort of defensive manager. And even if he does, he's probably going to play two sixes and whatnot and have, a player at the 10, like a Shirky, like an Elise and whatnot. So I don't think we're going to be expecting Warren Zaire-Emery or a player of that caliber to necessarily be, dictating play from midfield. But I do think he will get called up to the national team. And then the other midfield, which is going to be interesting, I think it's probably going to be Jean Neves.
Oh, you do a 4-3-3, right?
Yeah.
I think João Neves is special. I'll do an Enzo Fernandez, João Neves swap deal.
Yeah, no, never.
Also, I want to know, because you guys were linked to Enzo Fernandez. What do you think of Enzo Fernandez, and would you take him out the club?
I mean, as a player, as the profile, it's not the worst idea necessarily, but for other reasons for me personally, as a Frenchman, I'd say no.
I respect that. I feel the same way.
And then in the attack, I'd say it's going to be Dembele as sort of the 9, false 9.
Yeah.
And then the other 2 positions is where it's going to be very, very interesting because so Kavar's not been in the greatest forms. Barkel has been in very, for his standards, relatively pretty good form.
Goal this season in the league, right?
I believe he is. Yeah, he is. And then Doué has, well, bar last game where he wasn't really all that good. Those 2 Monaco ties, he was really good. So I think, I think Kavar starts because it's the Champions League. So Kavar starts on the left. So right above João Neves.
That's a big test for Gusto.
Yeah. And then hopefully, though, this time around, he actually defends on him because I think that's
Reece James
gives me flashbacks. And then on the right, I think most likely it's going to be Doué.
There's still a strong team. There's not a walk in the park. This is a strong team. Yeah, and you think Dembele will start?
Honestly, probably not. I think most likely what happens. So if you can change him, I think he'll probably come off the bench and come in the second half, either at halftime or the typical 60-minute substitution. So we'd start the attack most likely with Doué, Kvara, and probably Barcola at the 9 because that's where he's been playing recently. So yeah, probably Barcola starts, and then I'm pretty confident though that Dembele does come off the bench, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did start.
Barcola was being linked to Liverpool. Have you heard anything about that?
Well, I would heard any more recent rumors, but I definitely know he was linked to them in the summer. Apparently Lucho really loves him, and he's been getting a lot more game time. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried that he might go and leave, but I think for now it's going to depend. I think he's gotten a lot of game time. I think he's probably, of the 4 attackers we've had, he's been the attacker that's gotten the most game time, especially now going and playing him at the number 9 role. I think it suits him well. And yeah, I think at least I think with Barco also we're trying to go and sign his contract extension, and those are still in talks. I've heard that they've gone positively, but it's still to be determined.
So do you want him to stay? Because he's someone who gets there's people that don't rate it. There's people that either you really rate him or you think he's a bum. Because I know he's he generates a lot of football, but he misses chances. But I think he's a good player.
I think he's an excellent player. I mean, honestly, I've had this debate even amongst PSG fans, even though I'd go and say that Kvara is probably the better football. If you ask me right now, you have to get rid of Kvara or Barcola. I get rid of Kvara. I think what Barcola offers specifically with runs in behind, he's the only one currently on our team who's able to go and do that. And the amount of times, for example, that he set up tap-ins for Dembele last season, he's the only one that can go and do that. As good as Doué and Kvara are technically, I think that what Barcola has in terms of athleticism and runs in behind can do a lot of teams dirty. And so, yeah, I think he's an excellent player. And I think, like Dembele, prior to last season, if he works on his finishing, he has the potential of being a top 5 player in the world.
Wow. I respect that. I rate him highly, so at least we're on the same page on that sense. So that's, guys, what you should expect PSG to line up. So this is what I personally think we do. Guys, notice this is not what I want. This is what I think we do. So I want to make that very clear because we learned quite a lot in that Reckham game. I think as much as I'd want Sanchez to start, I think he's our best shot stopper. But the form he's in isn't great. Jorgensen started the last league game, which we won comfortably. I think we do that again. I also think we have Gusto playing at right back. And there's a very big question of whether we play Hato or Cucurella. However, Cucurella isn't fully fit. I know he played about 45 minutes or 40 minutes in the extra time yesterday, yesterday game, should I say. But Hato came off. He had another good game. I think we do that again. I think we do Chalobah and Wesley Fofana. Are you looking at this team right now and just thinking, I want to know your thoughts?
As in, I think it's not the worst thing, and this is why I go and think you guys are you're really beginning to see your, as you mentioned, the whole really young, I guess your club's philosophy right now in buying a lot of young players. Like I think, especially comparing back when we were doing the all-time, 11s and whatnot, that back line, I think, is a far cry of the Chelseas of the past.
Yeah, no, 100%, 100%. In terms of just the level that we used to be, we're far from it, and we're all aware of it as a fan base. But nights like in Wednesday, it's like our opportunity to reclaim what it once was, and I think that motivation is what spurs our players on in these big games because they're aware of that, and they know the pressure that we put onto them as well. I think this is how we line up. I think patience. What do you mean patience? Slow down. I'm going to talk through it. Sorry, don't worry, chat. As I was saying, cool. I think for Fofana and Chalobah start, I'd want Kukurea to start. I'd want Sanchez to start. But I think this is what he does. I don't think Kukurea is fully match fit. I'd put Reece James in midfield in a 4-3-3 with Caicedo and Enzo Fernandez. Cole Palmer would have to play right wing for me. Joao Pedro, the form he's in, is it even a conversation? And I think one of Neto or Garnacho would have to play left wing because Estevan and Gittins are both injured. So those are our only two winger options. I've opted for Garnacho because I think Garnacho is in better form than Neto one. And I think Garnacho is the only profile that we have similar to what you said about Bradley Barcola, even though I think Bradley Barcola is a better footballer. Garnacho is one of the only people in our front three who can run in behind and pick out a pass, who can cross at a higher level than Neto. I'd take him in. Joao Pedro, the form he's in, I'll be honest, we're going to feast. Or should, like my boy Tendo says, Joao Pele. I think that would make sense. Now, my only concerns really is I think personally Sanchez should start over Jorgensen. Sanchez is the better shot stopper. He's proved himself against PSG. I think he is overall a better goalkeeper than Jorgensen. But the form that he's in, the last two games especially, haven't been great. Against Wrexham, he looked like his confidence had dropped. And if one game against Arsenal can drop your confidence, I just don't think you're built like that. And it hurts me to say it because I really actually love Sanchez.
Well, based on his previous comments, I kind of want him in goal. If we are to beat you guys on Wednesday, I wanted him in goal after his comments. He said this was before the Champions League phase draw. He asked, how those, the club, content creators, when they go and they record, and they asked him, who do you want to play in the league phase? He's like, I want to play PSG, so he can beat him for once with no excuses. So, he's got a mouth on him. He's got a mouth on him. I'd love to go and see him, but if Jorgensen is going to have to do, Jorgensen is going to have to do.
That's a why. He's got a mouth on them. Is a why. That's kind of crazy. But we'll let it slide. I know you're French, so you guys, that's crazy though. You guys play pause in Canada?
Pardon?
You said he's got a mouth on him. That's crazy.
What? I said, hold on. Is that not a pretty normal term?
Yeah, but out of context, bro, that is crazy.
Bro, that's not you, bro. That's not a pause, bro. No. Yo. I wasn't thinking about it. Like, how is you thinking?
Bro, that's crazy, bro. Bro, come on, man.
It's like saying he's got a big mouth,
broski. I'm telling you because I care. These Clippers.
No, I know. Obviously, I live here. I understand. I'm not, I'm cultured like that. But I feel like that's a pretty standard term. You've got a big mouth. Like going and saying you talk a lot. That's
no,
what
but you said he's got a mouth on him. He's got a mouth on him. That's mad.
My bad, man.
All right, cool. I wanted to ask you, how confident are you seeing your centre backs come against Joao Pedro and the form that he's in?
I mean, as for me, I mean, don't get me wrong, he's in great form. I think it's more so our form. Actually, if during the game, I'm not too worried unless we start playing like we did in the final. Then okay, yes, I'll be concerned. But actually, defensively, we've been not too bad. The biggest thing is like on transitions is where I'd be more nervous. And honestly, for me, the biggest thing and where I might actually like lose it is set pieces, bro. Oh my god.
Oh, you have
You
a
know what?
problem defending set pieces.
Well, we normally already do, and then given that the set piece derby we saw a couple of weeks ago between you and Mickey Mouse FC and whatnot, if we go and concede a fugazi set piece like you guys have been doing, we get crowded by the keeper and we concede, I'm losing it, bro. So I think that's probably where the area where I'm most nervous, and especially going and looking back at that Arsenal game, I remember the chance that he had that Rao saved and whatnot. That's probably the area I'm most nervous with João Pedro is offset pieces, and especially what I will go and say with Reece James is from the deliveries there. Excellent, set piece deliverer to cause PSG a lot of problems.
So, looking at this lineup here, what do you expect? Like, what are you going into this game expecting, and what are like your targets? Like, I set goals for every game by game. Like for me, I'd want to ideally leave with a lead, but I'd take a draw, just knowing that we're going back to Stamford Bridge. But ideally, I'd want a 1-goal lead. I want us to be physical. I want us to impose ourselves physically. I want Caicedo to relish the challenge against Vitinia again, just handle him. I want Enzo Fernandez picking out the right passes. I want Garnacho or Neto running in behind. I'd also need... Why I might actually opt for Neto instead of Garnacho is because I think Neto will cause problems for Hakimi in terms of defensively. Because Hakimi goes forward a lot, and in transition, I think Neto's quick enough to catch you guys on a break. While Pedro, in terms of his hold-up play, link-up play, all of that stuff outside of the box, back-to-goal game is quality. I have no worries there. And I want to actually see the best of Cole Palmer again. I think the last great Cole Palmer game I saw was Bayern Munich. And that's not to say he's been terrible since then, but Bayern Munich for me was like, yeah, that's Cole Palmer. And I think these sort of Champions League occasions, especially with the amount of scrutiny we've given Cole Palmer in terms of his performances, I think he'd relish this challenge. I'll be honest.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with you there, especially the thing for me, and that's why I think this game is difficult. And honestly, one of the biggest things is the fact that this game is being done. You guys, obviously the teams haven't changed too much since they last faced each other, but there has been one massive change, is that you guys no longer have the same manager. And so I think that's where it is. So it's going to be interesting to see the tactical setup that Vitinia has for Chelsea if he tries to mimic what you guys did at the Club World Cup. And then if you guys do that, hopefully Luis Enrique has a response to that, because I think that even on that, I think it was just that Chelsea were simply better. You could say that there was, an element of fatigue, but then, like you said, you guys had played a bunch of games as well. It was just as hot for you guys as well. I just think that on that day, Luis Enrique got outcoached by Enzo Maresca. And so we'll go and see if Vitiña's got the tactical aptitude to be able to go and do what Enzo Maresca could do. But then also, there's also the thing of like, you can only do that thing once, and now obviously PSG has the tapes to be able to do that. And I think one aspect that hopefully is going to reign massively in our favor is the fact that PSG are going to want to get their get back. That's why, for example, honestly, that's why going into the draw, I said I wanted you guys instead of Barca. I think that you guys currently are probably better than Barca. I think you guys would beat Barca, but the reason I wanted you guys is to get a revenge, because obviously you guys were the better team in that Club World Cup final, but like you guys prevented us from, I would go and say, having the greatest ever club season. If we'd won that Club World Cup, the things I would have said. But obviously, so to be able to go and do that, and I hope that the players are going to be able to go and use that as fuel and motivation to go and get revenge for that complete and absolute, ass whooping that we received the 13th of July, 2025. And so, yeah, I think those are going to be the keys to the game. I remember that last time you guys played us and what you guys did really well, and something that we've struggled with since, and teams that have replicated that have found a lot of success against us, is that you guys almost like man-marked us. So having, if that's Enzo or Caicedo on Vitinia, and really going in man-marking us, making it really difficult for us to play out of the back. And the other thing is that you guys oftentimes, because we were so good at pressing last year, you guys just skipped the press. Like every single one of your goals, I remember there was long balls from Sanchez straight to Gusto, or exactly because we're very direct. And I think that's an aspect that we'll have to have on lockdown then as well. So yeah.
I do think if Reece James is in that midfield of Caicedo and Enzo, I think we win the midfield battle. And to be honest with you, I think we figured out how to beat you. The key to beating this team is very easy. All we actually have to do is just soak the pressure and hit you guys in transition. I look at the games that you have dropped points this season, and every single game you're dominating a lot of the ball. When we beat you, we had 34% of possession. Against Monaco, they had 28% possession. Yet they still managed to create more big chances than you, and they scored 3 goals. Now, it's very simple. Once you soak up the pressure against you guys and go in transition, direct transitional football is what these players thrive in. That's the game state that Cole Palmer loves. That's the game state that Neto would love. That's the game state that João Pedro can run in behind against a high line that you guys play, the likes of Gusto. And this is why I also want Sanchez to play, but I understand with Jorgensen because he's good with his feet, well enough to the fact that he can pick out the right passes if need be. And I think you don't have much answers for that. As well as that, I look at your other losses. Once again, against Rennes, same thing again. 33% possession they had. Yet they conceded. I don't know how you lost this game. 9 big chances, 8 big chances missed is crazy. But it's the same formula. We're more than happy as the away team, especially, to give you more of the ball. Because the form that your attackers are in terms of Kvaratskhelia, Dembele in and out of injury, I don't think Doué's been as good. The Monaco game, I was disappointed in him. I can't remember the last time. To be fair, the first leg against Monaco, I liked what I saw.
Was good. He was man of the match both legs.
Yeah, he was good in that first leg. But aside from that, I can't remember the last time I saw Doué and thought, wow.
Well, I mean, even the previous Ligue 1 game, he also scored. So that was just that last Monaco game was just the blip.
But I'm talking about the all-round games, like the level that we know Doué. He's not really on that form right now.
Wasn't okay if you say that solely based on the Friday game against Monaco, yes, but
no, that's not solely what I'm basing it on. I think
but like the last 3 games before.
Okay, these are the games that I've watched PSG play, yeah. Because I'm not gonna sit here and pretend. I watched you guys against Sporting. He was uninspired. I saw him against Newcastle, but I didn't watch that whole game because everyone was playing at that point. But he was uninspiring. Strasbourg. I didn't even think he played. I saw Mayulu and them man playing, and I was even rooting for you guys to win the game. As you guys know, Marseille for me was the last time I saw the real PSG, the PSG that we all know. The last time I saw that was Marseille. Then Rennes and these games that have come up. So I do think he's top, but like I was saying, I think the form that your attackers are in, the fact that Dembele's in and out of the side, he's not fully match fit. Kvaratskhelia is not really hitting the ground running. I'm looking at this and I'm saying, okay, I'm more than happy to give you guys more of the ball, soak up pressure, and hit you on the counter attack because I don't confidently think you might not slapping bare goals past us. Now, maybe I'm deluded when I say that. I'm going mad or don't know, but that's just what I'm gathering from this PSG team so far. Look, Paris FC, once again, 30% possession. You don't need to have the ball to beat these guys. We know ourselves. When we soak up pressure, we play against a high line and we hit teams in transition. The likes of Cole Palmer, Enzo Fernandez, Pedro Neto, João Pedro will benefit from that game state. That's the ideal game state that we like. And it's very rare we come across players that want more of the ball than us. So that's why it's like these type of games, we always dominate them because it's rare. You're going toe-to-toe with us. Most teams don't want to go toe-to-toe against us. Most teams slap a mid-block or low block and it's a wrap.
Are you not worried though that if you sit back too much that you might go and the thing I think for me going back, you said that you want to ideally go out with either a draw or a league going back to the bridge. For me, I'm more so worried about the performance, and I have to go back again to what happened last year. What I want is ideally a better scenario than the first leg against Liverpool. Even though we lost that game, I left that game going and saying that we can totally do it away. And also, even just historically, PSG have been pretty good, at the bridge. So I'm not necessarily worried about that. The bridge is not, no disrespect to the bridge and whatnot. It's not Anfield. It's not, those big, English sides and whatnot.
Are you discrediting Stamford Bridge under the lights in the Champions League? Because
no, I'm just
in terms of atmosphere, that's two different. The Chelsea you see on a 3 p.m. kickoff and the Chelsea you see on under the lights in the dark, nighttime Chelsea is two different things.
I mean, I'm just saying that like the last 2 times, we went to the bridge, we came out on top and we knocked you guys out. So I mean, I'm not. You're
flexing like 2015 wins, bro.
For 15-16 as well, but no, the general point I'm making though is that for me, I'm more so worried about the performance. Obviously, I also want the result, and I think hopefully we get the result there as well. But like, for example, do you guys think that if you guys suffered the same as like let's say you had a result like Liverpool did last year, first leg, do you guys think that would you be okay with that?
Yeah, 1-0. Yeah, we can come back.
I think but in the sense that the PSG played like they did against Liverpool, because I would go and argue that Liverpool tie, as good as I think it was great for neutrals and whatnot, I think PSG made it a lot closer than it should have been. Like PSG, I think even across both legs, if
we played the way Liverpool played in that first half, and the first leg, and we didn't win the game, I think we'll still go back in there confident. I don't think that demotivates us. We'd be pissed off, but I don't think it demotivates us. No. I think our biggest enemies is ourselves. You look at the Bayern Munich game, Caicedo red card, tossing own goal, Gusto pass back to goalkeeper, mistimed, and they score off that. Like I could give you so many other instances. Arsenal at home, red card. Arsenal away, Sanchez goalkeeper mistakes. Arsenal at home in the Carabao Cup, Sanchez goalkeeper mistakes. We do things to ourselves. It's not like I'm not really worried about you guys. I'm worried about how are these guys going to take the challenge. It's not really you. It's not really you that I'm more worried about. Oh my gosh, am I frozen? Am I frozen?
Yeah.
Oh, I made it worse.
I think it's loading. All right, you're back now.
It's not my main camera. It's not my main camera. 1 second. But you can respond. I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. I was just going to. I think if we have a performance like that where we're like just putting all heaps amounts of pressure, we're creating all those chances. I think that's the big thing. If we're able to go, because even in the game when we played you in the Club World Cup, even though ultimately we had more possession and whatnot, I still think that like we never really had control of the game per se. But I think that if we go and we have control of the game like we did against Chelsea, I think it's going to be a lot more difficult. And unless your keeper goes and has basically the game of his life, I think PSG can go and hurt teams. And I just think also like if you want to see like the mentality this year, when things have been against us, we've had the backs against the wall. Against Barcelona, going to Barcelona without Doué, no Kvara, no Dembele, no João Neves, no Marquinhos, we're still able to go and get a result away to Barcelona. I think goes and shows that we have the mentality and we have the capability to go and put up a big performance against one of a big team. And so for me, I'm just more worried about the performance overall. If we go and we start off the box well, we don't allow you to go and to bully us or get in our heads and whatnot. I think we can find success.
Yeah, but what's control? You sound like a
control in the sense. So control in the sense of like even though PSG had more possession against you guys in the Club final, like it was sporadic, like it was a lot of side to side. Whereas like if I go and I compare it to the Liverpool first leg at PSG, in fact, I wouldn't be sure. You said you guys had you had 34% possession when we played you guys. I just want to go and see how much possession Liverpool had when they beat us. So it was similar. They had 30%. So you guys had roughly the same amount of possession. But in that game, PSG like dominated in terms of the flow, the momentum of the game is how I would go and say it, right? Like there was like basically Liverpool did not exist in that game the entirety of the chance. Whereas you guys had moments. You guys were hurting us on the counter. Liverpool basically up to that final moment didn't really do much at all. They had 2 shots and then that final big shot, that the room was let in. But apart from that, didn't really do much. Whereas you guys were hurting us on the counterattack. Even before, like when Cole Palmer scored, I said like it was fully deserved. You guys had already created a lot of chances previous. Whereas the Liverpool game, they weren't able to go and do that. So even though we had the possession,
I'll give you credit for the final. I was there that day, and I think it was the finest of margins that led to that. I think Sanchez made a very big save early, and Cucurella defensive. He had a very serious defensive action as well at 0-0. And I think those two instances, if they go wrong or they go the other way, I don't think the result ends up being 3-1 or something like that to us. I think it's a completely different game. And that's why I'm not like, I know I'm talking shit and I'm saying, yeah, like bring on PSG, whatever. I'm not super like, I don't think we're going to just blow you out the park because I know those chances happened. I wanted to ask you what you thought about Liam Rosenier. Also, I wanted to introduce you to the president of Make Chelsea Great Again, my boy Cam here. He's got a Tyreek George display picture right now.
It was good, man. It was good. I've been listening for the past like 2 hours. Been seeing you guys argue Hakimi over Reece James, Ashley Cole over Nuno Mendes and stuff like that. And it's been quite insightful to see into like your brain and how you watch kind of like watch football. And it's been quite interesting, So yeah, man. Big ups to you.
Thank you.
So yeah, what do you think of Liam Rosenier? And could you also tell us about Rosenier when you guys played them? Because he beat you guys twice, if I'm not mistaken. He beat you once. Excuse me.
True.
He beat you guys once, 2-1, and he got a draw against you as well. So tell us about that game. Also, that game, just in case, since we've been looking at possession stats, they had 36% possession and won the game. So tell us about Liam Rosenier ball and what you should expect from him, and if you rate him XYZ. The boy Cuba Illusions is in the building as well. We got Cuba.
Yo.
Yeah, no. So I think I'll go through them from like the earliest to the latest. So that first one, this is when we played them last year. This was towards the end of the season. That's this like 2 games after that. So that's round of 32, and there's 34 games in the year. So I think at that point, though, when you look at the squad, for example, it was very much a heavily rotated PSG squad. I think that was right before we played Arsenal in the second leg, if I'm not mistaken, or close to, because so at that point it was more so just keeping our players rested, fit, and ready to go and take on Arsenal in the second leg. And by that point we'd already lost in the year, so we couldn't do go invincible in the league. And so when you look at the squad, we had an academy graduate, I think 2 potentially at center back, had a heavily rotated squad and whatnot. So I mean, they played well. Don't get me wrong, and also Strasbourg are a very young team.
It was your B team basically. Like it wasn't.
Yeah, it wasn't. I remember watching the game because this was the first time that I know Doué came on in the second half. That's the first time we had Doué versus Doué, his older brother. There you can see on the bottom left of your screen there. I mean, they played well. I think he's done well. Obviously against PSG, he's never lost to PSG. If I'm not mistaken. I mean, maybe I'm not sure if he was their manager at the beginning of the season last season. But he's done decently well. I think the game that we played earlier this season was better. At the Park, where they drew to us, was good. At one point they were leading 3-1 against us, and I think that one he did really well tactically. I think he pressed us extremely well in that game. Panicelli was had a generational performance that game, and there were, I guess, also mistakes. I remember specifically from the Diego Moreira goal. And Barco had a crazy assist for that. And so I think he does have, if you want to go into the blueprint to go and play against PSG, specifically based on this game. And so I think that Luis Enrique is going to have to go and take him seriously as a manager. I know that, amongst the Chelsea circle, he's a bit more, polarizing. Some people, back him, and other people, kind of, don't take him all that seriously. But I think he's definitely got the capabilities to go and cause Luis Enrique some issues, and I think he's going to have to go and take him seriously.
Can I ask you a question? Since we're on the topic of managers, if we were to knock you out the round of 16 and you just won the league, not comfortably, maybe 5 points, would you entertain conversations of replacing Luis Enrique?
No.
Because he's talking as if he feels like he's a bit under pressure.
No,
And I don't know why his job's
I mean, he's trying to. We're trying to like get him to sign another contract extension. He signed one last year, and so to put it into perspective, Luis Enrique last season he signed a contract extension whilst we were going through it. So remember when PSG was like 25th in the Champions League table? Actually, we were doing fine in Ligue 1, but we were really going through it. I was at like for me the big turning point was that City game. If we lose that City game, PSG get knocked out of the Champions League, and so I was literally on if we got knocked out, like we didn't qualify for the playoffs in the Champions League, he's gone. And so if we were able to go and believe in our manager then at that point and look what it bore fruits for us to go and do it this season, yes, don't get me wrong, it'd be a massive disappointment for us to get knocked out so early on in the round of 16 this year. But you go and say like this is still a manager who won you a sextuple with the second youngest ever team, and you just go and say that okay, where exactly did we go wrong? Doesn't mean that he's a god or anything, he's untouchable. But I don't think his job would be in jeopardy. I think like to go and put like a parallel, he's not like an Arteta, for example, at Arsenal, who's not won anything and it's building and building. Like, this is only Luis Enrique's third season at PSG, so he's not even been there all that long. And I'd go and argue that based on how long he's been here, he's actually overperformed. I think PSG winning the Champions League last season, we were running ahead of schedule. When Luis Enrique came to the club, winning the Champions League, unlike previous PSG teams, was a sort of medium to long-term project. Obviously, you want to win it, but it wasn't like an immediate thing we want to win it now when we had, for example, Messi, Neymar, and Mbappe. And so PSG winning it in a second season in the manner that you did with Doué, with Barco's, a bunch of young players and whatnot, I think was well ahead of schedule for Luis Enrique. So, yeah, I don't think if we got knocked out by you guys, his job would be in jeopardy.
Yeah. I was only saying that because I see I got a lot of Man United fans in here that they're trying to link him, and I just wanted to know what's actually going on in France and how PSG fans feel about him. So if he's signing a new contract, then that dream's over. I don't have to worry because I was worried if he was to go there.
I heard on the Man United one. Listen, I think the Premier League is the best thing in the world. But one thing I will say is that of Premier League fans in general, I think the Premier League obviously has a lot of pull, has a lot of sway, and Man United being one of the biggest clubs in England, whether you put it 1, 2, wherever you want to go and put it, definitely goes and has that gravitas. But there's also the fact of like, what incentive would Luis Enrique have right now to go and lead? He's at PSG, a young squad. But he's only been at P. It's not like he's been at it's not like a Pep who, in the sense that he's been at a club for years and years on end, and he wants something new. He's only been there for a couple of years.
But what is the longest he's been at a club though? Did he not get from Barca after like 3?
4, but I think Barca was also particular in that he'd already started to fall out with some players. But
Junior, don't you feel like his legacy, like it takes more of his legacy cemented? The longer he stays, the more he jeopardizes his legacy. He has nothing else to gain by staying there. Right now, it's about on to the next challenge. He doesn't gain anything. If anything, he loses more by staying there, because if he stays for too long or has a couple howlers, gets knocked out of the next couple Champions League ties rounds early, then his reputation and his legacy doesn't hold the same weight he held when he just won the thing. So
I'd say
that plays a part.
I mean, I'd say I disagree in the sense that this is a team of his own making fully. I mean, if you want to go and say
it's Luis Campos' team.
No, but in the sense that, they both work together, right? They both work together to come, as in the two of them have come. Like when, for example, Luis Enrique won the Champions League, the treble with Barcelona, a lot of people go and say, like, he got carried by MSN, right? Again, he was still the manager and whatnot, still had to do a lot of things. But you go and say, like, I mean, any semi-competent manager with that team, with MSN and whatnot, the greatest front three probably ever assembled, could go and do that. But then you go look.
You know what? That just reminded me of what True said. We're gonna get to that later when he comes. But go on, sorry.
But then I think what he did with PSG, nobody at the beginning of the season would have gone and said that PSG is a favorite to go, and especially when PSG were finding themselves 25th in the Champions League, lost arguably the best player. Like in the span of 2 years, Luis Enrique, when he took over and from that PSG winning the Champions League, lost Mbappe, obviously, lost Messi, lost Neymar, lost Verratti, Sergio Ramos led, Keylor Navas led. That's a bunch of big players or players that will go down in this generation and whatnot as some of the best, lost all of them, and was able to revitalize the team and basically nearly if it wasn't for you guys, have arguably the greatest statistical season of a club in club football in history over the course of a season. And so I think what he wants to go and do is put himself in the record books and go and create something long lasting at PSG, try to go and potentially win another Champions League. From that point, if he wins another one and whatnot, then I can probably entertain the idea he might want to go and leave. But he's said it several times that he's very happy at PSG. He's learned the language extremely quickly. He's doing full interviews now in French. So I don't see him leaving anytime soon. And specifically going to like United.
There's no guarantee that they're gonna back him the way Luis Campos. But did Luis Campos really back him though? When you look at that window, that Champions League window, anyway. So I don't know. Kuba, chat to us. What are you saying? Do you have any questions about PSG? What do you think about the tie? Like, where's your head at?
I mean, I tuned in earlier. I was hearing debates about players, innit? About like the whole Hakimi, Reece James, which was interesting. Nuno Mendes, Ashley Cole, the front three. It's interesting, isn't it? But do you feel confident, like PSG side? Do you think you're winning the game on Wednesday, like winning the tie as a whole?
Well, I think it depends which PSG decides to come and play. If we play like we've been playing recently, I'm not.
Isn't that who we can kind of go off though?
Do you think Neves is going to be fit for the game as well? Because I swear he's only just come back. Did he play on the weekend?
He didn't. I think he probably will be fit enough. I think it was more so precautionary, not wanting to force anything more. But I think he probably will start. And more so just because Ruiz is also not there, and if there's any time to if you have to like take a bit of a risk, it'd probably be this time around this season. And I think also the injury was I think a shoulder injury, so he should be in the starting 11. But going back to your earlier point of going into the game, I think if PSG turn up, like for example, I think the biggest thing with PSG is that we sort of decide, we pick and choose our games. If we play like we've done against the big teams and whatnot, like we did against Marseille a couple weeks back, or against Barca, games where we decide to play football, I think we'll be okay. If we play like we did on Friday, or both legs, I would argue, against Monaco and Arcelia and are really slow, then I think you guys can do us like you can cause us a lot of problems.
Do you feel more confident though in the first legs at home? Like if you win at home on Wednesday, do you think you win the tie, or is it like, does it have to be a big win for you to go into the second leg feeling comfortable?
That's a good question.
I mean, no, I'm not particular in any particular way, just because of like last year we had a sort of a mix of both. We played some games we started at home, other games we didn't. So against Liverpool, we started at home, lost that one, and then went and beat them at Anfield. And then against Arsenal, we started away, won there, and then we had to hold the barracks in the second leg. So not really. Obviously, I guess probably wanting to play the second leg at home would be better.
Yeah,
not too fussed.
I don't know, because everything I've seen from you guys this season has been underwhelming. Like it doesn't feel like the same team at all. Whether it's like fitness, whether it's injuries, you guys just don't look like you're as much of a threat. But also, do you think last season might have been like purple patch type thing? Do you think you'll ever hit that level again? Because I look at some of the players from this season in comparison to last. I don't. Yeah. Like Ousmane Dembele, do you think he'll replicate the same season, injury-free, kind of like balling out?
Dembele's when he's been fit, he's been very good.
Yeah. This season's been a bit like with injuries.
That's what I'm saying. Like I was saying to him earlier, yeah. The camera angle's all mad because I dropped it. I can't bother to right now. But I was saying this earlier, yeah. I think that team that we saw last season was an anomaly. It's not a team that we can consistently base this on and say it's goal time. Kvaratskhelia was just on a new signing bounce. He's not really a prolific goal scorer. Let's be real. We've never really seen a season when Dembele is fully fit. So us getting that was huge. He's also going to save his legs for World Cup. After the World Cup, that's a lot of football being played. I think they all just hit form at the right time and they balled. And I don't think they're that team again. You need to realize, look what Spurs done to them in the Europa, the Super Cup final. Spurs,
but even when they played the other day, though, at the group stage game or whatever, it wasn't a comfortable game for PSG. It was back and forth. If Spurs can do that to you, I don't think you guys look that good, especially this season, Spurs.
Well, first and foremost, let's go and say that PSG won the game 5-3 for 1. 2, PSG conceded some of the goals that they went. It was silly mistakes on PSG's part. And if you want to go back,
do you think your defense is better or worse? Because Chevalier in net versus Donnarumma, I think.
No,
is the biggest
compared to last
downgrade.
year, if you want, if the claim is that we regressed since last year, I'd go and say yes. But I'd also go and say that the peaks we hit last year is some of the like highest peaks in like of you've seen like how PSG was like. I think maybe you can go and
Are
say
you
this
about to
means
say this is the best team ever again?
No, but as in if you go and you look at the peaks of the run that PSG, what you can say about other teams, for example, is that PSG's run wasn't fugazi, right? They didn't go, slap up.
No, but you lot were the best team in the world last season. I don't think that's the
Yeah, rightfully so. But it's not like
but
definitely the best team in
even
the
what I'm
world.
saying,
I don't think you're ready to compete for a Champions League again this year or next year, unless you you do some serious signings in the summer. Like I don't think.
I think your defense looks worse. I think it looks much worse. Just literally in the factor of Donnarumma, which is why I think the whole ball playing goalkeeper thing is nonsense. Because you had a real shot stopper, a guy that would just stop the ball going in the net, and the rest of your team would handle the build up perfectly fine. Now you've got Chevalier in net, but he's not saving shots like that. Safanov's been in the team recently, no? Replaced him for a bit.
Safanov is their starting keeper. Hi, Asma.
that's
Please,
rude,
Asma, can you turn on the camera for aesthetics?
No, I
purposes?
can't. You know that when I can, I put it. When I can, I can. Hi, guys. How are you?
I'm straight.
Yo,
I kind of heard a little bit like glimpses and small bits here and there. It's cool to have someone that speaks French, a second person that speaks French on the panel.
But yeah, I think defensively, you guys have gotten worse, bro. I think you guys have gotten worse, and I respect the team that you guys are. You guys have the threat attacking wise to hurt us and punish us, but I'm seeing like you guys have a set piece problem. I'm seeing the goals you guys are conceding. I'm just thinking to myself, my God.
For me, the issue with PSG right now is their midfield. It's not really anything else. Their issue is their midfield. They haven't been pressing and gaining first ball and second ball the same way they did last season, and that's due to like the absence of Fabian and like overload and stuff like that. And I think, and you can correct me if you think that this analysis is wrong, but I've heard that throughout this season, that was their main issue. So for me, that game has to be like you have to win it in the midfield battle. Whoever's gonna win the midfield battle is gonna have the biggest advantage. And that's
to be fair, we have no Reece James though, innit? He wasn't in training.
No, he is in training. He is in training.
No, he is in
Is
training.
he?
Yeah.
Yeah,
calm,
sort of behind the scenes. But the fact that we even have to get to this is crazy. But that's him there, no?
No, that's a champon.
That's it.
No, that's not a champon.
That's not Reece.
This is a champon, no?
No, but that's too
Yeah,
tall.
but look at the boots. They're the same, no? Yeah, that's
Go back.
that's definitely not Reece. I can't lie.
Go back.
That's not Reece.
Yeah, he'd be
That's
wearing.
not
He wears
Reece.
Nike.
No,
He's wearing
that's
them
not Reece.
Mercurial.
Look at his arm.
That's
It's
a
so
champon.
skinny. That's a
That's
champon.
definitely a champon.
Yeah.
Oh, then we're cooked.
Oh. You know, no Reece changes that completely as well.
Yeah, then we're cooked. It's over.
No, I wouldn't say cooked though. I wouldn't say cooked. If we can go
why
back
is
with
he-
a
hold on,
one-
why is
no
he-
Reece James, if there's
Why
no
is he-
Reece James,
No
GG's, bro.
Esteval,
Is he
no
injured?
Reece. Yeah.
Bro, I don't know what's going on. He was on the
Well,
bench against
would
Wrexham. He
you-
didn't
would you
come off the
agree?
bench.
Would you agree with my assessment about your midfield?
I think it's not necessarily just specifically the midfield, or it's not an issue isolated to the midfield. It's more so that PSG overall, I think we've not been pressing as well. So I think what made PSG so good last year is that our press was so relentless. With the fact that Dembele, Doué, Cavard, Barcola, whoever was there were pressing, meant that it took the load off the midfield. The thing is, though, now is that they're not pressing nearly as well or not nearly as efficiently, and therefore the midfield is being a lot more exposed. It's not necessarily that the midfield, I would go and say, has regressed necessarily per se. It's more so that attacking wise and as a team overall.
But
we've not been pressing.
statistically, the midfield has.
Yeah, I
regressed.
think I would agree that the midfield is not nearly as good as a collective overall.
And
But
also the fact that you have to utilize Zaire Emery there, like, has to be a limitation.
I would agree. Yeah, when Zaire Emery is there, we're not nearly as good. I think Fabian is. He's one of those players where when he's there, you don't really realize him, but it's when he's not there that you see just how good he actually is.
Exactly. I had
Yeah.
this conversation about Fabian, interestingly enough, that people were saying, oh, he's not good. He's not the main star. I'm like, he's also super pivotal and important for PSG. Sometimes you have players that are not the flashier because you have Vitinia and you have other guys, but they are so instrumental in the way your manager play football. The same way Carrick was for United, the same way Jorginho was for Sarri. They're not flashy, they're not, but they're instrumental. When they're not there, the system kind of like collapse.
No, fully agree. Unfortunately, I guess, well, seemingly now, if you guys won't have Reece James, you obviously won't have Fabian Ruiz, at least for the first leg. But I think if he is fit and available for the second leg, he'll do us a whole load of good.
And do you think Dembus will start or he's going to come off the bench? Because
think
he only played, 30 minutes the last game?
Yeah, I mean, I was almost surprised as how much game time he actually got in the last game against Monaco. But I do think he will go and definitely play a significant portion of the game on Wednesday. I don't think he'll start, but I think it'll be similar to when we played City in the group phase last year, where he come on at halftime or like really early on, like the 60th minute, and play the final 30 or 45 minutes, depending on obviously how things go.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Junior, real quick here.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't really answer this question when I first asked you it. And I didn't really like the fact you didn't answer it. I'm starting to, I even now sense disrespect that you didn't answer it. How, out of a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being Jerome Boateng against Messi in 2015, and 1 being Thierry Henry in any sort of cup final he's played in, barring Cameroon in the Confederations Cup in 2003. What would you say is João Pedro is going to do on Wednesday? How what are you expecting from João Pedro this Wednesday? Like, is this a concern amongst your fan bases? Are they worried about the form he's in and whatever? Let's not forget he done the samba and the corner flag last time he played you guys. Right, this is not no walk in the park.
As in, I'd be lying if I said that, I wasn't thinking about João Pedro, but when I go and I think that the player that did the most damage to us last time we played was Cole Palmer. And João Pedro was very good as well, and I'm not doubting that he will also cause us issues. On your scale, I don't know, maybe like what was 1 again?
1 is a Thierry Henry in any cup final.
Okay. And then 10 was
Messi versus Jerome Boateng.
Interesting choice on the 10 scale.
What would you do on the 10 scale then? I think that was valid. Like, I gave Messi his props as well.
No. I don't know, like a 5. I'm not specifically saying, oh my goodness, we have to have an anti-João Pedro. I think the biggest concern that I'll have for him, as I said previously, he's going to be from corners. Honestly,
that's what you think the biggest threat's going to come from João Pedro, from corners.
Yeah.
Okay.
But my thing is your defense just doesn't look good to me, like, at all. Like, I don't think defensively any of your players
These
really
don't
move.
run a high line of doom, by the way. They're saying João Pedro gets that high line. We saw what he done to Napoli.
You have to
Zawani
remember João Pedro's goal against Newcastle. That element could happen at any time in the game. That's his strength. It wouldn't be on corners. You should be more scared of him doing something like that.
And especially now that we have so much of the ball, because you guys don't have so much of the ball, when we do attack, it's going to be so direct in transition. He's such a big focal point to us.
Yeah,
we can kick the ball long to him, and we have so much faith that he can hold the ball off, pin down your, especially that centre back Zabrini or however you pronounce it.
It's Zabarni.
He's getting cooked. If
Zabani's not going to hack it.
He's finished.
He's not going to hack it.
But the issue is the same way, like, your name is Junior, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, the same way Junior said it depends which PSG team turn up. It's the same thing with us. It depends which Chelsea team turn up. Because
we always turn up in big games, to be fair.
Yes and no. Yes and no, because
How you got low
I
Figo?
sent you a list. I sent you a list of our results in against the big
Under
teams.
Maresca.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's just
And
the
we were
past
calm.
year. It's just the past
No,
year.
no
It's not. It
civil
happens
wars right
to
now.
be.
We got
It
guests.
happens to be. It happens to be Maresca. It could have been anyone else. It doesn't matter. That's not the point. I'm saying those players tend to also not turn up. That's what I'm telling you. Like we've seen this Chelsea team with all the starters, not just like our B team, also not turn up for some reason. Sometimes they just don't turn up. So it's gonna be a matter of who turn up.
I do think, to be fair, it depends on who we play as well, because I still don't feel confident if we have Jorgensen in goal instead of Sanchez come Wednesday. I think we need that physical presence in the box. We need that keeper. We need it from the cross claimant. Huh?
Man are fucking in front of the guests, bro. Come on, man.
I mean, but the thing.
No, but I think if we start our proper full strength 11, the same one we have in every big game we played, I think we slap you guys. I'll be real. I think with your fullbacks pushing up, you've got Garnacho and
Cam, come on, do check this.
Bro,
Cam,
listen, I'll be
regulate
real, yeah.
Regulate the speed, Cam.
Listen, I don't care who we play, we're beating these, man. Listen,
that's what I'm saying.
And man, I'm not gonna say I'm overconfident, this and that, you gotta take him seriously, this and that. Listen, the Parc de France, or whatever they want to call that, the Velodrome, whatever you want to call that shithole, we're coming to France with our big gets, and we're smoking these, man.
Hey,
listen,
listen.
Listen.
Parc de France comme ça.
Yeah.
Listen, mate. Listen, mate. Listen.
If you want to talk about a crap place, like
listen, mate. I speak English.
Stadiums, I'm happy to
I speak English. So all this, we français, wesh. Listen, I don't understand that. I speak the King's English. When you're coming to the we could even lose, bro. Listen, we could even lose the first leg at home, away to PSG.
Do you mind telling me the last 2 times we played you guys at the bridge? What was the result?
You're talking about results.
Wait, listen, you're talking about results that don't add. Listen, you're talking about results that don't add up to nothing.
The last time you played us, the biggest game when it mattered the most, you shut the bed 3-0. Your players cried on the pitch. Your manager tried to kill João Pedro. You're not built like that, bro. Stop going back to, you have to go 10 years ago, 11 years ago to rise results against us. That says something. And those results didn't lead to any trophy win.
It's not the same team, though, innit? It means nothing.
You didn't knock us out and win the competition. We smoked you 3-0, lifted the competition. Donald Trump was there, and Sky News said Chelsea are great again.
If you want to play the gimmick of then I'll go and say that game was 6 months ago. And if you want to go and say, and actually,
but you got worse.
I did a point that I didn't.
Your team's worse.
I think your team's not much better than yours. I would argue you guys have gotten worse as well since then.
We upgraded.
Can I tell you something about PSG since 6 months ago?
But
every night, these PSG players go to sleep. They think, "Fuck, we couldn't beat Chelsea." Every night for the past 6 months, they say to themselves, "We beat everyone except from Chelsea." That takes a mental toll on them. You think, they're gonna be out for revenge. Listen, that's great. They can be out for revenge. The onus is on them to beat us at your ground. The onus is on them. They're gonna be thinking, "Oh shit, we gotta beat them. Oh, we gotta win. We're PSG. We've won the sextuple. We've done this. We've done that. Why can't we beat them?" Listen, it's a mental game. You have great players. We have great players. But I know when it comes down to it, them past 6 months have weighed heavy on you lot because we know we can beat you. It's not a thing where, we can't beat them, or can we beat them? We can. You lot can't beat us, though. That's a spooky thing. Over 2 legs? Listen, for you, I'm going to say I like PSG as a team. Obviously, I like the Jordan kits. You lot do iconic things. But let's keep it a buck. This is the gargantuan Chelsea you're talking to, mate. You're not smoking us over 2 legs. And that's just me keeping it real. You've had your your chance in the Champions League. Now just focus on your league. You got Lens on your back, or Renz, whoever. You got them on your back. Go worry about your title race. Beat the Champions League to us.
He came in here talking about as if they were a bigger club than us, yeah. Because we got more followers on Instagram. You got one.
Bro, listen, but I seen that as well. I was going to say, go anywhere. Listen, go to Africa. Wait, listen, I've never seen anyone in my life rep PSG over Chelsea. Like, I feel like you lot are like a good cultural brand. Like, people can fling on your kits. That's what I'm saying. People can fling on a PSG kit because they know it means nothing. They know flinging on a PSG kit means nothing. Like wearing an Inter Miami kit. Like, that's what your kits mean. Like, bro, I could throw in a PSG kit today. That don't mean nothing to me. because it has no value.
That don't make me a snake. I can wear that.
That's what I'm saying. I can't fling on an Arsenal kit. I can't fling on a Barcelona kit. I can't fling on a Real Madrid kit because it means more. Cool, but I think you wore a Real Madrid kit once. We're gonna talk about that later.
Huh?
But listen, back to PSG. Go to Africa. Go to South America. My name ain't talking about no PSG.
Lagos.
Go, bro.
Yeah, I can't lie.
Go
In terms of
Kinshasa.
clubs, you guys aren't even the biggest in France, though, no? I swear Marseille were there before you lot.
That's what I said.
They won the UCL.
That's what I said to him.
Ba-bam. Real striker.
But I saw
Won the
DSK.
Ballon d'Or there as well.
I saw DSK in the chat here. I mean, he's probably gone now. Please. PSG's by far the biggest team in France, in French history.
How?
PSG have the most trophies. We've got the
You
best.
You guys didn't
League,
exist before 1970, though.
Hold on. Does that okay? So would you go and say that what Real Madrid is smaller than Barcelona because Barca was founded before?
No, but he's
hold on to put it.
years old. Your club is genuinely
They both got the same amount of
younger
Champions
than my
League.
dad.
Hold on to put it.
They
Your
both
club
got the
is
same
younger than my
amount of
dad.
Champions
Your
League.
club is younger than
Okay,
my
and
dad.
then let's look at domestic success. For perspective, for example, right?
we
Marquinhos
go.
has won more trophies than Marseille have in the entire history.
Your club is younger
Okay.
than my dad.
Okay,
You know,
what's the
genuinely, like
point?
people,
Hold on,
there's
hold
people
on,
that
hold on,
still
hold on,
don't
hold
know
on.
about PSG. People
Hold
know
on.
about Marseille everywhere. Marseille are way bigger than you lot.
So you think Marseille
Genuinely,
is a bigger club?
you go to
Oh my
so many different places. Marseille are coming up before PSG. I swear down.
Wow.
The only reason why your club's even at a certain level is because Neymar went there.
I have a question. Who's the person in the who's got the Chelsea? I think that's the Stamford Bridge badge, like as the profile picture.
It's me.
Yes. What's your name? Comment tu t'appelles?
Je m'appelle Asma.
Asma. Est-ce que tu es française?
Non, je suis tunisienne et je vis à Montréal.
Ok, d'accord.
You're both Canadian, by the way.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm Canadian. Je suis Canadien.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, nice to meet you, bro.
Me too. But to go and say that Marseille, listen, Marseille respect for what they did previously, even their Champions League.
No, like globally, PSG is a bigger club. Like
Thank
that's
you. There we
nonsense.
go.
What they
There's
said.
no debate.
Culturally
In
and
France,
globally, no.
Culturally,
But-
globally,
But that said, Chelsea's still bigger.
Do you know what he said? And I was like, oh, I wish all the members were here when he said this because I couldn't be. The fact that I had to argue it, I was like, why am I even having this conversation? He said, Nuno Mendes is better all time than Ashley Cole.
Now he's doing too
I
much.
can't lie. Wait.
Then he tried to argue Donnarumma over Czech.
Hold on. Wait, I got a question. Have you ever? I got a question.
But you know which one I heard? You know which one I heard that did my head? It's when he said that Mbappe is a better footballer than Zola. And we're not talking about careers here. We're talking about football.
Oh, these man, you don't know ball, bro.
Wait, Junior, I got a question.
Zola's better than Ronaldo now.
Can
Zola's better than Ronaldo all of a sudden.
Wait,
now.
hold on a second.
Wow.
This panel can
CR7,
vouch that
yes, he
I'm
is.
one of the least biased person. I insult my players every day, but I genuinely Mbappe is not even like the left foot of Zola. He's not. All of his ability is not even better than the left foot of Zola.
Wait, Junior, I got a question, right? Have you ever been jumped?
Why do you ask?
Because you deserve to get jumped for Telemann, Nuno Mendes over Ashley Cole. Listen, because that's the type of because if you told me you got jumped, I can be like, oh, cool, man had a CTE. That's why he's thinking them things there. But man, the rising, look, cool. I get, you know what it is, is recency bias. Because you can see him right now in your face is a thing where you're gonna pick him. He plays for your team.
I've got tremendous respect for Ashley Cole. I think he's one of the best left backs in the world.
He's the best left back of the history of the Premier League. What are you saying? He's the only.
Yeah, no, I've got no issues with
the only
what you're saying.
person that consistently pocketed
What
Ronaldo
did-
at his prime.
What did make you think Nuno Mendes was better than Ashley Cole? Like, what was your?
I think he's a better player. I go and say,
In
like,
what
I'm not saying that. For example, I'm not being disrespectful. I'm not saying that he's clear. I'm not saying we've got two. I think he's a better player. I would go and say, like, as a football player, you go and you look at the complete package, defensively, offensively, creating chances, locking up people, all of that. As a complete defender, I think he is a better player. I think the analogy I chose, and this also has to go and say as well as this is just a more general point I've got on. If you guys disagree on my view of football, I think generally speaking, football is the natural evolution of things. Is that players get better over time, right?
Yeah, but you see, that argument makes no sense though, because you got to think it's in relativity, right?
I was
A
saying to
player
him,
plays
Nuno
100
Mendes.
years ago. They can only play what they face in the same time.
No, but I was saying to him, yeah, that Nuno Mendes is playing against the worst collection of wingers we've seen in the 21st century, which is a fact. It's not the wingers he's playing are the shittest they've been in this 21st century. Then he said, "Well, how can you say that? He got Elise and Saka." I said,
No,
"Oh
I
my
think-
god."
I think, hold on. I think in the same sense that you go and you say, I do agree that there's a lot of recency bias and that there is disrespect of older generations. But on the other hand, I also think that there are, nostalgia merchants out there also to go and say that all of a sudden, players from, the 80s and whatnot. I think I think we can all agree here that generally speaking, the average player today is better than the average player from 25 years
No,
ago.
they're better athletes. They're not better footballers.
Yeah, they're better athletes.
Not better footballers.
I would also
and for a fullback, it's much harder challenge to deal with someone that's not necessarily athletically decent, but someone who's a very good technical footballer. It's a much tougher job than having to run at someone like Saka. I'm sorry. That's why Saka gets pocketed by fucking Kukureya, bro.
But also,
Junior, can I tell you
say-
something? Yeah, is he Nuno Mendes' beef ain't with legends of the game, ain't with guys that have written a name in history. He's supposed to be beefing with guys like Cucurella and Patrick Dogu. That's his age mate. That's his beef. That's the guys you're supposed to be. Oh, it's Cucurella, but this better. Don't rise my goals. Don't rise the players. Yeah, that changed the game. Don't rise them guys there, bro. Bro, especially, bro. He's beefing with Cucurella and Patrick Dogu. Like, cool. Let's argue Cucurella. Let's not go argue man, innit? Because now he's looking crazy.
I mean, maybe you're not talking about Nuno Mendes anymore.
You know what?
No, I'm talking about Nuno.
No, hold on.
I think we all rate Nuno Mendes super highly. That's
but then you're not trying to go. Listen, I think Cucurella, as much as I despise the guy, as a football player and whatnot, I think he's a good player. But
I feel like everyone begs hating Cucurella. If you're not German, why do you despise Cucurella?
No, he's
annoying.
He's annoying. It's like.
But Cucurella as a defender is way more intelligent than Nuno Mendes. So you've seen that like numerous times, even in the game he played against you guys last time, innit? Nuno is so good because of his physical ability, but he's not some supreme left back in the history of football, let alone to be compared to Ashley Cole. He's not all that. Do you get? He might be that one day.
Hold on. When you say, for example, defensively, what exactly do you mean? As in, I think, for example, Nuno Mendes also has flaws, and one of them
Mendes is better than Cucurella, bro.
One
thing
I will say. One thing, one of the biggest flaws Nuno has is I think also Nuno Mendes is extremely young. Nuno Mendes is only 23 years old. Again, it's not to go and say that this ageism. I have an issue when, for example, people won't say, Lamine Yamal's only 17. I think you also have to just, if I'm going and comparing him to people, all-timers like Ashley Cole, all these players, you have to go and take based on what we've seen. But I'll go and also say that you go and you look at, for example, what he's been able to go and do on both sides of the pitch in big games as well. Like you go and you look, and again, you might scoff at and whatnot. Currently, he is the most decorated full player for his age group at this point in speaking in football. No player in the history of the game has won more trophies as he has. And he's done it in the big games as well. He's done it in the Champions League consistently, quarterfinals, semifinals, whatever you want to go and make of the Nations League and whatnot. Ultimately, it was a competitive game against a big team, went down and clamped arguably one of the biggest talents football's ever produced, or is, one of the biggest upstarts in Lamine Yamal. And he's done it twice now in his career. So he's not some slouch, he's only done it, in Fugazi games against, mid-level, league or wingers and whatnot. He's done it against the best.
What I said to you earlier as well is the reason why Lamine Yamal stands out is because he's amongst, once again, the worst wingers of the 21st century.
So you think it's
in terms of like the coaching of these wingers is so position based. They don't even have the freedom of expressing themselves. He's not going against Ronaldinho, Messi, Robin, Ribéry, like CR7 in his prime. Like so these sort of wingers, like he will not know what to do, bro.
I wanted to go back on a point that you guys previously alluded to when I was going and saying that players today are better than players before. So you guys said that, for example, that you think players are better athletically. I think there's no debate there. However, I would also argue that players are more technically. I think the game, what's happened to the game is the game has. I would agree that the game has gone.
Technically.
Hold on. Let me hold on.
Can you give me the top 5 technical players?
Hold on. Can I? Let me finish my point. What I said and my claim was that the average player today is better technically than the average player from 25 years ago, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that, for example, the best of the best, there can be variations. There can be times where the best players from 25 years ago are better. For example, I go and say that the top 5 caliber players from today are not as good as the top 5 from like 10 years ago in the mid 2010s and whatnot. That can vary. However, the general average player, I think technically is better. And why I go and say that, for example, players today, they start younger. You go and you look at, for example, growing up, how many times they go to soccer schools, football schools, to do extra training, 1v1 stuff and whatnot. I think the average technical quality of the player is better today. I think one of the things that, unfortunately, a downside of the modern game is the fact that because the game has gotten so fast and is so aesthetic, you don't have, like, one of the things I've gone and done, even going back and watching games from like the early 2010s and whatnot, how much like the pace of the game is so much slower. The fact that you have a much slower paced games means that players that are better technically can go and shine a lot more. I think if you go and you take, normal players today and you drop them back in that era in a slower game, I think it's not as demanding physically, I think they ultimately go and do so. And I think one of the best examples is if you've gone and seen Surly, when, for example, you think like bad players technically, especially like defenders and whatnot, like they have crap touches and whatnot, and you go and you see them play, for example, lower down, and you go and see these guys are actually really techie. I think it's that. It's the fact that the level, how quick the game is today, warps our perception to go and make it seem that they couldn't go and do it back then.
No,
I think on average, because if you're basically what you're going and saying is that basically football players, the development, we've regressed from before. From 25 players, the average player development everywhere across the world, in Brazil, France, Argentina, England, everywhere has regressed in the last 25 years, is what you're saying. If you think
No,
okay,
that's not what we said. It's just that the
Bro, it's not a bad take.
Hold on, let me just ask you a question, yeah?
Okay.
Can you name the 5 most technical players right now?
Again, as I said previously, I said that the average player, as in,
Can I respond to this?
I don't want to. Yeah. I just, before I go and say, I don't want to turn this into a statistics class.
No, I understand.
The top end can go and be better. I'd go and say that the Messis, the Ronaldinos, and whatnot, obviously, I would say are better relative to the top players today. But that the average player, the average player that plays at Bournemouth is better today than the average player that played at Bolton.
Because actually, no, they are.
No. Let me respond to this. The thing is, football has just moved on from that style of play. We don't even see 10s anymore in this game.
I think coaching is just improved.
Also, players are more just driven by like tactics. They're tactically astute.
Coaches have improved.
They're just tactically astute from a very young age. Something we didn't implement at such young age, where we allowed more freedom and we allowed players to develop their technical side and their instinct. Something that is no longer a main focus. When you look at your wingers now, you look at them from a robotic sense, because they have to apply the tactics before they don't have the freedom, because they have to track back, they have to press, they have to bring a defensive play, something that just didn't exist in like the early 2000s and the 90s. But
I'm hearing them, to be fair.
Players are better or worse. It's just that football is moving from that.
But
I think
worse, and that's a fact. By the way, you can just look it up. It is very well documented that institutes no longer like apply on that, because they tell you can have a technical player that doesn't put the effort, that won't make it into professional football, but you can see someone who's not as technically like good, but can still make it because he understands the tactics and he has the athleticism. You see athletes make it into football way more than you see the opposite. And that's
hold on, I could flip the role very easily. And in fact, I could go and argue that, for example, especially in England, one of the big issues that was with the development system here is that there was a very over-reliance on the big, powerful players that can go and brute force their way through. And it worked in the Premier League. Premier League teams were good, but then for example, you went and saw that when England went and competed at the international level, they struggled, right? Against the small little technical Spaniards and whatnot, even though physically they could dominate them, they struggled. And what has England done? They've gone and produced the likes of Cole Palmer, Saka's and whatnot, that are better technically and have a lot more technical, efficiency and fluency. The point I'm generally making, and I think one of the issues that we have when, for example, there's the discussions of comparing back to the previous, it's not to go and disrespect what was done in the past. You can only compare them through that era. But basically, I think that there is this pervasive like nostalgia, bias and whatnot, where we go and say, because I think a lot of this has to do with that. I think it's extremely dependent on when you grew up watching football. So for example, me, I'm 22. For me, growing up when I was, 12, 14, 15 was in the mid 2010s. And I would go and argue, for me personally, that's like the peak of football and whatnot, the levels, how many good players were there and whatnot. But then you go and ask, my dad and whatnot, they'll go and say that, oh, it was the 80s or it was the 90s or it was whatever. I think a lot of that has to go and do so. But the general point is that if we believe, like in many things in life, humans get better, players from today evolve, build upon what players did in the past. Basically going and saying that players technically today is that we failed, that football has failed, that players today technically are worse. You can go and say maybe it's not showing and whatnot. I think a lot of that has to just do with how you grew up. For example, when people go and say, oh my goodness, the game back in the, the 80s was something. I go back and watch games in the 80s and I'm like, what is this nonsense? You take like a National League team, they go and they do wonders in the 80s. Okay. In the same way, I think if you take, for example, your Chelsea team currently, that, you guys are good and whatnot, but you guys aren't, world beaters currently compared to the rest. If you guys dropped you guys from 25 years ago, you guys go win, back-to-back trebles, all these things and whatnot, because of just
definitely
how much better players are today.
Definitely wouldn't happen. But you know what?
Don't let this waffle distract you from the fact that he's making this argument so he can put Nuno Mendes as one of the all-time great left backs. And also, remember, Gusto cooked this guy in a final, bro. Broad day with civilians watching. He's trying to do this.
Say this, yeah?
Don't let this.
I feel like moving upon. I feel let me just say this quickly. I feel like I feel like today's football, the issue is there's an overemphasis on athletes. Before you had athletes, go back 20, 50 years, bro. 10 years ago, there were athletes of the game. There were people who could run fast. There were people who were physical. Let's not act like, oh, everyone was just some.
I was about to say another thing. Everyone's talking about athletes, but people also forgetting to factor in the fact that the game was much more physical back then. These men are not.
It wasn't
right now, the game is way softer. I think his point is the game is softer than it was before.
Yeah, I think we need to separate, because oftentimes people talk about physical. I think I would say is the game was rougher in the sense that it was ref differently. I would say, for example, if we're saying that players today are better athletes, that means they're fitter, they're faster, they're stronger, they've got better access to sports science, they're in the gym more often, they're better in terms of nutrition. All those aspects. I would go and argue, though, if you want to go and say that, of course, the game in the 80s, it was rougher, but physically, players are much better physically today. Much better.
Probably, yeah.
Physically, in what sense? Physically, in what sense? As in covering ground.
I have a question for him. What's your definition of technical player? Because I understood
I would go into
that
the fundamentals, controlling a ball, taking the ball down, playing simple.
And this is better than 25 years ago.
But he means the worst players,
average player. Like I'm not. If you want, like,
not the good ones.
If you want to go and compare, yes, you can go and you can say, like, I don't know, a Bukayo Saka compared to. I know who's
couldn't even lace the boots of
the top players and nowhere.
But I'm not. But the point is the general point, because the tops and whatnot and the bottom, they can vary with time, right? You've got eras of dominance where you got a really good player and then there's troughs and whatnot. But generally speaking, the average, which is why I'm saying the average, because extremes, outliers can go and can deviate things, right? If we're going and basing it off that, Messi and Ronaldo just completely throw out and warp our perception of the best. But I'm saying the average player, the average Bournemouth midfielder.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying.
I think that player today is better than before.
Rodallega today in the Premier League will bag 22 goals in the league minimum, bro.
Wait, can I say why? Let me just say why I disagree.
Much better. The defense in our era was much better. So it made everything more difficult. And that's why technical players had to also learn to perfect their technicalities, because they were facing center backs that didn't allow them to breathe. Nowadays, you bring the best, Arjen Robben in this era. He's going to fucking cook. He will win 3 Ballon d'Or.
I think this is...
Can I just say something real quick, Junior? I feel like your argument is that the technical floor has risen, so therefore the average player is better. I would disagree. Wait, that's what I'm literally about to say. Where I would disagree is the ceiling has fallen so much that the average player looks so much better. You know what I'm trying to say? That's the issue. You're saying, oh, well, the ceiling has. You're saying the ceiling has fallen, but the average player floor has risen. I'm gonna disagree. It stayed the same level. The ceiling just fallen down so
Because
low.
look, you need to realize, yeah, positions have actually completely died. Before, we used to have a plethora of 9 options. If you want to talk about the best 9s 10 years ago, you could say Falcao, Aguero, Higuain, Benzema, Cavani, Ibrahimovic, Diego Costa. We could just rattle off 9s non-stop. You can think about goalkeepers from the likes of Buffon, Valdez, Oblak, Courtois, Czech. You can say so many names. Once again, keep going. Nowadays, you stop at 3, 4 names. Nowadays,
Yeah,
it doesn't get past that. The level, the ceiling has dropped, bro. The players are not as good as they used to be. The problem is that coaches have become the mavericks of the teams now. Before, you could turn to, oh, what's Ronaldinho going to do today? What's Zidane going to do today? How are they going to impact the game? Now it's the coaches. The coaches are the guys who dictate all of this stuff. The coaches are the ones who now make it to the point where the players are so overcoached. They're the mavericks of the game that we look at these players like they're way better than they actually are. And another thing I wanted to mention that you said about physicality, you're also failing to mention the fact that, and this could be to your argument to an extent, but where sports science is today wasn't there 25 years ago. If these men were able to get saunas, dietitians, all of these workout plans to make sure they stay fit and all of this type of stuff, that man will be doing madnesses. The recovery
technology that they have right now.
Hold on. But the point is exactly, and it goes on to my point, is that we can only judge them based on what we have. Because then I can go and flip the argument and say that, oh my goodness, if the modern players grew up and were developed in the way that players in the past were, they'd be good. I think the general point I'm making is that like humans are humans, right? There's not much variation. It's not like players from a generation that they come out and they're just always going to go and be better. I think the average level is roughly the same, like the potential that they have. It's just that obviously in different cohorts you have unicorns like Messi's, Ronaldo's, Yamal's.
It's not even those that were.
But the point I'm making is that if you're going and saying that you think technically, and I'll go and say like the simple things, taking down the ball, juggling, things like that, you think players today are worse. The average player, because you talked about.
That's what I think. I agree.
We're talking about the best. We're talking about the best.
But that's what.
How can you measure? How can you measure what era is better than the other without?
Mbappe.
Hold on,
you guys.
Hold on. How can we measure what era players are performing better than the other if we're not having discussions about the best of those eras? I understand in the sense that you're saying what the average has gone higher, the technical level on the average level, but I just think because the ceiling has dropped so low that the floor seems closer to the ceiling these days. That's why.
But I think we're debating 2 separate points, no?
Okay,
yeah, because we all agree today. I would go and say that the best of the best, the ceiling today of the players are not as good
before.
as However, the point I'm making here is the average. It's like, for example, and I don't want to go and get like too economical and whatnot, but it's like, for example, you go and you look at it today. The average person in the world today is richer, often is better. And for example, let's take the United Kingdom here or the United States, Western countries and whatnot. The average person has more available to them than they did, for example, 6 years ago. However, today you can only look at it, the gap, though, the wealth gap between people is increasing. However, the average person is still wealthier off today. And it's better to go and compare medians, the normal person, than the unicorns, because the unicorns can sway the data. You can go and have 1 year where you're going to have people like Ronaldo's, Neymar's, Messi, all those people, and then you go down to a smaller generation. But why I'm saying the average is it's a better metric.
Okay,
basically, if you're
unicorn in the past 5 years, the unicorns, the players that we're looking at are the likes of Salah, Haaland, Mbappe, Vinicius. I don't want to even take anything away from that. I don't want to even take anything away from them. They're amazing in what they do, but none of them are even technically sound. They don't even dribble a football. They're not even.
They have no close ball control.
They're not even anywhere near close as the maverick of, and we're not even talking about Messi and Ronaldo. I'm not even referring to these guys. I'm talking about your average players that we've seen. Even Kalou is more technical. Even Messi. I'm sorry, but.
So basically, you're saying that the football development all across the world has failed. football development has failed
It's
all
not
across the
failed.
world.
It's just
No, but that's basically what you're
progression.
saying.
No,
'Cause
it's
hold on, I also
progression.
another thing-
Technically,
another
Progression of the it's
another thing-
progression. It's
another
just
I'm
thing
hearing
is
his
that we're-
case. I'm hearing his
Another
case
thing we're
in the
doing
fact of
too,
like the
another
worst
thing
players.
we're doing as well is that we're going back when you're talking about the Messis, the Ronaldos, the Robins, and whatnot. You're thinking about their careers finished. You're thinking of everything they've done holistically. If I went back, for example, and I took a snapshot in 2009 at Robin, or when he was at maybe not 2009, but when he was, for example, at Real Madrid and whatnot, those years, I'd go and say that these guys are completely whack. The point is that this happens all the time. People said that, oh my goodness, what we saw with Maradona, Platini, Pele, and whatnot in the 80s and 90s is never going to be seen. These modern players are nothing. And then look what we're going and saying today. You've got people who grew up in the 80s, 90s, for example, saying that Ronaldo Nazario is still the best player they've ever seen.
I
Better than
grew up
Ronaldo
in
Messi.
the 90s and I
But
disagree.
the point I'm making is a lot of this is revisionism.
Eras.
Like we're going back and we're
It's
looking
not
at it. And we have the
revisionism.
benefit.
No, but
I think we have the
I
benefit
grew
of
up in the
hindsight.
90s. I grew up in
he's
the
losing
90s
me a
and
bit still.
I had the chance
Cuba, he's doing this. You guys are falling for his trap. He's
No, but
arguing
I'm
this
saying,
point. He's
I'm
arguing
very-
this point so he can say that his team is the best team ever.
Yeah, and it's
That's
wrong.
why
It's
he
wrong.
started
It's
this
wrong.
argument.
It's 100% wrong, but I'm saying a 17th place team in the Prem now is probably averagely technically better than 17th place team in the Prem before. But every team
I
from
just
about
think they're
12
better coached, bro. I just think they're better coached.
No, but I
That's
think,
they
I think
have
what's
more-
wrong.
and
I
they
think what's
have
wrong
more
with players
money.
now isn't really like technical
We're
ability at the
talking
top
about
end is most definitely
technicality.
worse. Yeah, technical ability at the top end and even good players is most definitely
What
worse.
are you
But I
defining?
think
That's
amongst
always
the
said.
average
That's what
player,
You're losing. If you said football's evolved more now, I would
said,
agree
yeah,
with you.
I think
But when
basic
you're
technical
using
ability,
words
right?
like technical
Base
ability
level
and
though,
stuff like that, that's where you're losing me with the argument. Because
But
the
I do
players,
think base
football has
level, like-
evolved in the sense that they're much more coached. Is evolved in the sense that, football's evolved in the sense that the tactics have evolved. Football's evolved in the sense that there's
Yeah.
more money in these lower league teams now. That's another thing that you lot are not factoring in.
But that's
These
what
men
I'm
are
saying. So I
getting
do think
paid
The
the
more.
environment
are
is
getting a
much
little
better.
bit
The
better.
Yeah,
environment is much better.
exactly.
The
That's what
facilities
the
are much
environment
better.
for them to succeed are much better. But
Exactly.
what
And
you're
the way we
arguing,
platform-
arguing technical ability through those aspects is flawed for me because the
True,
technical
but then-
quality and the reason why I think this argument's flawed because when we start having conversations about the top 10 players technically now and the top 10 players technically 10 years ago,
It's
20
a
years
joke.
ago, 30 years
Yeah,
ago,
it's worse,
this is the
100%.
worst we've seen.
100%,
what
but I
we're
do think,
doing.
I do think, in terms of base level, yeah, in terms of controlling and passing a football, which I think his point was, maybe he went a bit too far. But a team in, like, for example, the Championship today will probably have that unlock more than a team in the Championship 20 years ago. That being said, players at the top level nowadays, a big issue is mentally, right? Because their technical ability also isn't as good, but they don't know how to solve problems because they're all brought up in systems, right? They don't have that natural problem solving to go pull something out of the bag
They're not
randomly
having
to create, to make,
not-
exactly,
they
to
can't-
break a situation. We don't have those
Win
anymore.
a game out of nothing.
Exactly, because players are coached out of that from young, 100%. But in the base general point of just by itself, a dead championship team before versus a dead championship today, I do think the dead championship team today will be technically probably a little bit better than the dead championship team before. I don't think it's a big enough difference for you to then go and start comparing all-time greats because these greats played against some of the best players you've ever seen, and those players aren't there today.
But according
100%.
to analysis, but according to analytics and according to sports science, that's just simply not true. The technicality has simply regressed. This is you can.
But I don't know
read
how you
reports,
measure that.
But
What?
good
No,
Lord,
but what
that's sports science for you.
But what
That's not
analysis
me.
is there that
Well,
tells
you
you
can
like
read the articles
where?
are there.
But as in, but like
online.
where can you
I
find
can
those
send
metrics?
it to you. I can.
Well,
send it to you.
can I just say this quickly?
I can send it to you, Kuba. No
I-
problem.
I agree and disagree with you, Kuba, because the emphasis of the game and how most teams play now is with the ball to their feet. You're not putting the ball in the air anymore. You're not going long with the ball anymore. It's play with your centre backs and progress the ball, maybe through maybe out wide or through the middle. That's how football is played today. Back then, it wasn't played like that. That's not saying back then they couldn't do that. They could. If you told a team back then, play through your feet, they probably could do that. And they probably maybe do it to a better level than today. So when you're saying, a mid-table team like Bournemouth is better than a mid-table like 10 years ago,
No, but I
have to
disagree with that.
disagree.
I disagree with the mid-table teams though. I'm talking the worst teams. I think the worst teams are just a little bit better. I don't think it's that much of a difference. But
Look at this.
anything decent upwards, I think is worse now.
But there's like I'm gonna send it to you, just because like this is ridiculous.
Hold on, wait there, yeah. Because I think
We're
we
waiting,
fell for
bro.
this. I feel like we fell for this huge trap. This Portsmouth team was a mid-table team. Harry Redknapp's Portsmouth team, yeah. Oh shit! I just realized the screen's not showing. Peter Crouch, Jermaine Defoe, Canu, Papa Bouba Dupe, Soli Ali Montari, Lasagna Diarra, Sylvian Distant, Sol Campbell, Glenn Johnson, Lauren, and David James.
I would kill
That's
any
a mid.
That's what I'm saying. That's better than before than it was now. That's better.
But that's what I'm saying, though. So what we talking about?
So what
the
year was
worst
this?
teams,
then?
I think it's
This
the
is
worst,
2009.
like, the bad
2009.
Okay, so when you think of this team, do you think of Jermaine Defoe specifically? You said this is Portsmouth. Are you thinking of Jermaine Defoe specifically what he did at Portsmouth, or are you
Yes,
thinking
that team was a bad boy team. I watched that team. We beat them in the FA Cup final. This is a bad boy team. Jermaine Defoe and Peter Crouch 2-man step with Harry Redknapp back then was crazy. I'm not.
You'd have to
looking at
compare that to Palace.
I
Innit?
watched this. You know, don't try and come like I'm like just talking about the players based on their reputation. I watched this in real time. I know this.
That's
team.
the thing. You
It's
know
my
what?
favorite
It's very.
mid-table team.
You know what I realized, CB. It's very hard to kind of like transmit this point with people that have just simply not seen it. Cuba, Junior, you are guys younger, so the only data that you have is like YouTube or clips here and there and stats and stuff like that. And you're living in the present, and that's what you know, and that's the football that wired you. So therefore, I understand where you're coming from, but you have.
But I do agree with you guys here, though.
But I've seen the regression with my own eyes, and I understand when he said, "Oh, the same shit was said." In the 80s when people were talking about Maradona, and then Messi happened, and then Neymar happened. But again, that's just glimpses. You could argue that the era of the Serie A in the 90s obliterate this era. You can argue that the Arrigo Sacchi of Milan kills any team in this era because it's subjective.
Hold on. So wait, do you think that, for example, I think 25 years, I think the gaps are not so significant. I think that teams would smack them. But you think that, for example, if you took, let's take Real Madrid 2023, 2024, you put them back in the 80s against Saki and whatnot, them, you think they're losing to them?
Most probably they could, yes.
Okay. So you think that basically football? That's where I'm going and saying that's what I'm going.
Team, that Milan
but that's where I'm going and saying that you're basically
football.
What you're saying
That's
now.
another thing. You're discrediting teams that were
hold on.
pioneers.
The point I'm making is exactly. This is just like a general point in terms of just a general life point to go and say that things get better. Players will go and get better. Obviously, I agree that sometimes things can go and drop. Things like stock market, they come and drop. But generally, things tend to trend upwards. And talking about the 80s now, this is what 40, 50 years ago we're talking about. You think that players basically you're going and saying that football's failed, football's regressed. If you think that
football has
this is the 80s.
No, I'm accepting. It's like technology, right? Technology has evolved. Technology has evolved so much, but some of the things are not as reliable as they are. Some of the phones are more sensitive. Yes, technology has evolved, but a phone from the 90s would not break. This phone, I drop it, it breaks. It's not just as linear as you're making it sound. Obviously, it has regressed, but you accept that this is just evolvement. I'm not complaining. I'm not crying about it. I'm not saying we're finished. I'm just.
But I do wonder, yeah.
Asma, I just want to say you're in rare form right now, man. Keep cooking.
But
man.
you know, with you guys, yeah, Asma, CB, you two, yeah.
When Asma's like this is my favorite version of Asma. The Asma that was in my DMs this morning, no. But this version, I love it.
But you see you two now, yeah. When people from older generations sit there and they go, like generation, so like Pele and that, because there's a lot of older people that will sit there and hold on to him, and be like, yeah, Pele was better than
pioneer though.
But that's what I'm
Pele-
saying. So do
Yeah,
you
but
then
in the
agree?
same way- hold on,
Would
but in
you
the
would
same
you
way-
then
in the
agree
same
that that
way-
generation is better than
If
your
Pele
generation?
in his prime, if Pele in his prime got dropped into this era of football, he would still be the best player in the world.
No.
So do you think Pele is the
Oh
best player?
my God! Okay, hold on.
So then
Hold
do you
on,
think Pele is the
Junior.
best player
Hold
ever?
on, Keeper. Junior, who would be a better footballer technically than
bro.
Pele in his prime if he was dropped in now?
João Pedro's a better footballer than Pele. Stop.
Who?
Stop. João Pedro technically he would be a better player. Stop this, bro. Stop this nostalgia gimmick, bro. At this point, go back to the 30s.
Educate yourself on the game, bro. Educate yourself on the game, bro.
Oh
You
my
actually
God.
do. You talk about football.
You know what?
As a
I'm
content creator.
basketball terms.
You're going mad.
We done
bro.
with the 90s. We done with the 90s.
No,
We done
no,
with the
no,
70s. We done with the 60s. Stop this.
But that's
gimmick.
on you. No, but
Stop
that's
this
on
gimmick.
you. That's on you. Me personally, I
But you have
consider
to do your
myself.
due diligence on if
Me
you're gonna
personally,
talk
I
about
consider.
football, do your
Relative
due
to
diligence on
them
the
and
game,
whatnot,
bro.
he's great and whatnot. But to go and say that these players, you go and you take them today.
What can't Pele
He
do?
paved the way for technicalities. He's the one that
Pele is
paved the way.
the benchmark. Don't make me put a Pele comp on the screen right now. bro.
Okay,
He
wait.
created the technicalities.
Every skill we see today, Pele invented it, bro. What are you
Exactly.
talking about?
That's what are you talking about?
What
I
can Pele not
understand.
do
I
technically?
understand.
Okay,
What
wait,
that-
I can't lie, dude.
I
can't lie.
What
understand
can
that.
Pele not do technically? What
That
can
point
Pele
was a
not
bit
do
nuts,
technically?
yeah.
Wait, hold
That
up.
point was a bit nuts, but would you not expect Neymar to be better than Pele, for example?
Nah, man.
Would you not expect Neymar to be better than Pele? I think Neymar would be better than Pele. I'll be real. I can't lie.
No,
You're
but
getting
it's just.
disrespectful.
But
You're
if
trying to
you
put me
bring-
on your
if you-
side.
Wait, hold on a second.
No, but I'm saying I think
if you
Neymar
bring
would be
Pele,
better than Pele.
wait, hold on a second. If you bring Pele in this world with the same natural abilities in this era where he progressed in this football,
Then
then obviously he could be
I think
better
João
than
Pedro is
all
a
of
drag,
them.
but I think Neymar is better than Pele.
But he was still the benchmark of technicality.
Even the fact that you're saying
Against
Neymar
keepers
in his
that you
prime
have
would be the
love.
best player in the world right now.
But do you think Pele is the
Neymar
best player of
played
all
like 5
time?
years
Natural
ago.
ability. Do you think
But
Pele's
he's
natural ability is the best of
personally,
all
I
time?
Here's the reason that make that the reason football, the skill, everything we see. I'm gonna put a comment.
Let's go
We're
further.
educating people today now.
Let's go further. Let's go
But
to the
where
30s.
is the line drawn?
We're educating. No, we're educating people. We're educating people
Go
now.
back to the 30s then.
As you can see, look at the screen. Look at the screen, guys.
I would hear the debate. I still think it's messy personally, but I could hear the debate. If someone
then
tells me,
where
then
is the
it's
line
valid
drawn?
for them. I
Hold
can
on.
hear it.
Asma, I've got a question. Let's say you're doing a kick about 9v9 and whatnot at goals or at Power League or wherever in Canada. You're doing an indoor session and whatnot. You have the plethora. You're allowed to choose players. You're playing a game of football. Okay, you can choose Pele, 1970s, not brought up and whatnot. That Pele, just pluck him in. He spawns in, or you take 2015, 2017, 18 Neymar. You're telling me you're taking Pele.
Oh, this is the thing. You're not understanding
It's
the
not
fact
the
that
right comparison because they're the same.
pioneer. Without Pele, there's none of these, man.
Well then, okay.
But
then-
no, but that is
We're getting copyrighted.
their
We're getting
ability.
copyrighted.
But that's a
Getting
different
copyrighted.
conversation.
Chat, look at the screen. Just look at the screen. This is why I have Pele. If Pele had the resources these man had, he'd be the best player in the world. Because what Zidane was doing in his prime, Pele was doing in the 60s. All of these skills that we're seeing.
With a heavier ball, by the way. Heavier
With heavier
boots,
football, with
no
no smooth
fucking
science, no
no
recovery,
fucking
none of
no
this stuff.
recovery, none of
All of
that.
this stuff that we're seeing, Pele was doing it.
with butchers, by the way, butchers.
Like this
Players
is
were
the thing.
butchers.
Like he's actually the pioneer. For you to come and say
So-
João Pedro, and I love João Pedro. For you to say João Pedro is better technically than Pele, you're taking the piss.
Are better than.
So do you think Pele is the best footballer to have ever played the sport then? Do you think no one can ever get better than him?
You should listen to it.
I won't go that far because at the end of the day, there's only so much of him I saw. But if somebody was to say that to me, I'm not gonna crash out. It's an argument.
No, but I'm saying because his point was
pioneer.
nuts, yeah. João Pedro is obviously not Pele, calm. But if you take Neymar, if you take Messi, do you think Pele? Because if you say Pele is the best of all time now and his natural ability was better than anyone else, you're saying football is just continuing to go down. It will never ever there will never be a player. But there's, for example, the
if
guy
you
that
bring his
created
natural talent in this
Kanye
era, he
West,
could
yeah.
surpass them.
Kanye West, or like
But you need to realize, Cuba.
they were the legacy. Do you get it?
Cuba. This is why Pele holds weight in these conversations. Because out of all the players you name, Neymar, Messi, Ronaldinho, whoever else you said, Ronaldo, all of these, man, have his talent was the rawest talent in comparison to them, man, because he wasn't doing all of this recovery. There wasn't sports training. He didn't have the best boots. He didn't play with the best quality boots. He didn't play with the best quality. Hold on, Asma. He didn't play with the best quality pitches. He wasn't going to the 5-star hotels in the suites before games, getting governed. All of that. It was just pure, I'm showing up. I don't care what I'm wearing. You got the Puma do a bit later. I don't care what I'm wearing. I'm showing up and I'm balling. That's it. I'm going home if I get cramps, whatever. It is what it is. These men have everything. They got nutritionists. They got dietitians. They got masseuses, sport therapists. All of this stuff. At the end of the day, he's just the purest talent we've ever seen. He never had any of that. So if you put him in that era with all of the stuff they had, bro, who's to say he wouldn't be one of the best in the world?
Okay. So, but then do you think he's the best? I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying
if we're getting on at the same time, we can
one at a time, people. One at a time. Let me just say my last point, yeah, in regards to the Pele thing, yeah. All of these players have somebody that they watched do these skills that makes them attempt to do these things. They know it's possible. They know it's a skill that can work. It's something they can train on. All of these skills that we've seen on the screen, Pele pioneered them. The no-lip passes, the back heels, the trivellas, the step-overs. He was the guy that was doing that. He had nobody else to watch.
He had Cruyff.
Just him.
Did he invent all these skills though? Did he invent?
Yes. Who else? Why do you think Pele is Pele? Who else was doing it?
Because, for example, you see like Garich and all them in the camp around him. Do you not think they taught him anything?
So no, but my point here is why stop at Pele? Why stop in the set? Let's go back to the 30s then. Joseph Pecan, Rooney Rookie. Because why are we stopping in the 70s?
We don't have that.
Hold on. If you're making the argument, in the same way that because Neymar, the Ronaldinhos and whatnot took inspiration from Pele, I'm not disagreeing with that point. But Pele, it's not like Pele spawned and got all these novel ideas by himself and decided to create football. Football existed before he was alive. So
what skills did he make? That's what I'm questioning.
Let's go further back.
Obviously, I can't sit here and say your point about Pele being in this era is wrong. I can't say that.
Because you're actually someone that I know you will go out your way and do your due diligence, yeah?
I'm gonna find out.
Go and check, yeah? Real talk, I'm not chatting shit, bro. You might know, like, if I don't rate someone, I won't, bro. Pele is the pioneer. He was come on, bro. Man, we're calling overhead kicks Pele's for him.
Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
You have to understand that, like, you see, for us, we look at Neymar. We're like, when we want to talk about that maverick, that player that made us like, whoa, get off our seat. We're talking about Neymar. He's the most recent one, right? Neymar, Hazard, whatever you want to say, Messi. Okay, fine. Neymar emulated his game. The clips he looked at, the way he tried to transmit his game was from Pele. He looked at Pele's clip. That was his inspo. That's the player he wanted to look at and play like. That was his biggest inspiration alongside Ronaldinho. Those were the two players he looked at. The same way generation of young players right now are looking at Neymar's clip and they're trying to emulate Neymar's clip. That was the benchmark. And at that time, technical abilities was not prominent because of the aspect of football at the time. You only had like Garrincha, like I mentioned. You had Cruyff, like I mentioned. You had Eusebio, like I mentioned. And that was it. Players were not technical. But Pele shined and became a world sensation without even social media, nothing of the sort. He was the front page.
I hear it.
Journal because of his technical ability.
I hear it.
Just to answer this question, someone said Rise one defender he played against. He played against fucking Beckenbauer.
Yeah.
Who else? He played against Franz Beckenbauer. What you make?
Can I just explain this real quick? Wait, Kuba.
Ever be better than Pele then?
Wait, no, Kuba. Wait, listen, Kuba. This is how I'm gonna explain it to you. we all have iPhones here, unless you have a Samsung or any other phone. I don't know. Most of us have iPhones here, right?
Yeah.
I remember when the iPhone 4 and iPhone 4S came out. Those were generational phones. They were ahead of their time. They had a glass back. They had front-facing cameras. You could do anything on that phone. You can go on Google. It was touchscreen. Yes, the iPhone 3G came out before that phone, but the iPhone 4 is the phone that all these other phones come from. It's like the lineage. That's the OG. That's the original. And every phone after that has evolved. That's to say we had the iPhone 10. That's a generational phone. That's a generational phone. We had the iPhone 6 and iPhone 6S. Those are generational phones, but we don't go and be like, oh yeah, start shitting on them just because. You get what I'm trying to say? Does my point make
No,
sense?
I'm hearing that, but I'm
Kuba,
not agreeing. The JP point was disgusting, by the way.
Thank you, Wesley.
Hold
Thank
on,
you,
hold on.
Wesley. I
Please.
make peace with you. I love
let's-
you now.
Let's keep that phone analogy. It's perfect. It's perfect because obviously it implements, and obviously within generations there's bigger leaps. I'd go and argue, like you said, the 3G to the 4 was a big leap. I would go and argue, for example, the 8 or the 7 to the, for example, the iPhone 10 was a big jump, and there's bigger jumps. However, what you guys are, me and Kuba, or I think Kuba, I'm not trying to take.
No, I'm hearing most
what
of
we're
what you're
saying is
saying. Apart from some
basically
of the things
that the
you're saying.
iPhone 15 is objectively a better phone than the iPhone 4.
No, wait. Time out.
That's what we're
I have to counter this
thinking-
because
I'm
I know.
thinking
No,
more
wait, Kuba, wait.
Okay, go,
I know.
you go,
I have
you
to
go.
counter this argument because I know exactly what to say. What we're saying is that globally, the environment is better. So for the iPhone 15 to exist, the environment got better. The technology got better. If I take Pele with his natural abilities, the way he was born, bring him to this era, he fucks everyone. He is the best player.
So then,
does.
but
He
that is
does.
a point. That is a
Then I
point.
could go
It
into
doesn't
the
really
same
work
thing
because
if
that's
you
you
bring
saying
Neymar back into his
nobody can ever be
generation.
better, right?
Yeah.
And if we take the iPhone analogy, if somebody then takes a phone and makes something that we can't even comprehend right now, is the iPhone 4 still a better technical marvel than the phone that is something that I can't even picture in my head right now?
Yes. Do you know why? Yes.
But
Do you
I
know
don't
why?
think that's
Because
right,
at the
because
time,
what if he doesn't even use the same
listen, wait,
technology?
do you know? I'll tell you why, Kuba. I'll tell you why. Because at the time that phone release, it was ahead of its time. There was no other phones like it.
hold on.
But if somebody replicates that now,
For example, yeah, let me just debunk this phone
Alexander
argument. Hold on, let me just
hold
debunk this phone argument. Yeah, for me, the GOAT telephone in my lifetime, the GOAT phone for me is the Sony Ericsson Walkman. Now, because I got the iPhone 17, the iPhone 17 is the newer phone and it's spec'd up and it's got all of these things, rare. The Sony Ericsson Walkman was ahead of its time because that was the first phone I could sit down and listen to music with and have a phone and go to school with music playing in my ears. Now, for me, I look at that phone like it paved the way for all of these phones we see here today, even though it's not a newer technical, all of this stuff that it is.
Okay, but CB. What if somebody now creates a device where the music, it implants the music pretty much into your brain, yeah? It's not even the same. You don't look at the phone the same. You don't look at
That's some Black Mirror shit. I don't want
it's
that.
nuts, isn't it? But if somebody creates that device now, is that not a better technical marvel than the person that made you able to plug it in through another device into your ears? It is.
No, hold on. For example, I'll use the example, for example, of headphones. Most people nowadays, I would go and argue, probably use wireless headphones, right? They're more convenient and whatnot. But then back when during the the First World War, when headphones and headsets were being designed, to go and listening to radio and whatnot, that was the fundamental revolution in the technology. So basically, you're going and saying that you think that was better. So that I'm saying, then why don't you go and use those? You're talking about your Sony phone. So you're saying that today, if you can get that Sony phone brand new today, you'd use that phone instead of your current.
Because technology evolves. The same way football's evolved.
I'll be real. This phone argument doesn't even work with the footballers. I'll be so real because we're then talking natural ability, and there's no natural ability in a mobile phone. My thing is, I know. The analogy doesn't really fit as well. Yeah.
Cam made that analogy just to say like. There was a first version. That was a first version, and we emulated on the first version.
Yeah,
but what I'm trying to tell you, even the argument nowadays, your technology is not even as reliable. It might be better. It might be more useful to your lifestyle because you have no choice. You're not gonna fucking take a Nokia 3317 today because you need to take pictures, but it's not as reliable. That iPhone
you guys are making is that innovation is better than modernity. You guys are saying that because, for example, let's take Alexander Graham Bell's phone.
This is all started from technical.
Okay, but that is the case. case though, Junior, because
Okay, so you're saying that Alexander
No,
Graham
but let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
The modern iPhone 15.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. When we think about the history book or the people that when we look at these inventions, at the end of the day, we look at the Wright brothers when we think about the planes. We don't know the name of the person who made the bow wing. We know the guy. We know the Wright brothers. You know Graham Bell. You know Alexander Graham Bell. We don't know the guy's name who made the most recent Samsung Note. Z Flip, Google, all of this shit. We don't know that. We know the innovators. The innovators
agreed. And they
forever.
Yeah,
These
and they
guys
have
are
the most
guys
impact.
who are just revamping the innovation.
Plug some of
they do have the most impact. I hear that.
chats.
But to say
Plug
they're
some
the
of the
best, I don't
chats.
think is
Plug
very
some
fair.
of the
I don't think you
chats.
could just I don't think you can just say that he is outright the best, right? Because Pele, obviously, in terms of technical ability and in terms of innovation of the sport, if he created all those skills, fair enough. He has had the biggest influence on the game anyone's ever
did.
had. But
He
you
did.
cannot then say from that guaranteed that his technical natural ability will 100% be the best forever. Because that's basically the point you're making now. The point is now you're saying Pele's technical ability, if you drop him in any era, he'll be the best. So he is factually until the end of time the best ever. I don't think you can say that.
I think the point.
No, because I said
Hold on,
for me,
I think-
the
I think-
best
I think
player
the-
is still Messi.
Hold on. But
But then
hold on.
what
I think
separates
the point-
Messi from Pele? Why is
hold on,
Messi's
Kuba,
technical
Because
ability
I think
the
the
best?
point. I
is
think
just-
the point that we're discussing. We're talking two different things. Me and you are talking about objectively compared without any other metrics. Who is the better? All else being equal, you guys are telling relative. So you guys can go and say relative to his era, he was a bigger step. And we can all agree upon that. In the same way that, for example, the iPhone 4 was so much better relative to its era when it came out, better. And if you want to make that case that because relative to its era was better than the iPhone, for example, 17 when it came out, then yes, fine. But we're saying objectively, if you had to go and choose today, which phone is better, which phone do you use on the daily, you go and you take the iPhone 17 every single time. That's what we mean. If you're going and saying that because you think that Pele, Puskás, and whatnot were better relative to their era, perfectly fine. We can have that debate. But we're going and saying now, if you can go and choose Joseph Buchanan, who played in the 30s, and Lionel Andres Messi Cusinetti today, you're going and saying that, no, I'm chasing Joseph Buchanan. You're wild. I think that's the difference. I think that's the best way to
But that's not the right
But my thing is Pele, in terms of inventiveness, yeah, his brain, yeah, his actual mental capacity to play the sport of football, I might actually agree that his mental capacity to play the sport might be the best ever. Because as eras go by and times go by, people have coached less and less to be inventive.
He transcended
Well,
so many.
Yeah, exactly. He was ahead of his
transcended
time.
so
Pele might
many
be
in
the
his
best
time.
ever in terms of mental innovation, but
Not just mental.
ball to
The
feet,
mental-
I
the
don't
men-
think he's the best of all time.
But
I think
it did
technical
follow.
ball on
It
feet.
did
I don't know if he would
follow.
have been the best of all time. I think
But
mentally.
based on what? Based on
What's your argument? Why
Based
is that
on
your
what?
argument?
Why do you say
I
that?
don't
Because the
understand.
clips
My-
don't look
my-
nice? Because the clips look slow motion? Because the
No,
clips
but that's not what I'm
are
saying.
cut
That's not what
out?
I'm
Because
saying.
they-
We're
But why? So
we're
based on
gassing
what?
Pele's game. Listen. We're praising Pele's game now, yeah, because of what he invented, what he created. He
No,
created all
not
those skills.
just. That's your
No,
own
I'm not saying it should. No, let me finish. We're bringing up his game now because what he created, what he invented. Obviously, his technical ability was way ahead of everyone else he played with then, and he was definitely ahead of his time. And yes, I do believe if you give him the technology in this era, he'll definitely be one of the best players. But ball on feet, yeah. In terms of his brain, his mental capacity, and his mental innovation, his creativity,
Which is
in
one
his
of
head
the most
to
important
play
thing
the
in
sport.
technicality.
Yes,
by
but
the
that
way,
is
the
not.
brain.
I don't know if that is technical ability. In terms of just being able to solely control
They
a
go
football,
hand in hand.
solely be able to pop. No, they go hand in hand to make the full player, but mental capacity to be inventive is not the same as technical ability, right? Because if you think most footballers nowadays, for example, can do an around the world or can do this or can do that, they can do these base level skills, they can do this base set of tricks, the base set of control,
We're
blah, blah,
talking
blah.
about the
I think-
complete technical.
Wait, let me finish.
Yeah.
In
Finish.
terms of technical ability, just technically control the ball, pass the ball. When people are running at you, control it and pass it quickly under pressure. I think people at the lowest level have gotten better, yes. But Pele's mental innovation and capacity, I think it possibly is the best ever because he created this, he created that. He played the sport in a way that will still get played today. He was doing skills that Zlatan was doing in 2005. He was doing them in 1970 or whatever. So mentally, yes, his capacity to play the sport and see ahead and see what would work and see what would do this and that, it might be the best ever. I can see that. I can hear that. But to say technically,
With a heavier
players
ball,
have-
like I told you,
Pardon?
with a heavier ball, like I told
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
he
but
was
cool,
doing
cool.
all of that
and
with
it
a
was
heavier
impressive.
ball,
Yeah, 100% cool.
with pitches that
Yeah,
are fucking mudded.
But nobody's saying he wasn't the best, and nobody's saying he wouldn't transcend to this era and translate. But I
That's
think
my
to say
point.
he is the best ever is a
I
completely
did
different
not
point. I don't
say
think
he was the best
no,
ever.
but but it's not just you I'm speaking to, it's everyone, right? So CB, for example, said he wouldn't be able to argue against him being the best ever. But I think you can, because I think in terms of just pure technical ability, for example, you look at a Messi. If you say Pele was the best ever because of what he did and what he invented and what he started with, right? You are then by default saying football has continued to go down on a slope and it will never ever hit the level that it was at here in
Can I
1970.
ask you a
Do you get
question?
it?
Can I ask you a question? So you're
Yeah.
saying that if Pele had the chance with his natural ability and his high capacity and high IQ intelligence, the same brain, the same body, the same
Junior,
person,
what did you
if
start
you bring
today?
him in this era, he's not gonna improve. He's not.
But that's what I'm
it's-
saying. That's what I'm saying.
it's
His
not-
footballing mentality and his football
he
capacity to
cannot be
process
one
the
of the
game.
best, if not the best.
No, but that's not what I said. Did you not hear what I said earlier? I said I think he would be
heard.
one of the best.
I'm
But
asking
that's
you
the
a
point.
question.
But that's the point, right?
If you see the fouls, yeah, that these lot were getting away with, on Pele as well, by the
100%.
way.
And I think it was incredibly
mad.
impressive. But I think Messi is the best of all time, for example. Like Asper
Me
said,
too.
I think he's the best of all time
Me
because
too.
his technical ability is there. And so to say Pele
Welcome
is
to
the
the
best ever,
dictatorship,
I don't
ninja.
think
This is
it's
how
right.
we do it.
I don't think Pele
Mugabe.
if he could transcending errors, Pele can transcend errors 100% because his mental capacity was there. You can see the skills being replicated in the modern game.
Okay, but that's what I said.
okay,
Because,
I'm not
because
even
you are the
sure what
pioneer,
you're trying to say.
Can we
because you
begin
are the
to wrap
inventor,
this
that
up
doesn't
now?
mean you're the best.
Yeah.
Do you get it?
I'm not even
Let's
saying
wrap
what
this
Kuba
up
is
now. Let's
trying
wrap this
like,
up now. I feel
I'm
like,
not even understanding the point that Kuba is making, honestly.
yeah, let's just leave it at that. Junior, you caused the
was-
mad thing, bro. You caused the mad thing. Real talk.
Let's go back
I
to
even
the Nuno
like
Mendes.
the rage bait, but let's
Let's
we've
go
been
back
live
to
for
the Nuno
3 hours
Mendes.
and 35 minutes, so let's actually talk about something fun now, because we've gotten all of this out the way. Let's actually there's been quite a few things in the football world going on that I feel like need to be spoken on. Cool. So, did you man see what happened in Brazil yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What
The scrap.
whole fight, yeah.
Bro, 23 straight red cards were given. Yeah, this is what you call a bad boy derby. Everyone says they like football, the old school football and derby days and blah 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 blah. But we got it. We actually got it. So I want to get the full scrap on the screen, and we're gonna do play-by-play analysis.
Play-by-play analysis of the scrap is crazy. Mind games.
Because I want to know what actually went down. Cool. We're definitely getting copyrighted already, so we can actually have a bit of fun with it. And we're getting copyrighted in case anyone's wondering, because Junior decided to say that Joao Pedro is better technically than Pele. Even he himself would disagree with that, by the way.
I stand
Blasphemous. Yeah, you're not allowed to come to my country, bro.
Young tax. Honestly, these youngsters.
At this point, Joseph Pecan is the greatest player of all time. Then Joseph
Where
Pecan.
are you from?
crazy,
Where are you
crazy,
from in
crazy.
Canada, by the way?
Joseph Pecan.
Where are you
Winnipeg.
located in Canada, bro?
Winnipeg.
Winnipeg. Interesting.
What guys like in Winnipeg?
Oh,
Yo,
nothing
look
like
at my man's head.
Winnipeg.
What the
I'm
fuck?
telling you something. There's not much going on in Winnipeg.
But is that not edited? Surely that's an AI
No,
photo.
no.
The blood don't even
Look
look
what
real.
happened. Look what happened. Yeah.
This looks like a cartoon. Remember the cartoons when they used to get like.
Okay, so this is what started the scrap. Yeah. So cool. Keeper collision. Yeah. He gets up. He takes him down. Shouts in his face. Goes on top of him. All of that pause. And then now he gets dashed into the goalpost. Look, yeah. Doofed into the goalpost. That's why he got that bump in his head. He got doofed into the goalpost, yeah.
He deserved it, though. I can't lie.
After he gets doofed into the goalpost, it all kicks off. Now look, flying knee instantly. He's throwing bang straight. This little YN jumps in, throws a Superman punch on him, doof. But he gets taken out with the elbow. So now it's all going on, and that's just the first half of the brawl. That's even like, you know what I've realized, yeah? And I always said it, these footballers are bare wet, bro. The way we actually come on, Like the way we see these lot fight and their fights on like North London derbies, let's all like push each other and just do nothing there. Like invisible wall just holding everyone back. These Brazilians, see my country, we get active, lad. Not like these other guys, but I want to get the
Watch UFC, bro. Where are you at when UFC was banging on Saturday?
UFC was not banging, bro. UFC right now is probably the worst. UFC's fallen off the last 2 years, bro. But that's a whole nother.
Just like football. Just like
Have
football.
you seen that White House card?
Yeah,
Jesus Christ. Like, bro, this guy was promising us John Jones and McGregor and all of this, yeah. Bro,
he never did, because that would have never happened. John Jones is banished from playing the UFC. Like, come on, that's just basic talks.
Banished, bro. Banished for what? Banished for what?
He has issues with the.
Do you believe that Arthur Wright is gimmick? Come on, man, he's fine. He just wants to check. All of these UFC fighters, especially the top dogs, the guys that have built a reputation, the John Jones, Francis Ngannou, Conor McGregor, they just want to get paid. He just gave Conor Ben 15 million for one fight. These men are not even making money like that in the UFC. They just got a new television deal with Paramount. So these men are negotiating with leverage.
And he got in the UFC. He has issues. It's personal.
No, it's not just coming back. They just want to be paid. That's what it is. They just want to get paid now. And it's like the top dogs want to fight. The boxers are getting paid now. Dana now is signing boxers and paying them. So they're looking at like, raw. So you respect fighters. I think martial artists are better than boxers. I think boxing is a more smarter sport. But all round fighting, I respect a martial artist more than a boxer. So they're looking at it like, raw, we're putting our lives on the line for 100K, 200K. You've just given Conor Ben, not even a bad boy, Conor Ben 15 million. Of course the cards are gonna go shit because now these want leverage. That's the reason why Francis Ngannou left. There's the reason why John Jones didn't fight Aspinall, because they want to get paid. He's not paying no one. But that's a whole separate conversation. All right, cool. This is part 2 of the brawl. So cool, that's a dead bang. Okay, you caught him there. Why is no one getting dropped though? I would love to see someone get dropped by the bang. Oh, okay. Hey, man are getting stomped out. Getting stomped out and you're on the bench. And this is the only you got interview on the pitch. It's mad. They done him. Getting stomped out with boots is crazy. Hulk is even the look. That's Hulk.
Yeah, but he was only throwing sneaks. That's what.
And that's crazy to me because I always assumed Hulk was the bad boy. To be fair,
that's what I'm saying. He was only throwing sneaks. Back at the head and everything.
He's got, man. He's not the same Hulk that we knew from Porto and whatever. Like, let's be real. But yeah, that's a mad situation. Now, in stuff like this, yeah, obviously it's fun and it's entertaining and that, yeah. But what actually is the punishment for both teams?
It's got to be a heavy fine, and that's about it.
Of course, there's a fine, but how far does it go?
Well, several fines. Both. I mean, players they probably won't be able to field the team.
Yeah. The thing is, if you ban both sets of teams, like they just got to forfeit games, and you kind of just have to fine them heavy and make them be like, yo, like,
they're gonna have to fill in with youth, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be academy.
What do you propose you do? Like you sell the club. Like, there's only so much you can do as well.
I mean,
if they were really about it, they organize a Royal Rumble in Brazil.
They have done in other leagues point deduction in scenarios like that. I don't know about Brazil. But that has happened where they punished a team for sportsmanship with point deduction. But I mean, look, I don't know.
Remember Maradona's brawl with Atletico Bilbao?
Oh, what, the one kick to the head? This is when I rated him. This is when I started to rate him.
Why is it super sped up like that?
I don't know.
Broski. No, real talk, yeah. Let me slow this down. Real talk, yeah. I'm looking at this now. Is this a fan? That don't look like a footballer.
I think it's a steward, though.
Or a steward, or. By the way,
he was sniffing too much coke. I'll be real.
But this is supposed to be the greatest era of football, right? Greatest era of football, right?
That's not what we said.
WWE. Congratulations, WWE matches. Congratulations.
Me personally, I think the greatest era of football is 2005 to 2018. I think that era of football, like,
You went a bit too
Okay,
far with
okay,
2000.
but then
and I think 18's even a drag, but I did 18 because those years Messi was still putting up numbers. Neymar,
why is that the best era of
Ronaldo,
football in your eyes?
I would go into 2015.
Why is that better than,
15
for
is
example,
better.
1990 to 2005?
Sorry?
Why is that better than 1990 to 2005, for example?
It's just because we had to see
Nostalgia.
like the peak.
Nostalgia.
No, it has nothing to do with nostalgia.
Well, like 1986 Maradona World Cup.
Junior, you know we're not like mad
It's
yet.
always going to be subjective. It's pointless.
Junior, how old do you think I am? Out of curiosity.
I mean, probably like similar ages, like maybe a bit older than I am, 20, 27.
No, I'm younger than that. But I'm like, it's cool though. I like, you get me? I'm a grown man, Steve. But anyway, as I was saying, yeah, like we're not that far apart in age. But
Yeah, but the point I'm
we talk
making, though,
about like we talk about football like on a daily. You have a football account. You've got 2 times more followers than me. You got a big platform, bro. And you live out just straight disrespecting the game. Not doing your due diligence, nothing.
No,
That's never.
I listen, but the point is, what I'll go and say is that I realize that there exists nostalgia bias, right? So, for example, I'll go and say the greatest era would be similar time range as you. Whether I probably go and restrict it a bit and go and say like maybe you'll say 2010 to 2020. I think is a solid 10 years and whatnot. But I'd be more than happy and concede that a lot of the reason is that's the era of football I grew up with, right? The way you look at football when you're young is not the same that you look at it today. A child today that goes and starts watching it and sees Lamine Yamal, Doué, Shirky, all these players and whatnot, I'll go and say that this era is football. And that's why I'm saying a lot of that has to go and do it. I think the best way to go and look at it
because
the way is, for example, Gary Lineker, for example, is adamant, for example, that for him, Maradona is the greatest player he's ever gone and seen. And it's like, I think a lot of that has to do, that's what he grew up with. So that's why I'm saying that there's nostalgia.
He was a grown man when he saw Maradona. What do you mean? What he grew up
but he
with?
saw because you also know the phenomenon with footballs, is with footballers is what you see face
But
to
there's
face.
a lot
For
of
example, you
these-
go to a Prem footballer today, and they'll say the player that they've played against
were
and that's punts
they were
them 3 times
players.
in a game is better than so and so that they've.
The
not played
majority
against-
says
they've
it's
played against,
Messi.
they've
I'm
played
sorry.
against.
No, that's just not true.
Argentina-
You gave one example. You gave one example of a previous footballer mentioning Maradona. But okay, fine. But the majority will say Messi, and they haven't played.
But I would
Depends
also
where you go. It
But
depends
then
where
they
you
wouldn't
go.
say. For
Exactly.
example, they wouldn't
So
say
again-
Pele was
In,
the best footballer
in
of all
Argentina,
time.
they will say Maradona still.
It's subjective, but I mean, you cannot subtract the best, arguably the best team we've seen in Barcelona 2008.
No, but the
You cannot
point-
subtract that. You cannot subtract the era of Milan. You cannot subtract the
Yeah.
Ballon d'Or winners. You cannot subtract the era of Premier League where you had the birth of Cristiano Ronaldo. You just cannot subscribe. Like,
No, but even
subtract
then,
that.
even-
That's why that's incomparable to youngster looking at Yamal and saying this is the best.
No, but the
not.
difference is that those era of footballers, right? Even though that the tail ends, your Neymars, your Hazards, your Messi's, Ronaldos, they're still either still playing currently or at the tail ends of their careers, right? A better example would be like, for example, people like Ronaldo's, right? Ronaldo Nazario, Platini's, people like, Ronaldo, but like players from the 90s and whatnot, are not nearly as talked about, like Thierry Henry's or even Ronaldinho's, for example, are far less talked about, and that just has to do with time, right?
But you can make the argument as well, right? For a kid growing up now.
Wait,
It
Junior,
depends.
let me
For example, all I'm saying is, like, for example, our children.
It depends. It depends the media you're consuming, because the media I consume talk about Ronaldo R9 every single day. It depends on what's your consumption.
The point is that there's always going to be a natural bias for, I would go and say, recency. More things are going to be better, and that's why I think, for example, Messi. But for example, it's not going to be a shock to me for within 10
Junior,
years.
can I hear your top 5, please? Before we continue, can I hear your top 5 all time?
All-time players for me?
Yes.
Messi, number 1. Ronaldo, CR7. Ronaldo, number 2. And number 3, this is where it probably gets controversial. Senor Neymar da Silva Santos Jr., number 3.
That's not controversial. Oh, you should have put him higher. But anyway, keep going.
Oh, well, really? Oh, this is all time, right?
Yeah,
Some people, for me, I thought, okay, that some people go and say that. That's
no,
crazy.
it's a safe place. It's definitely a safe place over there. That too. Yeah.
I mean, after that, that's where I would go and argue that it's difficult because then, like, I didn't
Just
watch
go
Maradona.
for it. Just go for it. Say it. It's
Yeah,
your
like,
own
there's no wrong
preference.
answers. There's no wrong answers. Like,
Not gonna lie, the top three I've got on lock. Then people like Buffon. It's hard to go and say like Buffon. I could go and say even like a Neuer. Hey, listen, from me, I've got to go and respect my keepers.
putting a keeper in your top 5
No,
is
I respect the keeper.
No, okay,
not,
but would you
I'm not
argue with Neuer? Yeah, he revolutionized the sport as well, same way as Pele did.
Yeah, I would go and argue. Yeah, he
in his
revolutionized
position.
Yeah.
But he said Buffon before, bro.
No, but as in,
Yeah,
I'm not saying them
revolutionized
definitely.
that.
I'm not saying that definitely. There definitely is.
It's just bro.
Hey, Buffon's crazy,
But
bro.
continue your list. So you have 2 more. One more.
Ronaldo Nazario at 4, and then 5. I mean, I think yeah, Buffon or Neuer, honestly, probably would get in my top
That's
5.
fine. Okay, cool.
I think that's insane. I can't lie. I don't think anyone below midfield can be in the top 5 ever.
So,
But-
just to get
It's
this,
up to him. But I understand now even more his take. I understand more his
that's what I'm saying.
with that list. I made my analysis profile of Junior.
And also, I want to know what is your how do you determine your all-time list? Is it just
No,
like
for me, it's a
ability?
combination. For me, it's
Is
a
it just like a
combination.
footballer, what they did in their
For me,
career?
it's a
what they
combination
won?
of everything. Because, like, I think that a lot of the times, listen, I'm not a goalkeeper, I never was, but I think, like, I got asked, there's this question that I went on Goal Fan Zone, and we were reacting to takes, and somebody's take was that if Neuer wins the treble, for example, this year with Bayern Munich, that he's arguably one of the best players of all time, like top 3 in all time. And I go in and people would say, "Oh, that's crazy and whatnot." But at that point, you're talking about Neuer. That'd be like 3 trebles he would have won. He won a World Cup, finished in the podium with a Ballon d'Or, in arguably the hardest era of football with Messi and Ronaldo. That's a pet. Like at that point, it'd be, what more do you want Neuer to go and do? At that point, you're basically just slandering him for being a keeper. That's why I'm going saying respect it. In the same way you go and you say respect, what they've done in the 80s and whatnot. You have to go and say respect what what Neuer's done as well.
No, Neuer is completely a valid take. I would say it's just that, like, generally, I think about other players to put in my top 5 before that. But I understand that keepers
Like if you're
are not looked at as they should. And it's a key position, and we always look at the goal scorers, and we always look at the midfielders and the wingers. But yeah, I mean, he revolutionized this position 100%.
So then is Neuer the best goalkeeper of all time?
For me, yes. Personally, for me, yes.
It's not ridiculous to say.
Yeah,
I could also hear somebody go and argue for Buffon as well.
Who's the best centre back of all time?
Center back.
Yeah.
As where it goes and depends. Old head will go and say Franz Beckenbauer.
Beckenbauer was like the first center back that was almost operating like a midfielder. He paved the way of ball playing center back the same way Pele did.
So again, not to.
So does that make him the best centre back?
Yeah, that's start off with
I'm
the best.
I'm not
well,
saying.
no, but if Pele is arguably up there for it, then you have to.
But Beckenbauer, you know why people say Beckenbauer too? It's his own legacy. It's like the persona that he is. It's even him after the brain that he took into the game. The fact that he took Germany to a World Cup final. It's just the manager. It's the brain that came with it too. The ability was there to be seen.
Whoever put Ramos in there,
but you know what? I'll tell you something. I understand. Me personally, I don't know si tu vois mon blaze en bas. I think sometimes we see it, sometimes we don't. But I call myself your favorite footy nerd. I label myself as a nerd in football. Why? Because I genuinely. I'm so bored at times that I go and watch clips and read, and like I spent like the whole entire COVID reading like 33 pages of the analysis of Sarri in fucking Italian, and I had to translate every single one of them, and it took me like five or 6 days. That's what I am. So it's like I'm so invested in putting my time into watching Beckenbauer and trying to like Asma, take away the football that you know now and try and put your shoes as if like you were in the 70s. And that unlocks a way of seeing football very differently. And then you understand that he was absolutely sensational. And I understand that it could be boring to watch clips that are not HD, that are very like hard, especially now we have ADHD. We are so like stimulated that it's hard for us to take a dive in that era, and it's a bit almost boring to watch, but it's not. If you're interested in learning in the game, I highly suggest you to go in deep and watch it and see it and look at it and read it and see what Cruyff has done to the game and see what Arrigo Sacchi has done to the game and see what Beckenbauer has done to the game. It will make you understand football better.
Is Cruyff the best manager of all time?
Arguably.
I mean,
because he revolutionized the way the modern
based on
game
your
is
logic,
played.
yeah. Okay, what
Arguably.
So is
I'm
it
I'm open to debate though. I'm not saying like if I think Cruyff is, it doesn't mean if you tell me Pep is, that's fine. I can hear it.
Okay, but
Okay,
why-
That's the
why-
thing. We're not
hold on,
saying outright these men are the best. We're just saying you can understand
Why
and
would you-
respect that argument.
why would
Because
you have-
I think modern eras though, the talent, for example,
no.
like
For
Lamine
me,
Yamal.
the best
Hold on,
manager
wait,
for me is Carlo Ancelotti or
Okay,
Del
but hold on,
Bosque.
hold on. Again, Kuba, this is where I go and get them. Applying the same logic you did with players and whatnot, why are you not saying Rinus Michels? He's the one who goes and brought up the idea of, Ajax.
Of total football. Yeah, so it has to be Rinus Michels. Pardon?
Exactly, Rinus Michels did it first, exactly. So
Yeah, it
if
has
using
to
your
be him.
same logic and whatnot with Pele and whatnot, then you have to go and say he's the
Yeah,
greatest
because
manager of all
he
time.
created
But,
total
he
football.
was
That was Cruyff's
inspired.
ideology.
No, but the thing is, he was inspired by Rinus Michels. Agreed. But with that flame, he took that and
Okay,
spread
but
it
in
across
the
world.
same way you've
So
done
So
it
that's
in
the
the
same way
past.
players have gone on. Because
Pele-
Zlatan took what
Pele
Neymar,
was-
what Pele did.
I'm not
Neymar
taking
took
away
what
from
they
him.
did.
I'm just playing devil's advocate here. That Pele was the guy that spread it across the world as well. Cruyff was that too. So those values and principles.
True's the
being
biggest
shared across
troll
the
I've
world,
ever seen in my
that's
life. Man,
fine.
I would say it was Maresca. Oh my
Yeah,
days.
he's on timeout for that. True, the moment he steps in here, he's finished and he knows it. The first True's been saying in the break that we've had that we haven't spoken, if he steps in here, he's in trouble, bro. Real talk.
What did
Bro.
I miss?
But my
Bro.
thing is, with the route we're going down is very dangerous, because when you say almost the first person to do it to a big scale is the best ever, you're completely
That's not
eradicating
what
what comes
we're
after
saying.
that.
No,
But
but
that's not
basically,
what we're
you're
saying.
cooking.
It's
You're
akin to the
cooking.
point. It's
Not
very
really
similar
what
to
we're
the
saying,
point.
but
It's
I'll
not
be real,
what
like,
With Pele,
Congo, I don't know how
he
you
was
got
the
back
first
to
to
it.
do it
Yeah.
to the elite level. Yeah, he was the first to do it to that elite level, and because he didn't have the facilities we have now, he didn't have the previous things
Can
to
you
watch.
do
He didn't
your
have this and
homework?
that.
Can you
No,
do
but
your
this is
homework?
yeah. I
Please,
will
do your
answer this.
But you know what's
I
mad,
will,
Do
yeah?
your
but-
homework. Look,
Junior said he's top 5,
I have
yeah?
a deal. I have a deal for Cuba. Do your homeworks. Put the time. Put the effort. I see you on fucking TikTok. You make very funny videos. You are very articulate. You're a very intelligent guy. Do your homeworks. I'm giving you 3 months. I'm not saying. And let's have this conversation again. Once
Yeah,
you do
before the World Cup, before it comes about and you're in the spirit, let's do our due diligence and we'll talk
Calm.
again. But
Calm.
because
Junior's
I
whole
promise
top
you,
five list,
Cuba,
yeah?
but the way I know you, your opinion will change. I promise you.
Calm.
I agree with what Kuba said.
Junior's top 5 list, yeah, didn't have Ronaldinho on it, but it had a goalkeeper.
It's up to him. You see,
Me personally, I wouldn't put anyone below
The
midfielders.
debate.
in the
Junior's top 5 list had CR7 in it.
Hear it
Well,
though.
the thing is,
I hear that.
hold on. The thing is, though, I don't the top 5, because if you're basing it off purely as a footballer, then I agree. It's difficult then to go and compare a goalkeeper and a center back, for example, to midfielders and attackers. But I was thinking of it globally, what they've done for me, how I go and I view the game, technically, things like that, but also what they've achieved in the game. I think something like Enrique, what he's gone and done in the game is ridiculous. Like, as in,
No, he's had a great career. He's had a great career, but for me, like,
hold on, it would not be. It's not at all crazy to go and say that he's in terms of career.
Do you think CR7 is a pure footballer?
Hold on. I mean, listen. I'm personally Team Messi, but let's not start disrespecting.
No, but you've got him second in your all-time list. So
I still think the way people are ranking him below Mahrez is nuts. I can hear Neymar.
We never said that he is below.
That's
No,
Leeds,
but as
man.
a pure footballer, I still don't see it. I hear Neymar. I hear Messi.
I just want to know. Answer the
Ronaldo is
question:
there.
is CR7 a pure footballer?
Let me get my order.
Manny,
Can we not
Ronaldo.
do this conversation again?
Respect
Manny Ronaldo what? Manny Ronaldo what? Tell me about Manny Ronaldo.
I'm not gonna start going to
I
defend him.
watch Manny Ronaldo. I tuned in every week. Tell me about Manny Ronaldo. Was he like?
No.
I'm just asking. I'm asking questions. No one's answering. I'm not saying he isn't. I just want to know. Like,
Well, for me, it's not purely. For me, it's also like the achievements that he's had, what he's been able to go and do in the Champions League.
Oh, his career. Like, yeah, I agree. He had a great career.
Yeah,
I'm talking pure football.
He's the best goal scorer there ever was. That's a pretty
great,
on the back of the net. Athletically, he was a freak. Dribbling wise, he wasn't bad by any means. He's arguably one of the most complete footballers there ever was. You can go and say maybe in a single individual category he's not the best, but as a complete package, you won't say there's not much, but there aren't many better than him. Like it's not ridiculous to go and say that as a complete full package footballer, he's more complete than Messi. I still personally think Messi's better than him because in the domains Messi's better, he's a lot better than him. But it's not ridiculous to say.
A little bit.
Okay.
Anyways.
One thing I'll say about CR7, because like I rate CR7 very highly. I think CR7, the way he adapted his game towards across errors, to how his body developed over time, how he went from being a touchline winger to just a pure goal scorer. All of that, factor in the fact that he was a long shot demon, a presence in the air as an athlete. If we were talking about athletes before, he's probably one of the most athletic footballers we've ever seen. All of those stuff.
How to adapt his game as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like similar to what LeBron James was in terms of his longevity, where there's so much different range he's had in the game, and how how many different styles he's played in. All of that, I 100% give Cristiano Ronaldo his credit. People that say Cristiano Ronaldo is a top, is in their all-time this and that, I genuinely have no problem. Generally, I don't. I understand. He's a bad boy. People that even have him as their GOAT, I understand. He's a bad boy. But for me, a pure footballer, I don't think he's top 5.
So
if we're talking about pure
with a 5 better football guy.
Well, firstly, I don't think he's the best. I don't even think he's the best pure footballer with his name. Ronaldo Lima, Nazario above him, technically. Ronaldinho above him, technically. Romario above him, technically. JJ Okocha above him. Neymar above him. Technical ability. I'm not talking about who's the best. Like
no.
Ronaldo. I already said Ronaldo. Look, bro. I'm not trying to. Ronaldo had a better career. I've given him his flowers. He's had a better career than man. He's the best goal scorer we've ever seen. Facts. We can do that. But like, we're talking just pure football, bro. Like just pure football. Like,
but you know what, CB, again, that's what I'm saying. It's like the definition is not the same. Everyone see it in a different way. Everyone is wired to understand what we mean by pure footballing talent. Like everybody sees it differently. So that's why for me, those type of conversation, they're just simply pointless.
Hold on, I brought up a take. When I go in, one of the reasons I was shocked when I said Neymar at number 3 and that you guys didn't respond or anything is I shocked because I thought.
I would have more understood if you put them at 2.
I put Neymar. Yeah, man. I put Neymar.
That's interesting. That's very interesting.
Pure footballer, maybe.
Pure football. So when you were going and saying that, but I know previously when we were talking about Pele and whatnot, you guys are saying Pele's better. But for example, I've had the take that I think Neymar is a better football player than Maradona. But the same arguments we were talking about Pele and whatnot.
I have no problem with that.
I've been crucified for stuff like that.
Cool. Since we're opening up, let me actually get comfortable, yeah, Junior. Since we're opening up with each other, like we're telling each other the truth.
Hey, I don't want to see your mentions. I don't want to see your mentions. I don't want to see your mentions. I don't want to see your mentions.
I'm gonna be real, Junior.
What's
the point? Like, I'm in my singlet now.
Pause.
No, I'm in my singlet now, so we can.
Hey, can you wear a bra? Can you wear a bra?
Mind it. Look, I'm in the singlet now, yeah, so I can talk to you properly, yeah. Real talk, Junior. Between me and you, I think Neymar is the best pure footballer we have ever seen.
That's not ridiculous to
get
say.
naked for
He's got
that?
That's
the
not
best.
ridiculous to
Why
say.
did he get
That's not
naked for
ridiculous.
that? Why did he
He's
get
the
naked
best.
Shake your
for
hand.
that
He's
If
the
statement?
that's
best.
not,
Listen,
if I could shake your
listen.
hand, I would shake your hand. That's
He
not
has the
ridiculous.
best weak foot we have ever seen. In terms of creativity, 1v1 dribbling, we know that. He generates football at a level we've never seen. He's one of the very few. Sorry, my mic is in the jumper. Sorry, I forgot.
I have a question. Why did you get naked for that?
Because I'm comfortable. We're telling each other home. You know what I'm saying? We're opening up with our football. Look, like I said, he's got the best. He's got the best weaker foot we've ever seen. He's one of the best dribblers of our generation. He mastered the role of playmaking when he was at PSG in his prime. There's only two other players who done what he done, which is Hazard and Messi, where they were literally point guards. It was a heliocentric offense with just them man doing what James Harden was doing with the Rockets. Everything flowed through them. From the 6 to the 8 to the 10 to the final third, them man were ripping it. I've only seen Hazard, Messi, Neymar do it. But the level that Neymar was doing it, under Pochettino, Neymar played in the 6 against Bayern Munich and he still balled. And he's still balled.
Where do you rate Hazard in your top players of all time then? Is he third?
Pure footballers. No, I don't have him Hazard third. I got him in the top 10 though. Pure footballers, yeah.
Why is he not like top 5 though? If he was doing one thing that only one group could do.
That's his own like dribbling.
Top 5 for me. My top 5 is just like the levels that man were doing it at was just it's bro. Like my top 5 is R9, Neymar.
Right, but what did R9 do better than Hazard?
What did R9 do? What did R9 do? What did R9 do? What?
R9 do overall better than Hazard in that sense to put him above Hazard?
Bro,
If Hazard was doing like
R9 could have retired as a teenager and he would have had a better career than Hazard. No disrespect as well. It's no disrespect. R9 for me is my goal. It's no disrespect. He could have retired at 19 years old. But he could have retired before the World Cup in 2002 when his knees exploded, and he still would have had a better career than Hazard. What he was doing at PSV, oh my days! Don't even get me started, bro. Real talk. Go out your way and like. There's no disrespect. I'm not trying to do agendas today. We're talking football today. No agendas. Real talk. R9 was a bad boy. I got him number 1. He's a bad boy.
He's a bad boy.
Real talk. I think R9's better than Messi. I think R9's better than Messi. Real talk.
It's a stretch to disrespect Hazard.
I'm not disrespecting. How is that disrespecting Hazard?
By 19, he would like had a better career than Hazard.
He won a Ballon d'Or at 19.
Yes,
21,
yes, he
21,
did. But like Ballon d'Or is not always the best example because if you talk about Ballon d'Or, but because if you're
trying to make this a Hazard debate, it's not a Hazard debate. He asked me about what does R9 do that Hazard doesn't do.
You can talk about R9 without.
But why is that disrespectful?
Right, okay, wait.
It's disrespectful that R9 and Hazard are in a conversation with each other.
Wait.
No, it's not.
Where is Van Basten in this list? Because the things I've heard
Van Basten was just a pure goal scorer, bro.
Ballon d'Ors before 29, yeah.
Van Basten was a pure goal scorer. It's not pure football.
But I heard he was more than that. When you listen to ex-pros talk about Van Basten, they talk about him like he was the biggest unicorn.
VCR. My dad loves off Van Basten. I had the VCR. He's a booter. He's a booter, but he wasn't a he's not
3 Ballon d'Ors before 29, like that's nuts. With an ankle injury that recurred as well for pretty much his whole career. Surely he was more than just a pure goal scorer.
I have a question for you. How highly do you rate Hazard then?
I said I got Hazard in my top 10.
No, I know. I forget. I know Asma because how highly do you rate Hazard?
Yeah, we're talking about R9
most technical players of all time.
Can hang with R9.
This is what I'm comparing it to, right? The way people talked about Pele, the way people talked about Van Basten, the way people talked about Maradona. Like, we obviously didn't watch them week in, week out, yeah. So, how much do these people's like stories and old tales of these players affect your decision for your top 5 or your top 10? Because we didn't watch a Pele week in,
Revolutionary Pot knows ball, by the way. Revolutionary Pot knows ball. I've been seeing his takes all stream. He's cooking. I don't usually see you here often, but you're more than welcome to come back, brother.
Top 3. That's Chelsea bias in there. That's Chelsea bias.
Yeah, top 3 is crazy. All time.
All time. No, as I said, technically that Hazard is top 5 all time. Greatest to play association football.
Yeah, that's glazed. That's glazed, man.
No, like everybody is entitled to their opinion.
Can I hear the top 5? Can I hear the top 5?
That's
can we hear the top 5?
Wait, that's where me diverge from you guys. When he said Buffon or he said Neuer, I was like, Cool. That's his own perspective. That's his own element. It's not far-fetched. If I want to put Hazard in my top 5, I put Hazard in my top 5. I don't have to explain myself.
I just want to hear your top 5. Can I hear your top 5, please?
Yeah, I'm curious to hear the top 5.
Messi, in no particular order. It's Messi. Hazard is up there. Neymar is up there. Maradona is up there. So we're already at 4. And R9. That's it. That's my top 5. Done.
So Hazard's better than Ronaldinho.
I have not said Hazard is better than
You
Ronaldo.
said he's top 3, so somebody and Messi's number 1. So that's only space for one more person.
I said my top 5, and it's my top 5.
No one's taking your top 5 away. We want to understand.
But are these your favorite players or players that you think are the best?
You said Messi's number 1 and Hazard is
in no particular order.
I know, but we all know you think Messi's the GOAT. So like we know Messi's number 1. You said Hazard is in the top 3, 3rd or 2nd.
Doucement.
Bah, y a pas de doucement, honnêtement.
Non,
I think that's that. Wait, let me speak. I think that's where we diverge because my definition of technical ability of pure footballer, Hazard is at the peak of it. Hazard was compared every single day to Neymar. He was compared every single day.
I hate this because what people like Asma do, yeah, is they set up Hazard to get cooked, bro. Real talk, and then it makes it. Oh, I'm the bad guy.
Yeah,
when
you see, that's the problem.
Setting him up to get cooked.
Yeah, okay, so I have a question.
366 days without a goal, by the way.
Can I ask a question?
366 days without a goal. This guy's
wait, don't do that.
Can I ask a question? Explain to me, you two, the two guys at the top. Explain to me why Neymar was so hated at the end of his career at PSG. Explain to me why fans hounded him out. Explain to me why fans.
That's because he was lazy, perceived as lazy.
Explain to me why was Neymar like. Fans went out of their way and went to his house.
Those were for reasons. Those were for reasons off of the pitch, outside of the pitch. It was about him. It was about him going to carnival. It was about him going to carnival. It was his sister's birthday. It was stuff like that, bro. It was fixed. And then if you want to play that game, why? Okay, let's talk about Hazard at Real Madrid then.
He was injured.
Neymar wasn't injured.
He was injured, and
and so was Neymar.
Yeah, I can't like Asma. The excuses you'll use for Neymar will be the same as Asma.
I'm talking about no. I'm just asking a question. I'm just asking a question, and it shows that how emotionally involved you are in this debate. Because let me speak. Stop cutting me.
But you're saying emotional. How can you call someone emotional? And that's your reaction 5 seconds later.
CB, why do you always cut me? You're entitled to have your own top 5. I'm entitled to have my own top 5. Not everything is a debate.
You said I'm emotionally attached to this.
You're fucking top off to glaze Neymar because you're so emotional.
Asma. Chill, bro.
He's entitled to have his opinion. I'm entitled to have mine.
Asma, chill.
I'm tired of this gaslighting from you, CB.
Bro, Asma, you just said what emotionally attached and then crashed out.
I'm entitled to do whatever reaction I want. I'm entitled to do whatever the fuck I want because I'm sick and tired of your bullshit, CV. I'm so sick and tired
because I don't think that Hazard is better than Neymar.
Opinion. It's not a debate. That's how I see football.
Because I don't think Hazard's better than Neymar. You're lashing. Like real talk. And the only questions are the questions are
because I said he was compared to Neymar and Messi his entire career, and you crashed
out. He wasn't. He was compared to Alexis Sanchez.
That's when you fucking had your reaction.
I don't know any other footballer who gets one knockout goal in their Champions League career gets compared to Messi and Neymar for their whole career.
You want the fucking data? You want the fucking data? You're
I know.
being a
Oh,
No,
dribble
CB,
stat.
CB,
Hey, look, that's not you.
Wait.
So when
Wait, can I just say something while we're here, yeah?
and he was
Never
the best
forget
player on the
2
pitch,
True
he
said
wasn't
Morgan
being
Rogers was
compared.
better than Neymar.
No, but I've got
Who?
questions.
2
No,
True
you-
said Morgan
you two
Rogers
will
is
get
better
those
than
later.
Neymar.
Don't worry.
Asma,
I've got
rage bait.
questions, yeah.
I don't
I've
want to
got
answer your
questions,
question.
and you haven't answered my questions. That's all. I don't understand that.
No.
Oh, look, but why are we getting to this point? What? Oh, well, look, how are we getting to this
I have
point?
so much respect for you today.
Because of Hazard, you don't respect me.
No,
Bro,
no,
that's
CB,
smart. You can just say all of this.
Let her
I
fin-
don't
no,
care,
CB,
bro.
CB, I'm
You're,
not. I'm
you're,
CB,
losing. You're doing this because you said that you've got Hazard in your top 3 all time, yeah? And you have Ronaldinho, Neymar, and R9 in your top 5 alongside Messi. And you said Hazard is in the top 3. I'm yet to hear who the number 2 is. That puts Hazard above the other 2 players.
When I tried to explain
No,
why,
CB,
I won't say a word. If you answer that question, I won't say a word.
When I
If
tried
you
to
if you
explain,
answer that
when I
question,
started, hey, let me fucking talk. You see,
let her
you cut
finish.
me off all the time. I tried to explain and you cut me off.
you're not answering the question.
Let her
You're
speak
going
for
yourself.
a minute without getting cut off.
Focus on the question, Asma. Focus on the question.
CB,
Who's
let her
2?
finish.
Who's
Not
3?
interrupt.
Who's 4?
You see,
Who's 5?
Junior, what he does. You see what he does.
Just no,
This is
because
what
these
I
look
deal
like
with.
don't answer
This is
questions.
what I deal
Answer
with.
the question. Just
You
answer the
don't
question.
fucking let me speak,
No,
you
CB,
fucking
you're not allowed to
dumbass
answer the
bitch.
question.
Answer the question. Answer the
You're
question.
not letting me speak.
CB, let her answer the
You're
question.
not.
Give
You're
her
not
90
allowing me.
seconds.
You're
Give
cutting
her
me.
90 seconds.
You're
Give her
doing
90
your
seconds
gimmicks.
uninterrupted.
You're going up like this when I try to give my
I've been
opinion.
saying that the whole time. Get up.
You booted me off the stream, you fucking bitch.
For 5 seconds.
You
For 1
put me off
second.
the stream. You
Look,
booted
notice
me.
I'm letting her speak. She's not answering the question.
Okay, stop,
I'm letting her speak. She still hasn't answered the question.
I'm not
This is a
answering
football
your
debate.
question. Go fuck yourself. When
Okay,
I
no,
tried
no,
to
no,
do
no.
Not
that, you
answering the
booted me
question.
off
I
the
told you.
Hold on,
I
CB.
told you she wasn't gonna answer the question anyway. We all knew she wasn't gonna answer the
no,
question. And she's left. Real talk, yeah. Me personally, I asked a simple question. You had Hazard in your top 5 all time. You said he's top 3 all time. Messi's number 1. You said there's Ronaldinho, R9, Neymar, and who else? No, that's it. That's the remaining 3. I'm forgetting someone. And Maradona. I just want to know, what is the order of those 5 players? That's all I asked.
No, CB,
That's all I asked. Why has it got to this? Because I asked, what's the order of your top 5 players all time? We all went around the room answering this. When you said Buffon and Neuer, did I not react the same way and say, why the fuck are you putting goalkeepers there? And you didn't even say Ronaldinho, and you didn't say da-da-da. That was the reaction for everyone. I don't understand.
No, but we need to. I was actually wanted to go.
Oh,
here.
wait, I
Actually,
can't do Junior. Let me join.
Hold on.
Coming back.
I'll wait for him to come back. I'll wait for him to come back.
Like, I knew she wasn't gonna answer the question. I just wanted to know the order. I didn't even say you're wrong. Not once did I say you're wrong. The only thing I didn't agree with is compared Neymar and Hazard and they're saying that, you know, when they say Hazard was compared to Messi his whole career, like, why are we chatting shit? Like, that's,
I'll be honest,
like,
there was periods, but he wasn't.
There was periods when he was on form. Yes, there was never ever serious conversations with Hazard and Messi. If that was the case, he would have been in Ballon d'Or podium conversations. He never was. Messi, to be better than Messi, it was instant Ballon d'Or conversation. If you're being compared to Messi, it's Ballon d'Or conversations. He was never in that discussion. That's not disrespect to Hazard. That's just, we're rewriting history. We all watched it. That's the only thing I didn't agree with. I never think her list was wrong. I actually think her list, I've got with that top 5. There's pure ballers in there. Neymar, Ronaldo. We share 3 players in our top 5. I just wanted to know the order. She don't want to give them.
Okay, but to be fair, going back to that, yeah, I still want to know why Ronaldo isn't, especially in his United version, right? I want to know why he's not a pure footballer in comparison to the rest of those. Like, why he's not the same level of pure footballer.
What'd you say, sorry?
I want to know why Ronaldo is not the same level of pure footballer as those other guys. As you're like, not Messi and Neymar per se, but why he's not more of a pure footballer than the rest.
I think for me, Like what is my definition of a pure footballer is just essentially like what I would give to Ronaldo that he does have that I look for when I measure a pure footballer is the capability of just winning a match by yourself. That's
He was
something
doing
that.
that.
That's what I said. I'll give that to Ronaldo because
Okay.
I also give Ronaldo the fact that he had one of the best weaker foots of all time. I think the ability to be both-footed, I'd give that to him. Now, when it comes to the close ball control, and that's not really his game.
But he did have that to a high level. Like he did.
Close ball control at a high level.
Definitely.
You could put
close ball control, elite ball manipulation.
Can CR7 in his prime play the 10?
Pardon?
Can CR7 in his prime play the 10?
That's true. That's true.
I don't know.
He couldn't, bro. He couldn't. It's not disrespect.
I don't know. I don't know that he couldn't play it though. I feel like any role you put him in, he has the ability to adapt to that role. You've seen him transition through multiple different types of football.
That's that. Now we're doing the rewrite history thing, bro.
No, but I think he does because we've never seen him do it. Yeah, it's true. But I think he does have the ability to do so. I don't think that can be withdrawn from the table. I don't think you can just say, nah, he couldn't do it because he had elite footballing attributes in pretty much every sense. He could play. He could play passes.
Why I respect Ronaldo is because Ronaldo's out of all of these players we talk about. I think these men are good. Like it's a God-given gift. What the likes of Messi, Neymar, R9, Ronaldinho, Maradona, all of these men have. This is God-given. I think Ronaldo trained himself to get there, and I respect it because he's the only one there that, for me personally, I don't think he's just a like, you know what I'm saying? He's that talent was coached.
I'm hearing that, but I think a lot of that does just come because his bodily mechanics do look stiff. Like he looks very stiff when he's doing the skills, when he's doing the control, when he's doing this, when he's doing that. I think because he looks very unorthodox when he's playing football. Yeah, he looks worse in that sense. It's like Raheem Sterling, yeah, or Mo Salah. Like guys are calling Garnacho baby Salah. Yeah, I may have said that one a couple times. Obviously, he's not. You can see the difference in level in dribbling, and Salah is a good dribbler. Yeah, he's not. People look at Salah and think, "Oh shit, he can't do this." But at the end of the day, his dribbling is effective. It sends the defender, and
Salah's not a dribbler like that, bro.
No, he's not one of the elites. But for example, people call him shit because he looks really like he looks awful.
Real talk. We need to just like. There's a difference. There's dribblers and there's ball carriers.
Nah, but Salah is a bit of a dribbler. I can't lie. Salah's a decent dribbler. I don't think he can carry that ball distance, and that is stronger than his dribbling. But I think his dribbling is good. I think it is good.
You lost me there, bro.
For example, look at there's one goal against City, and he does the thing. He like takes it down the line, and he chops out in between like 2-3 players, and then puts it bottom left corner of the net. That's dribbling.
Neto do stuff like that in the club.
No, you haven't.
I think the best way to describe Salah's dribbling is inshallah. If God wills it, he goes through. As in,
I'm not saying he's an elite dribbler, but I think he's a good dribbler. I think he's a good dribbler.
He's better than he's not some like washed. He's not like a Sunday league player either. But he's not Neymar. He's not Messi. He's not.
Yeah, I agree. But I think his dribbling is still a bit underrated because of how awful it looks, and it's gotten a lot worse recently. Don't get it twisted. Like I don't rate Salah. I don't think he's that good. But I think the same thing happens to Ronaldo in the sense of like because he looks so stiff, yeah, and the skills don't look as clean. And R9, yeah. The way his body moves when he's doing stepovers is nuts. It looks unbelievable. Like you're looking at that, you're thinking, like, damn, like that's ridiculous. But then you look at Ronaldo's stepovers, and they may not look as easy on the eye, but his stepovers are not worse in that sense, especially at his peak. His stepovers were Ronaldo's stepovers, CR7, are the quickest I think I've ever seen. Some of them, like he has that ability to do them to such a supreme level. They're nuts. They're ridiculous. You get it? So I don't think it's right to say he's not in the top 10 of pure footballers. I think he's still top 5. And things like ball striking as well, for example, that is a massive quality of a pure footballer. It is.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not like if you want to put him there, I'm not against it. Personally, he's just not mine. I understand the arguments behind it. I said if people that have him as the GOAT, I hear it. It's not like
for example, like the Mahrez shouts I was hearing the other day have genuinely pissed me off. I'll be real. That's insane.
Yeah, I think we're stretching it.
I'm never hearing
Mahrez.
Technically, though, that's what the argument was, though, because I feel like a lot of these debates, people consider who had the better career, bro. But anyway, Mosi says Hazard had 4 Man of the Match awards in 8 finals, 5 GA. This off the top of my head. I know that Neymar scored in the Copa Libertadores 2011 final. I know he got a goal against Flamengo in that final and an assist in that final with him and Ronaldinho when Ronaldinho got a hat trick. He blanked in the Club World Cup final in 2012. Confederations Cup against Spain, he scored the winner against Juventus in the Champions League final. He got an assist in the Copa del Rey final against Spain. He scored a free kick in the Olympic final. He scored a goal in the 2017 Copa del Rey final. He blanked against Bayern with PSG. And he blanked against Argentina, even though without the GA, he was still man of the match, even though the team lost against Argentina in the Copa America final. So that's the top of my head. That's not even every single final. Like that's
Hazard Bailey isn't Neymar, yeah, but I think he is still incredibly underrated, I'll be real. E.g., like that France semi-final performance at the World Cup. That is arguably a top 5 World Cup performance ever. He was nuts. It was insane. Like, people go, and for example, like Hazard, yeah, his record in like, even man of the matches, yeah, in the 2010s, he had the 3rd most man of the matches of any footballer in the world in that period. Like, he was obviously operating to all-time level. I think he is very underrated.
Which years was which years was he better than Neymar?
Who, Hazard?
Yeah, which years? For what?
I'm not with Asma on that. I'm not with Asma on that. Don't worry.
I know, but
let's actually play. Let's play.
Actually play. What time period were they both?
Name Hazard was probably better.
You see these questions. These are the questions I wanted to ask because this Hazard take that she has, it's not a new take. We all know the take. That's why when she said it, I said, "Oh, here we go again." I wanted to ask the questions because it's not a new conversation we've had here, but. Chat, honestly, what seasons has Hazard been better than Neymar? Give me the years. And stuff like Lille, his years in Lille hold, in my opinion, I think they do hold weight, even because he won a league title there, and that holds weight.
That's what. So those years he was probably better, no? 08 to like 08, 09.
Oh yeah, 08, 09. Neymar wasn't playing like that. He was
08, 09, maybe 09, 10, maybe 09, 10.
If like 10, 11, Neymar won the Copa Libertadores and scored in the final. That's the Champions League. That's the South American Champions League.
Like, hey, let's go and do this. What are Hazard's best 3 seasons?
Yeah. That's
18, 19.
That's what I'm saying. 18, 19 for sure. But this is the thing with 18, 19. As great as that season was, it was a Europa League campaign.
Okay, but then we do ask about the Brazilian league. Where are we rating that Brazilian league in comparison to the European leagues?
I wouldn't put none of Neymar's Brazilian league seasons in his top 3.
Cool. But then in that time period, would you say Hazard was better then?
Then what?
At the very beginning.
And Neymar, say like 2000.
At the very beginning of their career, I'll say up until 2011, yeah, he was better than him. From 2011 onwards. Nah. No. Wait, 2012 Neymar. That's when Neymar.
In fact, hold on. Has Hazard ever finished?
I went to the Olympics.
Serious question.
Obviously, I'm from East London,
yeah.
Has Hazard ever finished top 10?
Top 10 in the Ballon d'Or.
I'm pretty sure he has a couple times, no?
He probably has.
Because 2012 Neymar is the only ever player in the history of association football to finish in the top 10 in the Ballon d'Or without playing in Europe.
But why did he win that? Because of his performances in the league in Brazil, or was it Copa America or something as well?
It was Copa Libertadores and all of that. Like the Champions League over there holds weight. Hazard's highest Ballon d'Or finishes is 8th in 2018, 8th in 2015. 13 in 2019 and 19th in 2013.
Okay, the argument here, you've gone no player apart from Neymar or whatever has finished in the Ballon d'Or rankings for playing in Brazil, blah, blah, blah. But you have to remember, this is still in relativity. Like, you are looking at it. If you're going to discredit Hazard, for example, for playing Europa League in 18-19, you have to discredit Neymar a bit for playing in the Copa Libertadores and playing in Brazil. And you can go, yeah, it's their equivalent of the Champions League and blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day,
you're using,
was the level the same?
No, but this is the difference.
We're not comparing.
This is the firstly, yeah. What you're doing, the reason why I said that about the 18th, 19th season is because that was the first season people said when they said what's Hazard's best season. That's why. So the Copa Libertadores season and all of that, I only mentioned it because we were comparing Hazard at Lille, Neymar at Santos.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why that got mentioned. Those seasons are not going up there in Neymar's like
the best 3.
all-time great
So,
season.
let's rank the best 3 seasons for each. So Hazard, you say what? 18, 19, and what?
18, 19, 14,
14,
15 maybe, but it didn't. Yeah, where did we finish? Where did we come in the UCL that season though? We got knocked out by PSG, innit?
Got knocked out.
That was the
round
David
of 16.
Luiz year with the header.
And he was honking. He honked in the Champions League as well. That's another conversation.
I remember crying that day, stuff.
Also,
But
this
he
is
didn't honk the whole
this
time.
is my
in the
issue.
UCL, though.
This is my issue with these two conversations because I actually rate Eden Hazard. I actually rate him. He was one of my favorite players we ever saw. The problem is, people in my fan base put Hazard in these sort of conversations that now it's like, bro, like I have to now say something. And then when I say something, oh, you're a Hazard hater. Oh, I'm not a Hazard hater.
But to be fair, to give credit to Hazard at the same time.
One non-penalty goal in the Champions League in a knockout.
Yeah, but to give credit
no,
at the same
sorry,
time.
I lied.
Games did he play?
I lied. He's got 0 non-penalty goals. He's got 1 knockout goal, which was a consolation penalty against PSG when they knocked us down and knocked us out. We lost 3-1 on aggregate. That's his only knockout goal.
Cool. That is very true. Yeah, that is very true. But then we look at the teams he played in, and we looked at how many years he actually played.
Oh no! Real talk. This is what pisses me off as well. Yeah, because once again, I live this. You man are not gonna tell me, yeah, because every single season, especially this particular season, I'm about to put on the screen, yeah. This season, I thought we were winning the Champions League. I was dead certain this year we're winning the champs, or at least touching the final, because we were blitzing the league. This is 14-15. So you're telling me a team with Courtois, Terry, Cahill, Aspilicueta, Luis, Matic, Fabregas, Oscar, William Hazard, Diego Costa isn't capable enough to go at least for a man to score 1 non-penalty goal in a knockout stage.
Yeah, he probably should have done better in that year, 100%. But he didn't play. He didn't play as much UCL as other players. Look at the teams he played with. You look at, for example, you look at 17-18. Yeah, 17-18. That team was not good enough, right?
17-18 was shit. 100%.
15-16, we were also awful.
Hold on. 17-18, when we got knocked out by Barcelona that year, the best player on the pitch was Willian. Tell me I'm chatting shit. Everything I say now.
I'm not, hold on, no joke, no scam. What is Hazard's biggest Champions League performance in his career?
Maybe Atletico
Madrid in the group stage. Like this
but
is
again,
what I'm saying.
This isn't me saying he's better than Neymar, but I do think he was.
I know, but this is me saying as well. In the same breath, Cuba. This is not me as well saying I think Hazard is shit or da. I rate Hazard very highly. But she said he was compared to Neymar and Messi throughout his career. If somebody's like, bro, we just put like, bro, like, come on, man. You might make it crashing Hazard now, bro.
So what are your ratings on like? What are your ratings on like Henry, for example? What do you think of him?
I rate Henry, but I also feel like he's overrated. I think Eto's better than Henry.
So how heavy do you rate, like, for example,
R9 and Eto are better than Henry. Yeah,
R9 and Eto. Calm. I mean, that's fair enough. That comes down to your ranking, isn't it?
That plays a part.
So the 3 Hazard seasons thing, 18-19 first, what, 14-15?
14-15 probably.
Okay.
Maybe.
Bro, real talk, Kai. Everyone loved Hazard. We all tuned in.
Didn't he win PFA Player of the Year?
Yeah, 14-15.
What about 16,
was it 13-14 maybe?
He didn't win that year.
I'll say 13-14 in the board, but I'll say
12-13.
18-19. 12-13, it was cold, but like, bro, I'll be real, Dan. These seasons I'm not touching. I can even just say 14-15 Neymar is trumping all of those seasons. 14-15 Neymar. I'll even say 16-17 Neymar is doing the madness. And I think Neymar's prime.
I mean, all 3 years at Barca are better than him.
But
all
bro,
16-17, right? That was the year they got knocked out by Juve, no?
Yeah, that's the year of the remontada.
Was 15-16 not better when Messi got injured?
Yeah, that's Neymar's like statistically that's his peak. Was
that not better than 16-17?
I think 17-18 has to be in his top 3.
Neymar's no 17-18
he was
is his greatest peak.
Yeah,
season.
like 17-18, like
that's the greatest season.
Wait, but Junior, you honestly, yeah, I want to ask you this actually. Do you think Neymar was wrong to go to PSG in terms of for the sake of his career?
No, I don't think so. I think people are really on Neymar because they'll go and say, oh, the money, so on and so forth. Well, I think recently, I'm not sure if you guys have seen, there was basically he went on basically a podcast and said that before going to Barcelona, Real Madrid came to him and basically gave him a blank check and said, write whatever number you want and you can join Madrid, but didn't want to. So I think it goes to show that I think he wasn't just in it for the money. And I think for PSG, is there the aspect of he wanted to go and get out of Messi shadow? Absolutely. But I think there is a lot of like almost, I think even with, I think it's just a general thing of PSG is that PSG, because of what, because PSG play in France, people don't care what PSG go and do in France, and PSG ultimately is judged upon what they do in the Champions League. And as a result, for Neymar, getting Neymar, it's basically judged solely based on what he does in the Champions League. And I think that it's really sort of how is the best way I can put it? I'm not sure if I have the word. It's very sort of black and white, and to go and say basically, if Mbappe in the 2020 final against Bayern Munich buries that shot, doesn't shoot it right at Neuer, PSG go and win that game. All of a sudden, Neymar, everything he said, everything he did is all vindicated. Because at that point, PSG win a treble. Neymar wins the Champions League within 3 years at PSG. Everything he wanted to do, getting out of Messi shadow, they probably go and actually do the Ballon d'Or. He wins that, and everything about him changes over a single game like that. You can go and you say, did he maybe underachieve at PSG? Did he not live up to the heights? Yes, but I think ultimately, like what he did at PSG, his peak was at PSG. Everything he did was at PSG. I think it wasn't bad.
Facts, AP, bro. Facts. And I do you know what? Yeah, I love Neymar. I'm like a super Neymar. Like I'll be honest, but yeah, ultimately he did fail, innit? Like he did fail.
Do you think he would have done better at Barca if he stayed at Barca and played in that team for the years that he was at PSG?
He would have not been looked at like he is looked at now. He would have been always.
He would have gotten the Rafinha treatment. He would have gotten the Rafinha treatment. At Barca.
Yeah. He would have been a.
So where do you think he should have gone for his career to flourish then?
I think he went where he needed to go. He went where he needed to go.
So I
think these conversations are completely different if Mbappe either squares it or buries that chance in 2020. We're having a completely different conversation.
Agree.
And Junior, and I know you're a PSG fan, and Broski, man don't fuck with Mbappe still. I don't rate him.
my relationship with Mbappe, with the dictator,
talk to us. How do you feel? How do you feel about Neymar?
Pardon? Sorry, you cut off.
I'm not Neymar. Sorry about Mbappe. My bad.
The thing is, my relationship with Mbappe, the dictator, it's bizarre because on the one hand, there's the fact that he is the club's all-time likely goal scorer. He's got the most goals first in the Champions League. He was there for the most successful era in PSG history. He's Parisian himself. He's from the area. He came young and all that. But there's also all the stuff afterwards. And I think ultimately for me, what I'd go and argue is that what Mbappe did or what PSG did last year sort of almost tarnishes Mbappe's legacy at PSG. Because if PSG had gone, for example, and a couple more years built up upon it and then eventually won the Champions League, no issues. I think we have to put into context what happened with PSG and Mbappe. Mbappe, after getting all the power he wanted, basically getting Neymar out, getting Messi out, getting Verratti out, all the players he didn't want, they all got booted from the club. And then we brought in all his friends. We got Dembele, we got Colomwani, we got Hernandez, we got all these players. We gave him the reins and everything. We got Luis Enrique. He got to play whatever position he wanted to go and play. And then ultimately, it's that season he says, you know what? Now that everything's working, the project is, there, I'm going to go and decide to dip. No worries. Decides to go to Real Madrid, who at that time were the best team in the world, had won La Liga by 10 points, won the Champions League, did everything. And then you look, fast forward 12 months later, PSG won everything. Exactly. I
wanted to ask you a question, because I've also had this debate on stream. Nobody agreed with me at the time. They thought I was going crazy, but you've lived it, Do you think an Mbappe-led team can win you something?
Okay, I'll give you two answers. Well, I'll give you two answers. There's one at club level, based on now, I don't think so. International level, I think yes. I think Mbappe's play style and the player he is well suited for the national team. And you go and you look at for France, when Mbappe was the main man in 2022, look what he did. 2018, even though he wasn't the main guy, look what he did. I think it's completely different.
Yeah, but 2018, he didn't lead that team, innit?
Yeah, he didn't lead it, but I think.
What about the Euros?
That's the problem. Is that it either works or it doesn't, and that's ultimately.
I don't think he lead France to the World Cup, bro. Okay, for example,
Mbappe now is
negative. You still think Mbappe can play left wing? in 2026.
He's not. He won't be a touchline winger. I think Mbappe's. I think the best way to characterize Mbappe's favorite position is a left forward. He's not a winger. He's not a striker. He's a left forward.
But he plays a position that doesn't really exist then in the modern game, innit?
No,
but you don't really play with a split striker nowadays. Like the guy coming off the big man up front, especially if you're going to play with the right winger, like you'll have that massive gap on the left side. And have you not seen the stat as well? He is like statistically, he is a net negative to every team he plays in. I just don't think he works for a team because obviously modern game, right?
Press for you. He wants everything built around him. That the team will live and die.
He's not a 9. Like he doesn't have striker's movement. He won't run into the box and make those runs for someone else to fill in the gap.
Exactly. And
he's
then
very much like he's himself.
He creates enough as well. Like his creativity is not at that much of a high clip.
He's like, almost just a penalty box player, but like not at the same time. It's weird.
He's a
very weird type of footballer.
2026 Mbappe, is Juventus Ronaldo right now.
I think he's more so close. I think he's closer to like 16, 17, 18 Ronaldo at Real Madrid.
That's a drag. That's insane. Ronaldo 16, 17, 18 was a game breaker.
He's Ronaldo at Juve. He's Ronaldo at Juve.
And even at Juve, he's like second, third year Juve.
I think. Listen, that's why I'm saying for me, Mbappe, because obviously I'm still French and whatnot, so I still need a good Mbappe for the national team. I think some people, it's like we swing the pendulum too much with Mbappe. Some say this guy's the greatest thing ever, and I go and they say, "Oh, look at what PSG's done." On the other side, we go and you go crucify him. I think we need to remember Mbappe is like at this stage, if I'm not mistaken, he's got more goals, he got to 400 goals quicker than Ronaldo and Messi did. As in, if you go and you look at the numbers he's putting up, is ridiculous. You could argue that by the end of this is 2026, the summer and whatnot, he could be the greatest ever World Cup player, right? I mean, my hot take is if France win the World Cup in 2022, Mbappe legitimately, in terms of legacy, is top 5 all time. He could retire.
Wait. That's a crazy take to make. Though. No. What if they win the World Cup but he doesn't contribute? Like if he's on that pitch.
I said if for example, if in 2022 he won it, if in 2022 they won it, and he retired on that day. Hold on, Mbappe right now currently is the leader in terms of goals in a World Cup final. He's averaging a brace in World Cup finals. He's only ever been to World Cup finals.
But his football career, his legacy especially, is built internationally. Because at the end of the day, like who would have told you? Imagine getting told in 2018, that in 2026, Mbappe never wins the Champions League. Mbappe never won the best UEFA Men's Player of the Year. He's never won Ballon d'Or. He's never won the Euros. What would you like? You went to Real Madrid and still didn't win nothing. What would you? And they also told you PSG, and they also tell you PSG win the Champions League, win the treble, and he's not a part of the team.
True,
what age do you think he peaked at?
Pele won the Ballon d'Or before. Imagine that. Everyone loves to talk about failure when it comes to Neymar's career and how much of a disappointment Neymar's career turned out to be. But he's also on that boat as well.
Well, I think the difference is that ultimately with Mbappe is that first and foremost, he's still like he's in like physically the prime years of his career, right? I'm not saying like what we've seen in the peak, but he is in his prime years.
To be honest.
No, I mean he's 27. He's in his prime years.
He should be peaking, but his prime was not. He's past his prime.
He's in his prime.
His peak was the 2021 season for me.
But I don't even think he's at his physical peak though, because he's injured to hell right now. Like his knees in bits. He's not really like
physically. He's in his peak years in terms of like typically.
Yeah, where you should be. He should be in his peak years.
Peak years based on where we would expect him to. Like we'd expect for him to be in his peak.
But I think he's already peaked. I think his peak was really early. I can't lie.
I agree. I think he's peaked already.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I can go.
I
don't think he'll ever get better than this.
The truth about Mbappe, bro. Why does no one like to just be honest when it comes to Mbappe takes, bro?
Wait, quick thing.
18 than it is to now,
quick thing.
bro.
Wait, so guys were crashing out over Neymar Hazard debates. Is that what I've just watched?
Real talk.
Oh, by the way, CB, DSK was DMing me saying that you're an elite rage baiter, bro. Elite rage baiter.
Nah, I sat there and I was like, yo, Neymar crash. No, because Asma's crashing out. This guy's just there like, she's not gonna answer the question though. She's not gonna answer the question though. I'm like, rah.
Well, like.
I didn't know Hazard had the streets and not like this. Okay, to be fair, I knew that, but I didn't know. Because she called you fucking bitch. She said, go fuck yourself. She said you wanted the 10 yards.
Real talk, you see, this is how I say, like, I've actually grown in terms of the branding and professionalism and that. Cam, if this was a year and a half ago on playback, would this have ran? This would have went left.
That's why I had to come, because I'm shocked you didn't say nothing. You didn't fight back.
If this could have went left, it could have been a whole nother thing. But I'm just like thinking about the bigger picture, and I'm just like,
wait, so you're saying you would have been worse?
This, bro, I've calmed down, man. Just like calmed down.
CB evolution.
Literally, because I'm like, bro, like at the end of the day, yeah, I never said you're chatting shit, this and that, fuck you. I never said nothing, bro. All I said was, I want to know the top 5, the order of the top 5. Are you gonna answer the question? You bitch, I don't respect you. Da, da, da. I'm like, raw, like that's a drag, innit?
In fairness, though, you didn't allow her to finish because she was trying to go and say what, and I wanted to go and hear out why she believed personally, even though I completely
Junior, you're new here, innit? Yeah.
Nah, but you are a rage baiter, though. You did it to True as well.
You were rage, but you weren't allowing her to go and make
this Hazard conversation. We've had this conversation 10, 15 times on the stream, bro. But like we've had this conversation so many times. It's like, what she was gonna say, she wasn't gonna answer the question. This is my opinion. I know. I already clocked her saying that. It's my opinion. It's my opinion. I'm saying, cool. I never said your opinion's wrong. Just tell us the list. Tell us the list. Tell us the list. She's saying everything but the list. Then she gets the chance. I'm not saying nothing.
She's still here. She's still here. Is she here?
No, man said I booted her. I didn't boot you. You left by yourself. I didn't boot you. What are you on about?
Bring her back.
Wait. To be fair. Let's. She said, hold on, wait.
Shit, I didn't boot you.
No. You didn't. But listen, from me rewatching it back here. She took you. You know how you remove me sometimes from the
but I did that for 1 second. I did that. When I do this, when I do shit like this, I do that for 1 second. And I bring you back.
That's what she think. No, I'm assuming that's what she's like. Oh, you beat him. That's what
I didn't know, but I want to make this clear. In terms of her, when she had the opportunity to speak and she said, fuck that, I don't want to speak to you no more, fuck yourself. She left herself. On my mom's life, she did.
No, but at that point, she's been trying to go and say, and you kept on going to answer the question. You were rage-baiting her, though.
Everyone knows. Everyone knows, yeah? Everyone knows. When you say a take that I don't agree with, I will take you off the screen for 2 seconds, bro. I do it to everyone.
Okay, but
why is that like everyone knows that?
Where the jurist in me goes and says, okay, just like a criminal, even if you've committed the most heinous crime, you have the right to defend yourself. So even though I fundamentally disagree with her take of Hazard, even being in the conversation with Neymar, I have to entertain him. So I go and say, maybe you guys disagree. I think I want to go and bring her back, listen to her out, let her speak uninterrupted.
I never kicked her out. She has the lead. At the end of the day, yeah, she's not coming here until she apologizes for the way she spoke to me. First and foremost. Because at the end of the day, I'm a man, bro. You're here saying mad stuff to me on my platform. Man ain't disrespected you. No way. We're talking about.
I go and say
first and foremost, and I didn't even kick her out. She was still here. Like I didn't even kick her out. She continued. I let it slide. Whatever. When she was saying all of that, I let it slide. I'm not biting. I'm letting her continue and say what she has to say. She wants to come back and articulate her point. Cool, no problem, but respect has to be had, bro. You're not gonna come here and disrespect me and say you're a bitch, fuck you, I don't respect you, fuck yourself. All of that, that's mad stuff. That's mad stuff. You have to apologize for that at the very least before you can come and speak.
Okay, I propose, okay, that both people went and said things that arguably they probably would take back. So I propose if she comes back, she apologizes to you, but you two, you have to apologize to her.
Wait, quick question. Wait. Maybe I missed something before because maybe I didn't go all the way back. What does CB have to apologize for? Because I don't understand what you said.
No, because you kept on saying she was trying to go and answer, and she won't answer the question, and she was trying to get it out. So I would go and say, and I agree with you. You kept on rage rating her. I'd be pretty pissed as well.
Then don't come here then. Like go find.
No, but you weren't.
I respect, bro. Like
I'd be pretty annoyed as well. In fairness, because she was trying to go and say it, and I did want to hear her out, and you kept on going saying you won't answer the question as she was trying to answer the question. So
we have conversations like what I understand. Yeah, you're new, Junior, and I get it. Yeah, because you're seeing it from Kubot Camp. Do we not have debates like this every day on stream where niggas can't speak? This is just how it is, bro.
Regular. But you are a rage
No,
baiter. That is fine.
no, okay. To be fair,
What just happened here
100%
isn't new from anything that's happened
Listen.
over the last
Nah,
3
it's
months.
not new. It's not
If
new.
we-
But you see, you and True. This is what you do to True, and True goes mental. Yeah, you're a rage baiter.
True's worse
No.
than
You're a
me.
rage baiter. You're a
True's
rage
the
baiter.
worst one.
True sits there, yeah, and True will be sat there waiting. And you, to be fair though, True never answers the question, yeah. But you sit there and you go, True, answer.
That's exactly my issue.
We did it the
If-
other day, yeah. Let them
This is
expose
my
themselves.
Hey,
Let them
whoa,
expose
whoa.
themselves, yeah. Because with True, the other day he wouldn't answer the question, right? You were going true answer. When you stopped talking and I spoke to him and I went, True, what do you think of blah, blah, blah? He then exposed himself and went, yeah, but you man don't watch him like I do. Do you get it? You got to give them the minute to speak and then they'll
exactly-
be
But CB, DSK's DMing me. He says free asthma. He's seeing free asthma. DSK
True's
says free
talking
asthma.
about.
Shout out DSK.
True's talking about he's a young lad. Me and True are the same age, yeah. And this is the other thing, yeah. True does the same thing. My issue is always like the only time these situations happen with me, because it happens. People do this to me as well. How many times in the chat will we talk about something and I'm like, yo, no one's letting me finish my sentence. No one's letting me finish my sentence. I'm now saying, fuck you, man. You man are bitches. I don't respect you. Fuck this. Fuck yourself. And I cut out. No, that's just how it goes. But regardless, nobody answers the question. True does the same thing. True will say a mad hyperbole, and we're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Explain yourself. And we ask him to explain his take, and he's like, he will end up flipping it. Oh, but you rate Garnacho. Don't chat to me. You rate Gusto. Oh, I know Paul better than more than you, man. And it's a whole nother conversation. That's not we're doing the same thing. It's my opinion. It's my opinion. No, at the end of the day, it's my list. Well, I never said your list was bad. I just want to know the order and what years was he compared to Messi and Neymar. No, this and that and that. I know for a fact you're not answering the question. Man said it's off stream. True. You're in the chat talking. Real talk. True. You're in the chat talking. You have the link. You can join.
True.
But
Not
you're in
gonna
the
lie.
chat talking.
Not gonna lie. He's putting you on the spot here. He's putting you on the
Like,
spot.
Yeah,
True,
True.
Yeah.
Wait, to be fair though, I'm the one.
you know.
Wait, to be I'm the one that gets rage baited the most, yeah. Because I remember during the whole like financial stream you had with the other guy, I forgot his name.
Yeah, that one was mine.
My man was saying Cameron like that was my government name. He was spamming Cameron when addressing me, like that made sense. Guys in the chat were spamming Cameron, trying to say man was moving stupid when I was right. Like, what we doing here? Like, I got proper rage baited, didn't it? Like, you just have to deal with it. You just got to like troll back. He's got to troll back, innit?
But bro, like, it's this the thing though. Like, I'm just like, I don't have an issue about this situation, but I'm just saying, if this was a year ago, 2 years ago, and I'm getting called a bitch and I don't respect you no more, go fuck yourself, this and that, yeah, over 40 combos, like, this is going left. Immediately going left. There's a whole thing now. We're beefing on Twitter now. There's a whole, like over dumbness, like, over Hazard and Neymar. So I'm like,
No, but shout out you for growth, innit?
To be fair though, I've beefed guys over Noni before though.
well, this is what I'm saying.
That's embarrassing.
Like,
Get a grip.
you know how far these things
What
go,
we
bro.
do?
So I'm saying, like, bro, like, man's actually, and also, like, at the end of the day, yeah, like, cool, like, I took that in, like, as if I'm not doing football content no more. I took it in like someone live was just messaging me saying, bro, you're like, saying to my, like, it's a different environment, but I'm still soldiering it. I'm like, okay, cool, whatever, like, it is what it is, say no more. But I didn't disrespect.
Get True and Asma on. Get True and Asma on. Get them both on.
I didn't say, like, Asma, I'm going to bring Asma back, but Asma has to apologize for the outburst prior to her leaving. That's it.
Hold on,
That's it. And the only reason I'm bringing Asma back, yeah, the only reason I'm bringing Asma back is because DSK told me to bring her back, and because DSK.
Wait, who's DSK?
DSK is my G. DSK is my G. So because DSK recommended me Junior, because DSK showed me love, brought me to Goal Fan Zone for 1 versus 5 Chelsea. Out of love, I'm bringing Asma back for DSK. Or I wouldn't, based on the way she spoke to me.
First of all, thank you so much, DSK and Junior. Thank you absolutely so much, because you were absolutely right about the situation, and your analysis about the situation was spot on. Second of all, I'm not apologizing for the reason that you speak like that as well. And we always have this type of conversation in the stream. That's how we express ourselves. We lose our shit. You yell at me, Two True yells, CB
That's
yells.
what would I ever call you a bitch?
No, obviously you can't call me a bitch because I'm a girl, but we fucking insulted each other. When I say bitch, it's not like I'm not insulting. It's the way I express myself when I'm angry. And if you want an apology because I called you a bitch and that hurts your feelings,
And you don't have respect for me anymore.
No, I said I lost respect for you today.
Pause. Order in the court. Order in the court. Order in the court. Order in the court. Okay? I'm presiding over this trial. Both of you need to apologize. CBU for rage baiting, because even if I was in her position, all right, I'm not gonna lie. When she said that thing, I was also exaggerating. And if I was in her position, I'd not like that. However, you two, you can't be going and saying that too. So I think both of you need to apologize.
Thank you.
Can we agree upon that?
Yes,
both
I
of you
can
need to
agree
apologize.
on that.
Let's all be. We're all adults here.
That's
We're
a
not.
deal
This
I'm
is not
willing to
schoolyard
take.
stuff. Both of you apologize sincerely. No fugaziness. No, I'm not. No, both apologize sincerely, and then we continue on. We move past it. We let bygones be bygones.
I can agree with that.
I think it's CB's fault still.
And true, you're
True.
The only thing I want to say is,
I've been waiting to do the whole time.
Wait, the only thing I want to say is, when I was doing my list, okay, you didn't even allow me to finish my point. That's what angered me. I was making my point. You had a big reaction. He had a big reaction. And when Junior gave his list, you didn't have the same reaction. You didn't go up your fucking chair and booted me from the stream. You were like, oh, a goalkeeper. And you just plugged like one or two comments. You didn't have a big reaction. And what did I say to Junior? I said, you know what? That's his list. He's entitled, and I can understand. I would put like a winger or a midfielder above a goalkeeper, but I get it. Like, they don't get enough credit, the goalkeepers. That's exactly what I said to him, right? And I expect the same fucking respect. When I put my list, it doesn't have to go on trial. I don't have to fucking be, oh, nah, this, that, and you went
on. Firstly,
me.
I hear that.
No, but let's actually be real.
Let me finish. Just because I said at some point, Hazard was compared to Messi and Neymar, and he was, and I have the data to prove that. That's all I said. And you had such a big reaction, and then every time I tried to speak, you're like, answer the question. Obviously, I'm not answering the question when you did that to me, when I was just trying to give my opinion. I didn't even list them. I didn't even give my top 3. Go watch again the stream, and you will see.
He does that.
Okay, that is true. Okay. So
true. Anders is crazy.
That's true. When the shots come your way,
let's Junior speak. You didn't even let Junior speak. I rewatched the stream. Even Junior was trying to speak.
Can I finish? You finish your point now. Can I speak now?
Okay, Stevie.
Because I remember.
Wait. Can I just add it? Can I just say something before you? Wait. Before you speak, CB.
Don't add fuel.
I just want to say, yeah.
One at a time.
Remember, when the shots go Two True's way, yeah, nobody be like, oh,
why are you deflecting?
Wait. Let me just say this.
Stop the
feelings. Let me just say this.
Asthma's feelings. It's not about.
Let me just say this.
No problem.
Wait, Asthma, as much as you felt rage baited, CB is a man. You can't come on his stream calling him a bitch to tell him to go fuck himself, this and that, live all to his face.
But we do have to be fair. It is disrespectful.
I'm just saying this because he's a man, and as a woman, he can't really do much, because anytime if he starts back on you, he's gonna look like the dickhead, and people are gonna tell him to chill. Oh, why is he doing? He's a man. You get, at the end of the day, you can't really be saying that unless it's beef. I say worse because I know if I see them niggas, listen, it's on beef. If I see Tosin, listen, I expect them not to like me. But you like CB. So you can't be calling him a bitch, a cunt, oh, go fuck yourself. That's mind games. That's
how
my
I
whole
live
point.
my life.
And then you're saying I did
Sorry.
worse, yeah?
I insulted
What did I
everybody
do?
in this panel.
Okay,
I
okay,
insulted-
okay.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
Can
it's
I
wrong.
speak now,
Like,
though? Can I speak now, though?
Please.
Can I speak now?
I actually want to go and hear both of your take, Asma. So please, CB, can you just please apologize for rage baiting? But Asma, you too, likewise, please apologize also.
Because Asma right now is being mad tactical, bro. She's being mad tactical. She's saying, "Oh yeah, cool." I didn't interrupt you, Asma. I let you finish what you had to say. For somebody who's just reacted the way you reacted earlier for being interrupted, I find it very surprising you interrupted me just now.
Okay.
As I was saying, she's being mad tactical, yeah, because we like at the end of the day, this is MCGA meeting. Like we at the end, Junior's a guest. From time he's even got to this year in front of company, it's already mind games. But regardless, cool. Junior's a guest. Junior said his list. I didn't agree with his list. The moment he said no, yeah, I got up and said, "Oh, yo, damn, Buffon." I'm getting mad at him, but I'm obviously not gonna boot him off the stream because he doesn't know this. Every single person that's sitting on the panel, every single time someone said a dead take, you're getting jumped off the screen. That's how things go, bro. Like, it's not like I booted you. You interrupted me once again. You interrupted me again. So what? Am I allowed to now call you a bitch? And tell you
Whoa. Order in the court.
That's how it goes, guys.
Order in the court.
You interrupted me while I'm speaking. Am I now allowed to call you a bitch?
Guys, this is
no, I'm not.
This is weird stuff.
Wait, Junior. Let him talk it out. He's coming somewhere. He's going somewhere.
Because at the end of the day, yeah, everybody that's been in this panel knows, bro. You're making an issue like, oh, you booted me off. You didn't give me the same treatment as Junior. Junior's a guest. Every single emergency meeting, someone has a howler. You get clicked off the screen for 2 seconds. And you come back. Interruption again.
Wait, Asma. Give him a minute.
Interruption again, bro. Real talk. But this is what I'm saying. For when she's done all of this, oh my gosh, Asma is the final boss of interrupting people to shout about people's opinions. So when she's doing this, oh my God, why are you not letting me speak? Asma, you do this all the time. Why are we acting like you don't do this? But regardless, man, I don't care. I take it on the chin. It's not that deep to me. I'm not going to do the mind games, whatever. But as I was saying, cool. Everyone gets booted off this thing for 2 seconds or 3 seconds, and you come back. When you came back, I said, cool, explain your top 5 because you've got Hazard third, you've got Messi number 1. So at the end of the day, there's 4 other players that you named who are bad boy footballers. What's the order? That's all I wanted to know. You're saying, it's my opinion. I don't care. I'm like, cool, regardless, I don't care, but like, no one's saying your opinion's wrong. Not once did I say your opinion's wrong. I just want to know the rest of the list. That's it. You're crashing out. Regardless, bro, you only do this and then you're making it out like, oh, you've interrupted me. The truth is, you don't like having conversations about Hazard. It does this to you. It's not the first time you've gotten angry when we have Hazard conversations and you react like this. This is just a more extreme version of it. Like, let's just be honest, bro. Like,
when am I allowed to respond? When am I allowed to respond to all the claims?
I'm just saying, and just
when am I allowed
wait. Can guys apologize now or not? We're not doing the
why am I getting
order in the court? Okay.
Look. Why am I the person that has to apologize for getting called a bitch to fuck myself?
Because you rage baited her.
I'll be real. In terms of first apologies, Asma, I do think it is right for you to go first because calling someone a bitch is just disrespect. And I get that might be the way you speak, but in terms of when you're heated, in terms of when you're argumentative, calling someone a bitch in that tone is gonna be worse. It is. And saying I don't respect you, blah blah blah, it is worse.
Same time, I lost respect for you today. That's what I said. And
give me a sec, please. Okay. CB, same way. Look, I'll be real. You are a rage baiter. That is your nature as a human being. But it brings in content. That's why you're successful, and that is part of your. You've done well with it, yeah. But today you rage baited her, and you rage baited her a bit too much, and she lost a bit of it because you were rage baiting her. So it is okay for you to go and be like, yeah, I'm sorry for rage baiting you. Asma, calling someone a bitch.
Wait, Asma, I got a question.
To be true and to be fair, if someone came up to you today and they were vexed and they went, "You're a bitch,"
you know what's crazy? But this is what I don't agree with, Cuba, yeah, because that's her reaction to me cutting her off, yeah. But she cut me off multiple times when I was talking. I didn't say shut the fuck up. I didn't say you bitch. I didn't say
It's true. It's true.
And
That's
if
why.
I-
That's
hold
why.
on, hold on. If I was to say that, everyone here would be looking at me like you're getting mad. What's going on?
I didn't cut
Let's
it.
be
When
real.
did I cut them
Okay,
today?
okay.
When?
You guys have both made.
When
your
did she
statement.
cut me off?
You guys
I
have
wrote
both.
it, yeah.
Guys, please.
When?
Let's.
I
You guys,
asked permission
guys,
not to respond to
let's
your
stop with this
claim.
politics stuff, okay? Let's get to football.
Wait,
all right?
I got a question. I got a question.
No question.
No, my question is quick. My question is quick. No, my question is quick, yeah. Wait, do you feel this strongly about Azar because he's got a massive piece?
You are a
How do you
dickhead.
know that? How do you know that?
Raph, get him out.
How do you know that?
Get him out.
No, because we talked about this last time.
No, how do you know that?
We talked about this last time.
Red card. That you're
Am I
adding
okay,
gas.
so am I allowed to respond or not? Am I allowed to respond or not? Not yet.
Can we move on? Let's.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
no,
actually
no.
bored. I don't even care. Ruthless, I don't even care. It's not that deep. Like, I don't even know why we've gone back
That
to
is
this.
rage bait. That is rage bait. That is rage bait. You can't be doing that. That is rage bait. All right. So now I actually want to get to the football and actually want to hear that.
Yeah, like I don't care, bro.
So please, Asma, please, can you apologize to CB?
Yes, but it's not very sincere. I'll be
But please. We need.
I apologize, but it's not coming from the heart.
It has to be sincere. Say I apologize.
It's not. You want to force me to do something?
I feel like you know what I feel like. I feel like I'm a mom with my two children, and I'm going and trying to force them to apologize to each other.
No, it's not about force. Yeah, no one's forcing you. You ain't got a blick to your head. I'm just saying the way you've handled this whole thing, yeah, is immature, and you're doubling down on it. Just confirm.
You also did that in an immature way, because when I tried to speak, you always use it as a trial, and you said that you didn't. Wait, let me finish speaking. You said that you didn't say that what I said was wrong. Rewatch the stream. When I said
True, you're a troll. True, you are
when
a troll.
I said the Neymar comparison, you went fucking mad. You went over the top.
Oh, we're mad. Guys, we're gonna do a VAR check. We're gonna do a VAR check.
True, you're a troll. True, you're taking the piss.
You took away the credibility of what I said. And you tried.
Please. And also, can we clear up another thing? Yeah. So when you left the stream, how did you leave the stream? Right when you left the stream, how did you leave the stream? Did I kick you out of the stream? Yeah, when you left.
But you booted me in.
I'm asking you a question.
No, I left. I left.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Hi, Junior. Wait, what's going on?
I don't know. Cam is just trolling.
Wait, what happened? How am I trolling? I asked you a valid question.
What did Cam say?
Listen, I think this is the rule. This is the order of
We're getting the VAR. We're getting the VAR.
Yeah.
I chat. Isn't my hair growing? My hair's getting longer, innit?
You got. I can't lie. You got the sassy thing.
You got the sassy little DJ.
He's got the sassy thing.
You gotta go ball tomorrow. Don't piss me off talking about the sassy. Yo, this is fine boy, no pimple.
Bro, you got the little TJ. Your hair don't grow, bro. I don't know what.
My hair grows, bro. This is longer than it was last week.
Unless we're gonna be here until listen, I'm in London right now. It's already currently 11. We're gonna be here until like 3 in the morning.
Why are you Man City? City for, man?
To get into some productive dialogue, all right? Come back to the football, all right? Please, Asma, I would go and say apologize sincerely. Go and say I apologize.
No, I don't want no apology.
I don't think she has to.
She lost respect for me today. Say no more. It is what it is. I don't care.
I said love your settings. Yo.
Let's move on. I've got something because I don't have too much longer left. Yeah, before I got to wrap this up. So I want to talk to my friend Too True. How are you doing, my bro?
I'm doing okay, my bro. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I've been looking forward to chatting to you. I want to pause.
Ask him the question.
Weekend? How was your brother's birthday and all of that?
It was calm still. It's calm. What's this setup? Where we leading?
Ask him the question. Ask him the question. Ask him.
Okay, there's a PSG fan here. So we've been talking about just, you know what I'm saying, PSG, legends, whatever. So Too True here, the guy right underneath me, this weekend was trying to get a rise out of me. Pause for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't know. True's developed this thing where he's become like keyboard warrior. Like
Rage bait.
Rage bait.
Yeah.
It's rage
You know,
bait.
You know, takes one to know one. Takes one to know one, eh?
It's this.
Takes one-
It's,
Yeah,
it's,
but I don't do the
disgusting
text.
rage bait.
I'll be real. I can't go back and forth on text. I'd rather just like talk and get me. I don't go back and forth on text. Now, True, this weekend, like I said, has been trying to get a reaction out of me. And I was like, I'm not gonna argue with you on text. You know what I'm saying? It's the weekend, whatever. You know, the awards was going on, whatever, yeah. Cool. Junior, True said, yeah, that if you replace Neymar da Silva Jr. with Morgan
Somerville.
Rogers
Oh,
in
yeah.
MSN.
Somerville, Crescencio Somerville.
No, he said Somerville and Morgan Rogers for MSN, they still win the Champions League.
Go to the next point straight away. Get the next point straight away.
Yeah,
Next one.
move on.
No, that's when I
No,
back out.
Move on.
Oh,
And then
you want the rest?
Cooper, go on. Cooper, go on.
We're talking in that GC. I'm talking to True. We're having conversations. He's telling me Morgan Rogers is going to be world class, this and that. I'm like, okay, I don't agree that he's world class now, but he might be world class in the future. True's going when he goes to a bigger club, he'll show world class talent like João Pedro at Chelsea, blah, blah, blah. Then True goes, I believe Morgan Rogers is more skillful than Neymar. Lord,
How old is Morgan Rogers?
Ayo, Barca react.
Morgan Rogers.
He's 20.
I'm gonna send you the link.
I'll say this. Santos Neymar is better than any version of Morgan Rogers. Santos Neymar is better than any version of Morgan Rogers. Move on.
Well, Neymar is a pussy. though. Let's be real.
We move.
Neymar is a pussy. Let's be real.
Move on.
I didn't think you were a rage baiter like this. I thought
on.
you.
It's not
you
even
had
rage
about
bait,
no
yeah.
rage bait.
You know what it is? You know what it is with True, yeah? Because in my opinion, I think we've all talked to each other for a long enough amount of time, yeah, that we can kind of like figure out like who's ball Nolly's man, who's his gara, whatever, yeah. True, obviously, like hands down, has the worst ball Nolly amongst us, yeah. But the thing is with True is True's arrogant as fuck with his ball Nolly. He thinks he knows ball. He's got a third eye and he sees football in a way that we have never seen football, blah, blah, blah. And I was testing his ball Nolly the other day, yeah. And we got PSG fans, so we had a debate, yeah. And I said to him, prior to Neymar's move to PSG wasn't amongst the European giants when you think about the best European teams before the Neymar move, especially that season he joined them. You think about the likes of Juventus, which he told me Bonucci, Chiellini, and Pogba were not world class in 2016, and Buffon wasn't world class in 2000.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Look at Madrid. He told me Savic wasn't world class in 2016. These are not takes I'm making up. So I looked at this and I was like, all right, cool. Simply, you just don't know ball.
Do you know what it is? You know what's funny about you? I like when you speak. I just wonder how much people believe the nonsense you say. Like,
also, hold on. If I'm lying,
True said
Wait,
that.
True,
Yeah.
did you or did you not say that Neymar was less skillful?
No, forget the Neymar one because he stood
I did
on
say
that.
that.
No, he stood on that one.
Neymar shit. I don't respect Neymar.
No, true.
No, forget the Neymar stuff, yeah?
True.
That's the bare minimum.
You believe that in your heart of hearts?
Wait, no,
Like,
wait,
genuinely.
get away with it.
That you
might
believe
not
that
let him
Morgan
get
Rogers
away
is
with
better
this.
than
Morgan
Neymar?
Morgan Rogers is born to play football. Neymar just kind of just works on it. Like, I think Neymar's probably one of the
Say
most overrated
wallahi
players
you
of all
think
time.
Morgan Rogers is more skillful than
It's a
Neymar.
game of I told you it's a game of opinions, bro.
That's the thing I don't understand. Why is it always a trial?
Look, bro.
Why is it always a trial?
I can't lie though. I can't lie though. Someone needs to grab up to you, True. Man said Morgan Rogers was born to play football and Neymar Jr. was what meant to be a bricklayer.
True is doing the CR7 debate and he's changing the name. That's it. Regardless, I don't care about the Neymar stuff.
Listen, I agree. Everybody.
Let's go back to talk to us about PSG 2016 Junior. You're a PSG fan? Yes or no? Was PSG amongst the European elites prior to Neymar joining?
Okay, hold on. How are we defining European elites here?
I'm looking at the teams that were challenging for the Champions League every year, or the teams that were winning it during that time, the early 2010s.
What do you consider challenging then?
Going to the final.
So okay, then PSG never challenged until then. You would go and say
but
what?
That's
like
what I was saying. I
2020?
brought up. That's what I was saying. I brought up the likes of Atletico Madrid, who went to a final loss. Dortmund, who went to a final loss. Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, who won them, of course. Bayern won as well. Chelsea, who've won. I'm bringing up the elites, yeah, at the time, and just how the world perceived them. Juventus. Now, PSG weren't amongst them.
Okay.
That was the conversation. If we went through the team, I'm trying to find the thing because apparently I'm chatting shit. You like when I talk because you wonder who believes me because this is what we do here. We just gaslight each other. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it.
As in, yes, if you restrict it to made a Champions League final before then fine. But that's like going and saying that up until 2023, City wasn't a big contender in Europe before they won their final, even though they went to the final before.
Actually.
Yeah, I do think PSG were elite, so I can't lie, or like at least amongst Europe's best teams. Like I used to fear them going into UCL games
because we had somebody that couldn't score non-penalty goals in knockout ties. That's why we feared them.
Wow.
Nah, but that wasn't the only reason.
Listen.
What's Hazard done to you, bro? What's Hazard done to you?
Slander, bro.
Apart from us,
friendly fire, bro.
Who was PSG smoking?
Friendly fire.
That's all I'm asking. Apart from us, who was PSG smoking in Europe?
Well, I don't know. I didn't watch PSG games, didn't I?
We were the only ones that were going to water them. As soon as we lose, as soon as they knock us out, they get knocked out. They weren't like that, bro.
They knocked us out once, and we knocked them out.
They knocked us out twice, and we knocked them out once.
Was it twice?
They knocked us out twice.
15, wait, to be fair, the streets are saying
we knocked them out once with Demba Ba. That was it. That Demba Ba.
Yeah. And then they knocked us out 14, 15, and then when did they knock us out?
Well, to be fair, the streets are saying Anthony Gordon has more UCL goals than Eden Hazard.
Yeah, because that's how.
Oh, they're going crazy, bro. I said they're going crazy.
That's how you analyze football. That's such a great analysis. Yeah.
Nah, I'm just saying though, like Anthony Gordon's got more UCL goals than Eden Hazard. That's a bit mad.
Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so.
Nah, it's true.
I can't lie.
Say it ain't
was
so.
once doing Pedro Neto prop. I've been talking about Hazard.
Hold on.
Let's behave.
Hold on.
Once I find this stream, true, you're finished.
Let me not start this agenda.
Nah, but true, I can't lie. The Morgan Rogers take is disgusting. I'll be real.
No, that's it.
That's what it
He
is.
tried to say Chiellini and Bonucci weren't world class, bro. I'm finding it. Just wait.
And you tried to say Ibrahimovic wasn't world class in 2015, you idiot.
2016.
Yeah, Ibrahimovic was world class.
Idiot.
2016.
But you wanna call people out. 38 goals in 31 games. Player of the season. Top 10 in Ballon d'Or.
PSG player of the season, not hard.
You keep talking.
PSG player of the season, not
you
hard.
fraudster.
PSG player of the season, not
That's the
talk.
only
Hey, wait, hold
reason
on.
you
Aren't you the guy that said Maresca's
Why
better?
didn't you get kicked off stream? Why didn't you get kicked off stream for your takes?
Can I take control just for 5 minutes? Let me kick it once.
God, like, that's the thing that I don't understand. Why when CB has an opinion,
You're losing control of your cat.
No, it's true. But it's true.
I'm just begging it now because she's
I'm not. But
It's
why?
facts. It's not. She's not.
Always
It's facts.
trial?
I'm gonna get
Stop deflecting.
No, I'm gonna get true anyway. But now Asma's just begging it because she just wants to run.
We got a PSG fan here. We got a PSG fan here. Tell the PSG fan that Ibrahimovic wasn't world class in 2015.
I'm gonna get true. Wait there. Just wait. I'm gonna get true. I don't ask anything Asma says on my life. I don't care. But true, I'm gonna get you. Watch, I'm gonna get you. I'm getting the files. We do 6 hours every day.
Tell the PSG fan how you want João Pedro in the 8 role with Caicedo.
Yeah, look, here we go. True.
Talk about that.
I'm gonna make. Do you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna personally message GM. I swear down, I've got 1 bill for you. You're making a 3-minute video of all the True's howlers. We're slapping it on the CB1 mini clips. Yeah? I'm getting you down now. Because this is what, man, want to act like they're just, I let a lot of stuff slide, yeah? But you want to keep going. You want to, like, you're acting like you didn't say Bonucci and Chiellini weren't world class. You're acting like you didn't say Drogba wasn't world class. You said all of these things. Now,
if you had to rate people,
don't act like this didn't happen, yeah? I'm going to get you down, bro. I promise you. But wait there, let me just find the stream.
Let Kuba speak, bro.
Wait, if you Junior, based off of what you've seen today, of people speaking on this panel today, where would you rank us in terms of ball knowledge?
This is the guy that said Nuno Mendes.
I just wait. CB.
You see.
I will.
Asma, you're getting on my nerves, bro. You actually getting on my nerves, bro.
I'm not trying to start.
Everybody has to let Junior.
No.
Every little thing, see, then go, bro. You don't respect me anyway. Go, bro.
Bro, it's personal now.
DB can't take accountability.
Bro.
No, because it's just combo. Every conversation, see, you know, I did nothing but see. Go somewhere else, bro. Allow it, man.
I think you're hating, CB, not gonna lie.
Game's gone. Anyway.
I don't care. We
Wait.
today, bro. Man, don't care, bro.
Let's pivot. Junior, based off of what you've seen today, yeah, where are you ranking us in terms of ball knowledge? Let's let him speak as well.
My life, she's working it. Like, my force, bro.
Just give him the minute. Let him rank us in terms of ball knowledge.
Nah, I'm gonna have to do the thing that's the PC thing to do. No comment. I use my.
That was a pointless answer. We all know why you was asking that, but let's not lie.
Cuba's begging it. Do you know why Cuba's begging it?
I'm not
exactly because he was holding his hand in the stream. That's why he thought, oh, how we're gonna hold
friends. Maybe I just know ball more than you guys.
I'm not. You're not slick. I watched the stream, bro. I seen the stream. You think you're slick?
I want peace.
I real talk to you. I'm gonna put the Rico on pause.
Yeah.
Real talk. He's been begging it the whole stream.
Yeah.
He's been begging it the whole stream. And I thought that he was fishing for that compliment.
Yeah.
Regardless.
Junior, I want you to you need to realize, this is like, we always, like, what a family. We all love each other. I love everybody here. Like, we're locked in. So I know you're new here and you're seeing this, like, it's not, we don't have actual beef. We all love each other. We're all a big family. This is just how we communicate. You know, we're a toxic football club. We're not going to players' houses and singing for them to leave, but you know, we're still a bit toxic. But can we actually preview the game before we wrap the stream up? Asma's out of her jail, so please, Asma, can we go back to normal?
I was typing like, what's the respectful way when you're annoyed at someone? What's the respectful way to insult? Like, what are the words we're allowed?
Okay,
that is not considered disrespectful. Like,
call him a donut.
Donut?
I'm like,
bozo. You're a donut.
You're a donut. You're not.
You're a donut.
There you go.
That's why, you're not like. You don't struggle.
No, but it's just me, because you don't want to hear me out. Me, when Choo says something polar opposite of mine, that's fine. I don't think that I'm entitled to come here and tell him, oh, why do you have fucking Morgan Rogers as your favorite player? Even though I fucking disagree. For me, in my brain,
bro, it's a foot. Okay. So now we're debating, We're complaining.
Tell him you're not supposed to think that.
So now what we're doing
above all.
So I'm interrupting her.
I'm not gonna lie, CB, you was interrupting her when she was speaking.
True. I swear, this Rico that I have of you, like, listen, I always get my way. I always win in the end.
We know that. You're a dictator. You can't win fair fights.
Wait, Asma.
Look, like, real talk, every little thing.
Excluding yourself, who would you say is top in this call?
Wait, hold on, Cuba, allow it, man. You're begging it as well. Look, Asma. Look, this is a show where we debate our football opinions. You join a football debate show, and then you're upset that people are trying to debate with you. That doesn't make sense. And you're the only person who gets upset about debates. You man say stuff about me, like about my takes and that. I might like, oh, whatever, but I'm still gonna sit and have a conversation with you, man. You, on the other hand, are getting upset over the fact that your opinions are being challenged in a debate show. It's a debate show. That's what we do. But why even that now? Like, oh, every single time we're doing it, oh, we won't try you. Why was it try you? It's conversation.
No, the debate has a place. What I disagree is you think you're above all. You think what you think is above all. That's where I disagree. You're not the god of football. You're not the second coming of Cruyff. Who are you, CB? You always act superior. That's what irks me. And that's what I disagree. And that's why I also disagreed when Junior was giving his list and you were discrediting his goalkeeper option. That's his opinion. He's entitled to it.
Okay, if my opinion is you're chatting shit, I'm entitled to my opinion when you're chatting shit. What's the problem then?
Don't act like you're
above. I never said everything you say is wrong. I don't agree. when you man are throwing the list there, I didn't agree with Neuer. He came here, he said he won a World Cup during a tough time.
start plugging
He interrupted me. I initially, when he said it, I laughed. I was like, what the fuck? You're putting a goalkeeper list in the top 5. I don't know where I'm from, that's mind games. Right? Correct me if I'm wrong. 2 goalkeepers in your top 5 all-time list is mind games. So naturally, I'm like, what the fuck? You put a goalkeeper? Man said Buffon, whatever. So then when he said Neuer, I can't lie, he's won a World Cup during a tough spell. He won Champions Leagues. He changed kind of how the game was played in terms of the sweeper, keeper, all of that. And I said, you know what? Fairs. I didn't agree at first. What? Because I challenged his take and I asked him to explain it, and he explained it to the point where I said, you know what? That makes sense. Cool. But because I don't agree with you, that doesn't mean I think I'm above. I just don't agree. I don't have to agree with you. And the same way you're entitled to your opinion. If I think my opinion is you man are chatting shit, I'm going to say you're chatting shit. The end, bro. Why are you crying about it? Every single person, we have conversations like this with everyone, bro. Man that don't agree with whatever. I say me and True don't agree with best stuff. We'll go back and forth. True ain't going to start crying and lashing out and leave. Cuba ain't going to cry, lash out and leave. Cam's not going to do that. It's not that deep, bro.
Cam might do that.
One that's doing this. It's a debate show. We debate. We do this. Like, then to think, yeah, I've built this fucking platform, me, brick by brick, by myself, for people to tell me that I have to apologize for rage baiting. Fuck that. If anyone that told me I have to apologize, no, if anyone told me in this chat that I have to apologize for rage baiting, unsubscribe, don't tune in again. Fuck that. I built this brick by brick for man to tell me to say sorry, not for saying,
all hail the glorious dictator. All hail the glorious dictator.
Sorry for rage baiting.
Long live the dictator.
Unsubscribe me today. Unsubscribe, unfollow, don't tune in again. Who here wants me to apologize for rage baiting? Let me know now. Because now we've lost our recipes of MPGA. Today, March the 9th, March the 9th.
We all helped you to build your platform, by the way. All of us helped you to build your platform. All of us pushed you to the best. All of us pushed you.
First of all,
all of us backed you, by the way.
First of all, because once again, you're trying to make this something that it's not. I know the role that you lot have played to the stream, and I appreciate the role that you play to the stream. 100%. I do feel like we have grown together. No disrespect to nobody here, nobody that contributes. You man, do your thing. Same way, I will never take credit for you man's growth. I've been doing this way before any of you man ever joined my channel. So I understand what you're saying. I'm not taking away from you lot in general, but don't try and get me. Firstly, that's number one. And when I was saying brick by brick,
don't say you don't. One person said that.
Brick by brick. When I'm saying brick by brick is a quote from Snowfall. Like, first of all, I'm not that. So the fact that you're trying to make it that over me quoting a show, like, you're begging it again. But anyway, moving forward, the fact that we are now on March the 9th, 2026, and MCGA people in my chat are telling me that, oh, say sorry for rage baiting. Say sorry for rage baiting. If we've come to that point in terms of us, this content here, say no more, unsubscribe me. Unsubscribe, no problem, bro. It's okay. There's many channels out there. You can go watch. You can go watch Carefree Limits. You can go watch all of them, man. Man are telling me straight. Apologize for rage baiting.
This is killing.
So your audience doesn't have a voice.
Yes, CV Mubutu.
Your audience doesn't have a voice.
This is killing Mbappe dictatorship level. Wow.
Now you're talking. I wrote to Asma. You're getting to a point where you're actually pissing me off. And then I've been keeping it 100, but you actually start to piss me off, bro. This can go left.
Let's keep it simple here. Let's
keep it simple all the time, bro.
Go right.
You're trying to nitpick. All right, Rutu, you're trying to police what every little thing I'm saying. You're trying to pick it apart. I'm saying, oh, I built this shit brick by brick. At the end of the day, bro, before you ever came on this platform, before True ever came on this platform, before Cooper ever came on this platform, man built a platform regardless. So even when I said brick by brick,
why are you bringing us in? No one said nothing. Why are you bringing us in?
No, but he's not wrong though. He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
I'm saying
no one said he's wrong, but we know that. But why are you bringing us in like we said anything?
Respectfully, now, like it's starting to piss me off now. Real talk. At the end of the day, man's built, like, for you to say, oh, but we all played a part in building your platform. You man didn't all hold my hand and do this together. I didn't know you, man, a year ago, 6 months ago.
Why are you on man that not involved? No one said that. Nobody. We never said that. Why are you bringing us in?
True, I know you didn't say that, but she's saying we. You're a part of we.
But we're not. We're not
Yeah,
saying what
I
she's
You
agree.
saying.
didn't say that. I understand that you didn't say that, but this is the state. So now, cool. Regardless, this girl's picking apart every little comment I'm saying. I'm quoting a TV show as a joke. I don't care. Like I'm banging jokes with the chat. Every little thing you're picking it apart. Then I'm saying, bro, the chat. We know what this content is. Yeah? No, once again, you're chiming in for no reason. You're actually pissing me off. As I was saying,
It's because you don't say sorry, bro.
You guys.
we all know what this is. The whole chat's talking whatever, this and that. I'm saying to them, you might want to say sorry for rage baiting. Fuck that. Oh, so now the chat don't have a voice. Now you're taking like every little thing you just want to chat shit about. Did you come here to just talk shit or what? Like I don't know what you're. Since you've come back here, what have you done? What's this even done? You've come back, you made a big fuss, you kicked off, you come back. How have you impacted any conversation? All you're doing is chatting shit, begging it. Every little this conversation we're having. Oh, see what I mean? Oh, see this. They're like, bro, allow it, man. You're pissing me off, bro. Same way you lost respect for me. Say no more, you lost respect for me. Don't come back no more. Make Chelsea great again. Wow.